the 400 f2.8 brings a lot of light in. What I've never been to Africa, Tin Man. I don't have an answer there. um,
Yeah,
so
I mean, you can talk about why the 402.8 is important.
well, first off, you're going to get a nice bokeh. You're going to have that ability to shoot earlier in the day and later in the day because it's going to bring more light in for you. So it's going to give you more time to shoot because once that light gets harsh in the afternoon, you're done. So having that f2.8 and the ability to bring in more light allows you to shoot longer through the morning light. How's that, Tin Man? And the
Yeah,
afternoon light.
So
yeah,
basically, you're going to get, 30-minute or 20-minute extra time in the afternoon and also in the morning. And those times are the best, they will generate the best image because those are the nice lights, right? Like nice diffuse lights. So basically, you're buying time. So yeah, with this 2.8.
yes. And one thing I want to add is for Africa, in general, I've been to Kenya and Tanzania and Zimbabwe now. Oh, by the way, before we keep on going, how do we switch to the mode? Is it this one, this button? Yes. All right. Okay. All right. So we're on. I'll get into your question in a bit. But everybody, please wave at me and wave at everybody. Hey, 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 hey. All right. All right. So this is our VIP group, and thank you very much for attending the Facebook and the YouTube streaming. And so what we're gonna do is we are gonna wait for maybe 5 minutes before we go into the general section so that everybody can start to come on in. But while we are there, we are gonna answer a few questions from the VIP group. So the question is, should you bring a 402.8 or what other lenses for the long end for a trip to Botswana? So it's talking about the 402.8. And the reason is not only that it allows you to autofocus in low light, early morning and late evening, but also for African wildlife, for example, a leopard, right? They come down from a tree and then they quickly would go into tall grass very quickly because they don't like to be exposed in a way. So what it means is that you only have a very short time to lock onto the focus before they disappear. And especially in low light, they're active in the low light time. They are sleeping in the harsh hours, right? So with that short range of time, the 402.8 would allow you to snap on the focus a lot quicker than a 600 f4 in low light. So with that, you have this strong, much more powerful way to get a lot more shots. So if you can snap on the leopard half a second before everybody, you are getting how many photos? Nowadays, 30 frames per second. You're getting 15 photos, more than the people who have a 600 f4. And then you're probably getting 300 photos before, a f7.1 lens can get. And if you're spending that much money in Botswana, would it be worth it to have 500 pictures in the perfect light than that, right? So I think I answered that question, right? So this is all the mind game for people here. So okay, all right. So yeah. Let's give a round of applause for another brave questions. Okay, all right. Okay. So everything is good. So all right. Okay, Donald, is there any other questions? So we'll go through another one or two questions and then we'll go.
Christopher has one. Christopher. Um,
So not so much a question, but just something I wanted to add with having had some experience in shooting in Africa myself, especially if this is going to be like a first time, once in a lifetime sort of trip. Obviously, the best thing you want to do is shoot beginning and end of day, and that f2.8 is the best for that. One of the things that you will not be able to resist, though, is shooting throughout the day. With a 600, you're going to really kind of be leaning towards trying to pull in things that are further away. And what you're not going to recognize as it gets a little bit warmer is how much heat shimmer you are going to experience. And you're not going to necessarily notice it when you're shooting. But then when you get back at the end of the day or get back at the end of your trip and you're looking at your pictures and going, why is everything a little bit soft? Why does everything look a little weird? With that 400-2.8, you're not going to be doing that so much. And it seems to me, perceptually at least, that heat shimmer is not nearly as much of an issue. Whereas when you're trying to reach further with a longer lens, I think you oftentimes will experience that a little bit more.
Let's
May
give
I
a
ask-
round of applause. Yeah, that is a very good answer. Yeah, go ahead.
Is anybody using a 2x converter?
For Africa, Karen?
Yeah, like if you're using a 400 lens, I mean, I would be thinking like, yeah, you want a 600 lens to really, because there's a lot of distance between you and the animals, right? But it sounds like the 400 is better, but would a 2x make it a little bit easier to get the distance or closer up without that distortion from the heat waves and stuff?
No, it's really the distance from the animals, really. So yeah, and yeah, the heat is like, because you know it's cold at night, and then when the sun comes up, like, so there is a lot of, you know, the heat distortion. So that's why it actually is much better to have this 402.8. And then I see that Deborah has a question with the 100 to 400 or 100 to 500. And I'm actually going to address about this lenses thing. Is Tin Man, I know you're going to be the ambassador for 402.8 again, but but I'm going to share with you something more about that. But yeah, thank you again, Christopher, about this. So why don't we begin first, and then we can always have another Q&A near the end of the thing once we understand more about what we're gonna do. But very good to see you again, Christopher. Yeah. Familiar name, familiar. We have been talking a lot before, so awesome. Okay. With that said, Donald, you want to begin?
Okay, so let me kind of give you an idea of what we're doing. Some of you who are coming in from the VIP, the people I'm addressing now were the ones that we're streaming to, right, Tin Man?
Yes.
Okay. So for those of you joining us and streaming right now, I would like to introduce Tin Man Lee. He is an amazing friend, an amazing mentor for me. He's award-winning nature and wildlife photographer. He won the grand prize for Nature's Best. He's also a judge for Nature Photographer of the Year, Bird Photographer of the Year, and Share the View. And he's here to give you a lot of information that he has given to people who have gone on his tours. So he's here to share freely to all of you. And I want to introduce Tin Man Lee. Let's give him a big round of applause.
All right. Thank you very much, Donald. People have already seen me. Actually, I forgot that. So yeah, very nice to meet you all today. And so just another wave of hand after that 1 hour of VIP, and some of you just joined. How many of you are ready to take your photos to the next level, where you know all the secrets it needs? When you have an encounter, you take a photo, when you share it, people are not able to look away. People will be moved to tears, and they will be in laughter. And then people will want to say, can I buy a print? Can I invite you to give a speech? What can we do to help these animals? That's one thing that I always wanted to hear, is that, is there a link? I didn't realize that these animals are in need. After I see your photos, I can really relate to it. How many of you give me a yes, give me a wave of hand? How many of you want to do that? And today, you are in the right place in the right time. So give you a round of applause. We're going to talk about that. So before we begin, I want to share another thing that I just shared with the VIP group is, how many of you are sick of being lectured? Like, how many of you have been in the webinar and then you listen, people keep teaching you should do this, you should do that. I hate that, right? And so today we are going to do this thing called the natural learning. So what is natural learning? The question is, do you know how a small bear becomes a big bear? Do you know how a small lion, like a Simba in Lion King, becomes the Lion King? And do you know how about foxes, little fox kids become a big fox? Do they need to go into school to finish homework to become like a big bear? No. Anybody can know how they become it? Let me just share with you the secret of becoming a big bear. So they become a big bear by playing. You guys can see my screen, right, Donald?
Yes, we can see your
Yes.
screen.
Yes, by playing. Anybody with me? By playing.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So by playing. Okay. So what I really want you guys to do today is the best way to learn to become that powerful bear is to participate and to play with me. So a lot of you is that, oh, okay, I'm going to just check my email and then I'm going to watch Netflix while listening to it. Like how many of you have like been doing that? Like watch a movie and then say, okay, let me just write this email. I can just multitask and then but it's okay. I can do it. And then after you finish that email, like the movie has finished and then you have no idea, right? So I don't want you to be like that, because for today, what Donald and I and Protik and some of our team member and really is to share with you something that is we pay a lot of price for those lessons, and we really want to share it with you. And in order to have this immersive experience, that we want you to try to put attention in the next 4 hours. And we're going to do this natural learning thing. What it means is that, for example, if I say like, how many of you can hear me, wave at me, and then you just do what? You wave at me. And then if I say,
waves, good.
Yeah. And then if I ask you like, have anybody tried something? And then you just type in the chat to answer, because the more you participate, the more you learn. And the more you learn, the more you're going to improve in photography. So the more you type it in, even if you don't feel like it, right? That is going to help you a lot, because that happened to me. I used to be a super introvert. Like, I'm just want to hide. I don't want anybody to see me. But the moment when I say, okay, I'm not going to be hiding anymore. I'm going to wave my hand, ask a question, share my thing. I never forget those. And then that's where I transform myself. So anyway, so everybody with me, wave at me. All right. Okay, fantastic. So we're going to ask a lot of questions, but most importantly, we are going to have a lot of fun. And like, how many of you have been driving, and then you're driving and then you look at your GPS, and then suddenly you have an alert in your GPS and it said accident in front of you, and then you see in the map is all red, and then they said like there's an alternate route where you can arrive at your destination 2 hours earlier. Would you click on okay, or would you keep on like getting stuck, right? So today I want to provide you a way where you can get to this goal, get to taking photos, become this legendary photographer quicker. So anybody with me here, or anybody want to have that GPS so that you can avoid all the traffic, and then you have the guidance turn by turn and get to your location, right? That's the goal that we want, right? Donald, that's what we want. And time is very important. So type in, give me a yes. If this is fine with you, give me a yes. All right. So, okay. You guys are doing good. Kathy, Huda, Linda, Lisa. All right. Okay. So, today, what I want to share with you is something that not really to want to brag or anything like that, but I just wanted to let you guys pay more attention to it. So, for example, this is I know some of you are in that group. So this is a group of photographers who pay me $28,000 per person to learn photography from me, and so today I'm going to share some of those techniques with you. So I'm not going to offer you that thing, so no worries, but I'm going to share with you a lot of the values that people pay a lot of attention to. So that's why I want you guys to pay a lot of attention. So you guys sound good to you? So a lot of you may question like, oh, like Tinman must have something to sell to us, something like that. Yes, I do have something to sell to you in the end. But what I want to do is this thing can be for you, this can not be for you. It doesn't matter to me really. But for some of you who really need help in the future, that would be super helpful for you. But what I want to do today in these 4 hours is to give you as much value as possible, so that it will definitely transform your photography. So if you are with me today, yeah, say yes and type in the chat, and then we'll go ahead. So today there are a few things that kind of like the logistics, right? So the first hour we were going to talk about one thing that really changed my photography. I kept on saying that, but this is really one of the most important things that changed my photography, and I have never told anybody. So this is important. So, and then the second hour, we will talk about this new system. How do you, like how many of you, like some of you have told me, how many of you see an animal encounter and you say, I must get it. And then you fumble with your settings, and then you didn't get that, right? And how many of you are like that? Type a yes. And how many of you have took some photos and said, how do I be more creative? How do I move more people? Like, it seems like the photos are similar to a lot of people. And then also you may be like the same animal, the same bird, the same behavior. How come the photos I took didn't get all these awards, didn't get all this recognition, but somebody did? Today I'm going to explain to you on that. So sounds good. So so just wanted to get an idea from you guys. Type in the chat, please. How many of you think that you just need this next epic trip to become a great photographer? Type a yes, because that's exactly what I felt before. If only I could get to Antarctica for the emperor penguin. If only I can go to Botswana, or go to Kenya, go to Tanzania. If only I can go to Yellowstone. I just don't have time. I just don't have that, right? So I see a lot of yes, but then also a lot of no. Okay, so how many of you also think that it's just because I don't have a 400 2.8? It's just because I don't have a 600 f4. That's why my photography is never getting anywhere. You know, I am just gonna have fun myself, right? So, okay, so okay, so that is good. I get some ideas, and then I want to ask you this question, because this will be very useful for me to drive my talk today. It's more about how to help you instead of like a pre-recorded PowerPoint, because this is why we are here for. Can you type in the chat like the location and of the trip that you spend the most money at, and then type in like including the tour, the workshop, the price of the airfare and stuff, and the location or whatever. Type in the chat. Like, for example, I have spent probably like 18,000 in Wachi National Park in Canadian Arctic, and then the flight was 2,000. So I just want to see how much money are you guys spending? And like type in the price. Is it like okay? Oh my God, have 90,000. Oh my God, 15,000. Okay, 17,000. So that's what I feel, because okay. All right, so 15,000 from Anna. Okay, okay, it's a few thousand, 19,000. And so, how about the last 2 years combined? How many people have spent over $50,000 in the trips, or $1,000? Just type in the chat and let me know. Yes, yes. Okay, all right. So that is what it is. Okay, so ouch. Yes. So you never think about it, right? I never felt about it too. So in the beginning when I started photography, I decided that, okay, I need to make a change. I need to really learn from the masters. And what I did was I Googled it, and then I searched for it, and then see some photos that are good from some of the photographers. And then I just, how many of you can relate to it, right? You just search, look at the galleries, and then it's, oh my God, these are great photos. Oh, they are famous. And then you okay. Oh, at the time, like 15 years ago, like $9,000. This is more than a car. That's more than my first used car that is only like $4,000. So we are spending more than that for a trip. And then I was so excited the first year that I spent like $100,000. And how many of you have ever bought something that you cannot afford? Type in a yes. so yes. Why? Because we are driven by that desire to become a great photographer. I want to get these epic photos, right? So we will find some ways. I was eating instant ramens. I was like, okay, I'm not going to buy any clothes. I'm going to Salvation Army. I'm going to, wear the same clothes and then just duct tape, whatever, and just try to make it happen, right? But what I realized is that I really remember a trip that I went. Let me just share with you that the photos here. Okay, so 1 second. So this is very important. So I want to talk immediately about this one. So I went to a trip, and the photographer is very good, and but I don't want to name names and stuff. So I got a lot of saw bears. So, oh my God, like that. I rented the most expensive lenses, 600 f4 and 70 200 2.8, and it just blast off. And I still remember the photographer one day said, "Oh my God, Tin Man, this is like the best ever sighting we ever had for bears so we had an epic morning. We had an epic morning, and the light is awesome. The sighting is awesome. And he said, over the last 15 years, this is the best sunrise, Tin Man." And then I was like, "Oh my God, yes, yes, yes." How many of you have you been in like that? Like finally, like $20,000 well spent. I took like 8,000 photos from that trip. Like all these are the photos from that trip. Got very excited. Right? Like, look at that, the light, oh, backlit, right? Oh, we have tried that. And then I joined other tour trips too. And then I got like, look at that action. Right? Anybody amazing photos. Look at that close up of the bears. And then like this one is from Yellowstone, amazing bear photos, right? And guess what? I come back and then I started to share photos online and submit to photo contests. And guess what happened? Nothing. How many of you can relate to that? We have like thousands of photos. Those are amazing animals. Can you imagine my courage to be side by side with the animal and then get these amazing close-up photos? And at the end, it's just your significant others or the family members or like some friends who say, "Oh, it's nice." There's nothing. But then aren't you already like type in the yes if you're sick of these fake comments, that those are not real. Like when you post a photo, the response is just nothing. And it took me a long time to realize that I need to really think about that, Tin Man. This is not really working. Like, of course, I've been to some really good trip and then I got a good photo that, also won me a lot of awards and stuff. But most of the time, 99% of the time, the photos have no response. So what I told myself is that, yeah, because these photographers have 30 years of experience, they go back to the field. So all I need is just to spend more time in the field, and I don't have that. How many of you get me? Like have that same feeling, have that same thinking? Type in the yes, because that's what I feel. I just don't have the time. Like these people are spending 200 days in the field, right? Of course, like I'll be happy with some good photos, right? And then after I realized something, like after I become who I am right now, that's when I had that epiphany. The epiphany is that a good sighting does not equal to good photos. And I think a lot of the people would never tell you that. And the reason is not really their fault, and it's not your fault. Then who is the fault? Whose fault it is? I don't know. But the reason is, can you imagine the full-time professional photographers? They are guiding the tours. They are leading it, like, for example, back-to-back trips over there. And for them, if nothing happens today, what's going to happen? They have another trip. If that trip doesn't happen, nothing happens, they have another trip. So for them, as long as they are in the right place at the right time, they will get an epic photo. But how many of you are like me? Back in the days, 9-to-5 jobs, overtime, weekends with the families, and those, every second counts, right? Wave at me if you know what I mean. Like, oh, like there's only 2 days left in my trip. I was like crying. I still didn't get these epic photos. And then when I got back, and then when I see these other photographer leaders getting all these photos, I said, I should have joined back-to-back trips. I should have joined 3 trips all together. Like, I just missed it. I shouldn't have joined the first one. How many of you wave at me? This is super important. Until I realized that good sightings almost have nothing, or maybe very little bit of thing related to a good photos. The problem is that a lot of the photo leaders, they have been doing it their whole life. They didn't know our struggle. Like our everyday life, like families, we actually have trash to throw out. We only have 1 week a year in that. And so I thought, okay, this is gonna be hopeless. Like I'm never gonna be like that. I'm never gonna be good. And then the second craziest thing is what? There is something that camera manufacturers never told you. You know what happened? Every year, what is coming out? There is like a new 100-600 f7.1 or f8 lens coming out. Like how many people know that? 5-stop, 6-stop image stabilization, very lightweight, super amazing coating that you don't even know the name of the coating. And then what else are in those lenses? Like, oh, like this super lightweight, you can zoom like very quickly, blah blah blah, like that. Have you ever seen these camera manufacturers advertise their 400 2.8? Have you ever seen them advertise for their 600 f4? Very rarely. And do you know why? I actually don't know why, but I think the fact is that they make a lot more profit. I mean, don't quote me on that. That's what my observation, because they can mass produce those lenses, and probably the big lenses, you know, the failure rate is a lot more. So if you buy into this plan, it's like every year you buy these new lenses, right? So to me, this is we will talk about the lenses in a bit, but then about these tours and going to these workshops and stuff. What I slowly realized is, so you know that in the beginning I joined a ton of workshops. If some of you follow me since 10 years ago, I joined a lot of workshops. And of course, I learned a lot from those. But then I realized that 90% of the tours I joined were not helpful for me. There may be a very few that are useful for me. But the problem is that if I don't have a skill set which allows me to take great photos in a very short time frame, to evoke those emotion and take great photos and stuff, where the tour leaders would not, a lot of them would not know, because they are in a different world, right? So it's almost like, I don't mean to be bad, but there are a lot of good photographer leaders, of course. But a lot of the time, it's almost like we are in this world. Like we have you guys seen in YouTube, like those videos that has over 1 million views about all you need to do is 5 minutes to do crunches, and then you have 6 packs. How many of you have seen that? They have millions of views. And if you are into fitness and those, anybody type it yes, if you know what I mean. Is it even possible to eat donuts and eat pizza every day and drink caramel frappuccino, and then you do 5 minutes crunches, sit-ups, and then you have 6 packs, right? So what I have to face is that in reality, spending $15,000, $20,000 to a trip, if you don't have the mindset, if you don't have the skill sets to really know what you're going to do, it's going to be very difficult to create photos. And then, you know, you'll be told that these photos are epic, right? You're being built on that. Oh yeah, 5 minutes. Oh, fantastic. You do 20 sit-ups, like 6 packs is showing. And then you come back home, and then you share the photos. You didn't see anything. And then say, okay, yeah, because I don't have the time in the field. And then you keep on doing this thing. And then you keep on joining more and more and more. And then you come back with 50,000 photos in your hard drives. And then really, for me, 50,000 photos sitting there. And so what happened was, gotta keep talking. Donald, is that okay? I forgot to ask people. Are you guys getting what I'm trying to say? So and then one year I went to a field trip. Yeah, okay. So still sounds good, right? Okay. Because I really wanted to be as honest as possible for all of us, because you know I came from that. I have a 9-to-5 job in IT in a biotech company, and then you know dating, family in Hong Kong. I'm in the US, so it's very difficult to get the time. And so I actually went to a few trips and stuff, and then I took some photos. Okay, so you guys can see the photo. Donald, you can see the photo? Okay, so I went to some trips, and then, for example, in this trip, I took this photo, right? Do you know that nobody actually went out in that moment because the light was harsh? Excuse me. And then everybody was using the tripod. They were taught, setting up the tripod, blah, 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 that. And then the light was harsh and stuff. And said, but it seems to be interesting. I look through the window from the vehicle. It's like, these birds keep flying around. And then this bison was amazing. And then let me go down and get a shot hand holding it. I said, no, don't do hand holding. You know what we are taught about. So I took this photo. And then I took this photo from a trip. And then, the composition is very interesting. It's not like there's more space in here and stuff. And then the fox is jumping. So I took 4 photos in over that 2-year period. And I also got this photo. This photo was taken 15 years ago. And what happened was everybody told me never to do it. Good light for birds is 30 minutes after sunrise. Anybody wave at me? Yes, if you heard about that. You don't go out before sunrise. You don't come back until after sunset. You always go out about 30 minutes when the light is coming, and then you have good light, and then you shoot for an hour or so. And then half an hour before sunset, you shoot for an hour before that, right? Never even go out. But for me, I was like, this is amazing color. How can I miss it? So, I was doing, I learned from some masters too about doing slow shutter and stuff. And then, but for slow shutter, for them is doing something else. Here is say, I wanted to try that. And so I took this photo at like 30th of a second or something. And then I also took this photo from Colorado. Also a very different kind of photo. People telling me, always go for the blur background, smooth background. But then I said, and then always go for eye level. Anybody go with me? Eye level, a clean background. And so that's what I plan when I go to that place, to get a clean background. But then I said, but the mountains was amazing. So what I did was I actually kind of like lean up, like kind of stand up and then do like a squat position, kind of weird. And then I actually was shooting down for these photos. So I took these 4 photos, right, at the time. And I strongly believe in those photos because those photos make my heart beat. And then when I post these photos, some people told me that, oh, my son saw these mountain goat photos and was moved to tears when he saw your photos. Why? And then when I post this photo, the bison got 50,000 likes. Usually I get 2 likes. Anybody with me, less than 10 likes these days in Facebook, right? So, okay, so let me just do that. So I was in this, are you still with me? Type in your yes so that I don't lose you here. So I got these few photos that has crazy response. And then when I go into the trips, a lot of the time, 99% of the photo didn't work. So I decided to find out the why. Because I met one of my guests, David Bays. He's a lawyer, and when the time he met me, he said, "Tin Man, I just want to tell you that nobody can break down the stuff like you. Like I went with a lot of great photographers, but only you can break it down." And I remember I talked to a photographer I really admired before, and then he said, these photos are really great. And over the years, I these are great. And I said, oh yeah, of course, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, these 7 points will make this photo irresistible. And then you look at me and say, I never thought about that. Because I just wanted to find out why. Like I really want to understand everything, and so that is why I want to share with you what I really find out about this whole thing, about what it really is going on about these tours, and not to say that you shouldn't join a tour, but you have to understand that if you don't know how to take these great photos first, and then you go out, and it will be very difficult. And for me, I spent $100,000, and then I was in debt. And how many of you say, "Oh crap, 3 months of ramen"? But that's what it is. Okay. So with that, Donald, Protik, do you have anything to add? So far, so good.
I think what you're basically trying to say is, if you spend $20,000 on a safari trip expecting great photos, but you haven't practiced or honed your skills, or you don't understand the techniques that you're going on, it might be a little bit of a sad return from your trip when you look at your photos and they're not what you thought you were capturing. So take the time to invest in learning the skills before you go on the trip, because that's the real investment in the trip, is having those skills before you go.
Yes. I have so for the first few years I went and I was just blasting photos away. Whenever I have any more encounter. But then once I realized it, one time I actually hired a private guide in Kenya, one-on-one with me for a week. And now I can see the opportunities, and I still got 0 photo back from the trip, more than, I don't know, $20,000. And the reason is because the guys didn't know what I was looking for. So he doesn't stop me at the point where I can actually get photos that evoke the emotion. So, and then by the time you say, can you move a feet? But if you don't have a crew who goes with you, who understand what you're looking for, like just 1 second delay would ruin the photo. So you may say, but Tin Man, I just want to be in nature. I just want to, have fun. Photography is second thing. Well, if that's the truth, then I want to ask you, like, so why would you spend $1,000 for cameras and lenses, or over 1,000? Why don't you just bring a phone to it? If you don't ever have that slight wish, then your photos would move people and make a difference, right? And if you're paying that much, there are a lot of cheaper equivalent of the tours. You can do a sightseeing tour for like $1,000. Right? Simon, right? You saw some of the tour in Kenya that is at $2,000. So why would you pay like $28,000 or more for something? It's because when you understand that if you know that each of these photos have a high potential to create that emotion, that makes all the difference. So with that said, let me share with you 2 things in a bit. And then we are gonna, like one of the things is really change my game. So not recommend you to go on to tours, but I just want to be real with you. And everybody want me to be real with you, right? You don't want me to sugarcoat and say, oh my God, your photos, Donald, your photo is so amazing. Oh my God, the photo is so sharp, right? Like I can see all the feathers, right? So you don't want that, right? We want to become a legend. We want to leave something behind. We want to make changes, and that's what we want. Everybody with me over there? Okay, so you can see my screen, I hope. Okay, all right. So you can see my screen, right, Donald?
Oh yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay.
The whiteboard's a little out of focus.
Yeah, so I think what I can do is when I get closer. Oh no.
Now it's really out of focus.
Don't you hate that when that happens? Okay.
Sometimes that's when I look at my best.
That's actually yeah, that's true. That's the problem about the eye focus too, because when the eyes is out of the frame, you cannot focus. So a lot of the time when I'm in the field, back then when you do the autofocus, you lock onto the animal. But now when the animals just slightly get off the frame or turn around, you lose the focus completely. It's bad. So today, who want to learn about the 4 levels of mastery? This is complicated stuff, okay? All right. Some of my mentorship students didn't even know it. Oh, God. Okay, so I'm going to share with you the 4 levels of mastery. Let's type it here. So I learned it from my business coach, actually, my speaking. So I'm investing a lot of money on those. Like, for example, I invested more than $50,000 for my YouTube coach because I think YouTube is the future, which I'm going to share with you in a bit in the thing. So these 4 levels, you can even see it, right?
Can't see the words 4 levels. Though.
4 levels.
There we go.
So let me share with you the first level. You should be able to. I will just write it bigger. Okay, so yeah, again, I thank for my mentors to teach me about that. So the first level is called implementation. So what is implementation is for people who, buy a camera and then what they do is, okay, I'm going to do burst in flights. I'm going to make sure that I remember 2,000 of a second, f7.1, ISO starting with 1600, as long as the 8,000, I can do noise reduction, right? What I'm talking about is the tactics. So people know about the tactics, the basic tactics of the cameras. And then you go to Kenya, you go to Tanzania. Okay, I have this camera and lenses. I remember the sighting, and whenever I see the animals, all I need is just focus on the eyes. Get that. The light is decent, blah, blah, like that, and then I'm good, right? So that is actually, in the beginning, I didn't even look at the light. I spent like 5 years.
Where the hell I am.
Okay, that's good. Just seeing the birds, seeing the animals, like that. And that's the implementation thing. So for example, if you're lucky, you can get maybe like 100 likes in when you post something. And okay, this is better, a little bit better. Oh, okay, this is good.
A little bit better there, yeah. Can you draw some eyes on the board and maybe that'll help?
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna lie here. Okay, so implementation level, tactics. How many of you want me to just teach you the tactics today? Not many people, right? So the next one is called unification. So what is unification? So unification is the people who now knows about the strategy. What does it mean by that? So, okay, okay, let me get it closer. So strategy means that, okay, I know about the head angle, the feathers, like the wing pose, a perfect background, creamy background. How many of you know about this creamy background? The light angle. I need to make sure that the light is behind me and no harsh shadow and those kind of things, right? The perfect photo. How many of you type in yes, who knows what I'm talking about? The unification steps. So in the first few years, okay, very good. You guys are doing well. Okay, so for the first few years, I decided to move from my implementation style to the unification, because I see a lot of professional photographers in those forums. Those are the days before Facebook and YouTube. I go into those forums and all these photographers have this amazing burst in flight. Oh my God, how do you even get that sharp, or every single feather you can see it, no harsh shadow, perfect background, perfect wing pose, perfect head turn, perfect composition, leave some room for the things, for the animal to fly to, for the animal to walk to. Everybody saw those photos, right? So I spent a few years after work every single day to hike for 3 hours. That's why I had so many different girlfriends, one after another. Sorry about that if you are in the audience. So God, I shouldn't be having so much fun. So
we just had a few ladies drop off, Tin Man. I don't know.
I'm so sorry. Yeah,
just kidding.
Yeah. But if you are interested to join me in the future for my endeavor to skip dinner, to wait until I shouldn't do that. Donald will help me. But so I spent a lot of every day after work. I live in Thousand Oaks, and there is like the Santa Monica Mountains, and those I will hike for 3 hours every day after work, and look for birds like white-tailed kites, harriers, and those. I would just run around, get those perfect photos, right? And then I got a lot of those perfect shots with like what I talked to you about. Everything is perfect, right? I said yes. Like this is like the professional photo quality. And then I post the photos, and guess what happens? Anybody knows what happens? I got fewer likes than this. I got 50 likes. I got even less. And I said, what happened? Like these forums, these people, photographers are teaching me, like these are professionals. I got the professional level. What really happened? Like anybody knows that in the real world, there is something different than when you are talking about the professionals. And it pained me. I know, Donald, have you had that experience when you had that perfect burst in flight photos, and then when you share it, like people doesn't respond?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I took a long time to understand what happened. Anybody knows what happened? So, and actually quite a lot of people doesn't know. So what they do is they will be angry. They will become bitter, and which is very, very unfortunate. They will be like, oh, these people don't understand my art. How many people have seen people like that, right? I'll just keep on doing what I do. They just don't understand. That's what we usually do in the first response, instead of understanding why, right? Everything is so clear. Like for example, when my photos, after 100,000 photos in these different trips, and I realized that only like 1% of the photos are good. I said, there's got to be something different. And then I change. I try to learn it. So for this one, how many of you have watched the movie Jiro's Dream of Sushi? So I mentioned it in some of my emails, right? So that is like if Donald can type in the chat about Jiro, Jiro's Dream of Sushi. It's a movie. I think you can watch it in Netflix, rent it, watch it. So the movie is talking about how that chef, Jiro, was able to create sushi that has like the first Michelin star restaurant in Japan, like the king of sushi, basically. And then you will be like, okay, so actually I have something fun for you. Look at this. I actually bought this sushi to demonstrate. This is not a real sushi, okay? But I wanted to have give you an idea. So I got to put it close to my eyes. So this is not fake, by the way. So how do you make a sushi that is 100 times better than where you can get in the strip mall? How many people think that like a rainbow roll or a crunch roll in the strip mall tastes pretty good, right? So how do they make it to a level that like presidents, the best, like the most famous people would want to go and try it, pay like $400 for one piece of that. What makes the difference? It's because in the movie, break it down that the rice, he spent years to perfect the rice, the pressure, the species, like the how to cook it or whatever, to make it perfect. And then for the fish, he would spend years building the relationship with the fish market and all the people to get the best quality of the fish. And then like all the components, very tiny little bit of components. And then also when a client come in the restaurant, he will look at the client and see like how big or small they are. And then he will adjust the size. And then he will also look at if the client is left-handed and right-handed, and then we'll adjust the shape of the sushi so that when they have that, when they pick it up in the chopstick or something, everything is just that perfection. Anybody have some ideas about what I'm trying to say here? So when we get back into the unification, this is just a prerequisite to create stunning photos. This is not the end at all. So what you do here, once you get that perfect photo of the perfect background and stuff, you only have the piece of rice. If I give you a perfect piece of rice, would you like to eat it? Anybody? You still need the fish, right? So this is actually a building block for mastery. So remember that. So let's do quickly. I'm just trying to do some too much suspense, right, Donald? So the next one is called communication. Communication is the principles. Yeah, this is good stuff. So the next level is called communication. What does it mean? What does it mean is how many people agree that photography is an art? How many people agree, type in the yes, if you agree that photography is the language of emotion? Good, okay, very good, you guys. When you talk about a language, for example, 我今日好嬲啊，真係嬲到爆啊，激死我啦，而家好眼瞓啊。Anybody knows Cantonese here? Do you know what I'm talking about, Donald?
I do.
So I look happy, right? But then I'm actually saying that I'm super angry now. I'm like very hungry and stuff. If you see my face, and if I'm saying something to you that you don't understand, it's like when you spend $20,000 to go to Kenya, you see a lion, you see a leopard, take a lot of photos, you share it online, you see the smiling face, this is a lion, but there's no communication. Anybody with me? Anybody get an aha moment? There's no communication because all the communication of the photos is not on the photo itself, it's in the subtext of the photo. What I mean by that is, for example, if I'm telling you a joke in Cantonese right now, like the people who understand Cantonese will laugh. But then if I ask you to say, oh, Tin Man, I know how to improve my photography. All I need to do is just to study all the best work, and then I'll become good. So if I ask you to watch 100 movies in Cantonese in Netflix right now, can you become good in Cantonese afterwards? No, because you don't understand the subtext. And you understand that subtext, you have to be very conscious into understanding that and really test it out. And I was very lucky. For the first few years, there are a lot of these forums and internet that was just on the starting stage. And what I did was I test photos every single day, changing a little bit of the composition, changing a little bit of the sharpness, changing a little bit of the saturation, everything. And then I would jot down in like a notebook like this about what is happening. And then I would talk to a group of my friends and really understand how come when I change something like that, it will 10x the response. How come it's not, if I do this? So after a long time, like after like a whole year or two of testing it, I suddenly realized that communication is the key. If you don't understand that communication, no matter how sharp the photo is, how amazing the behavior it is, if you don't know
I should have grabbed my earpiece.
you don't know that communication, then it's still not good. So
I like what this is a guy I've listened to before, and I like what he does, but
Okay,
he has a
so
tendency to ramble a lot too.
Can somebody mute their mic, please?
All right. I heard that I'm remembering a lot. Thank you very much for saying that. So this is the communication part, which is very important. And then the next step is called imagination. Imagination is the essence. So when you're good at communication, you can win some awards, maybe like a few national, international awards. You can get like 1,000 likes or
Said
something.
something about him rambling.
But then when you
Added on.
when
John,
you do
can you
the
mute your mic, please?
when you do the imagination, that is when you can bring your creativity from the inside onto the photo to really communicate. So that is the essence. So in order to understand the essence, you have to really understand human nature. So what I mean by that is, you all know, like, how many of you have successfully changed a person completely? Like, it's impossible, right? Type it yes if it's impossible. So human nature, you can only go with it. You can only harness it, but you cannot fight against human nature. And human nature is super important because this is ingrained into us. So there's nothing that can change for that. So for example, if I do this, if I share with you this photo, some of you who already played this game, don't say the answer. But if you haven't, then definitely play on that. So this is a checkerboard, right? So there's a checkerboard. This is A, this is a B. So type in the chat if you think, type yes if you think that A, this square is darker than B. Type in yes. Did I see any yes, Donald?
I'm seeing some yeses.
Okay, so A is darker than B, right? And the reality is that it's the same brightness. So if you draw a line here with the same intensity, it's like that, then this seems to be darker, right? So what really happens is what we are looking at is not what we feel, because everything we see has to go through the visual cortex of our brain and then get into our feelings. So if you don't understand how that visual cortex is working, all you're doing is just taking photos again and again, and then it will not happen. So what does this diagram teach you? This diagram is teaching you that human evolution, it took me a long time. So if you think I'm rambling, this is actually very important. That's why I wanted to illustrate to you and for you to better understand it, because I can totally tell you, okay, this is the 5 backgrounds that you should focus on. This is the 6 settings you can focus on. And then you go out, and I was like that. I memorized all the settings and it didn't get me anywhere. But once I understand the principles, changes the game. So what I mean by this one is humans, over the years of evolution, we are a living thing that really evolved for survival. So what do you mean, Tim Man? So our eyes will automatically adjust based on the surrounding. So when the surrounding is bright, we feel that this thing is darker. When the surrounding is darker, we feel that this one is not. So everything, like once you connected them, then you can see the difference. But when you don't,
On mute. It keeps
we are
on.
we really messing it up. So who is the best one to harness this one into their arts? Anybody knows who is in the history of the time? Who is the best person to harness this? Is Leonardo da Vinci. In his book, so this one, so I highly recommend, you guys cannot see it, the Leonardo da Vinci book by Walter Isaacson. It's a very important book to understand about how to evoke emotion, because if you look carefully in this painting, the brightness of here is darker than here. But when you look at the photo like that, you would not be immediately able to tell it. But Da Vinci knows that our eyes is always looking into the surrounding. So in the surrounding looks okay, then our visual cortex will think that is fine. There's nothing wrong with the photo. But our eyes are also being drawn to the brightest part. So that's why there's a subconscious movement of our eyes from here to here. So how many of you know that? Like, oh, I don't know if, like, it seems like Mona Lisa is always looking at me. right? It's not an accident. It's not like, oh, people are just making that up. Because Da Vinci in this book, in his all the notes that I read the whole thing, he intentionally studied all the anatomy of the human, all the muscles and everything, and all the subconscious mind to understand how people will react to the photo, and incorporate them for 12 years to get into that. So, for example, why do you think that she seems to be smiling, but she's not? Anybody knows that? It's because he knows that when people look at the lips of somebody, the rods and the cones in the eyes. So the peripheral vision will look at the two sides of the lips, and then we're looking at this one. So in here is smiling, but then in the middle is not. So we will have this confusion: is she really smiling or she's not smiling? And so by creating an art like this, it seems like the painting would go to life. So what I do in my photography, for example, in the editing, I'm going to jump ahead, is when we sharpen a photo, we don't sharpen the whole face, or we don't sharpen everything that near the eyes or something. For me, I always sharpen only the eyes, but then I will reduce all the sharpness near the eyes. Because why? Because when people look at your photos, what do they want? Human nature, what do they want to understand is they want to see if you do a lot of sharpening in your photo. But then they also want to make sure that your photo is sharp. So how do you handle that? Is you sharpen the eyes, but then you reduce the sharpening near the eyes, so that when they say, oh my God, the eyes is so sharp, Tin Man must have done some sharpening of the whole face. But then, oh my God, this part is not sharp at all. Oh, this photo is just naturally sharp. The eyes is talking to me. Anybody get that? Anybody get how I incorporate some of Leonardo da Vinci's method into mine? And then so many people would write to me and say, Tin Man, I don't know why, but I couldn't look away from the eyes of your animal. It's just like the soul is talking to me. And every little thing is intentional. So this is the one thing. And also, when you look at a photo like that, your eyes couldn't stop from going into the green, into the red, because it's the color temperature. So by incorporating all these little things, your photos would create such a powerful movement in people's eyes, and then they'll subconsciously think that your photos is very good. So that's why, if there's one thing that I want you to ingrain into you, is how to harness human nature. You can go with human nature. You cannot fight with human nature. So everybody with me on that? So by understanding how this is, it will really change your game. Okay, all right, fantastic, Suvi. The eyes of it. Okay, all right, okay, all right. So before I move on onto the next section, Donald, we have maybe a few minutes before we move on to the next one. I just wanted to say the one thing that really changed my game is, so I spent 10 years. When I was having a full-time job, I go to Barnes & Noble every night, and then I just look at this beautiful magazine of photos and say, oh my God, if only one day I can be like that, but this is just too far away. I'll never be like that. But the moment when I make that decision to go pro, so I don't need to quit my job immediately, but it's the mindset. When I say that I'm going to go pro, I'm going to take it seriously. I'm not going to let any mediocre, any amateur thing inside me. That's what really changed everything for me. So what I mean by that is Steve Pressfield always said, anybody knows Steve Pressfield in his book, The War of Art, which is another book right here that I want to recommend to you guys. A very important book if you really want to be serious of your photography, is that we always live two lives. One life is what we know that we have the calling to do, but we didn't do it because of what? Because of resistance. And there's always a tremendous resistance to do it. And if you are not sure, and you're not sure that is going to stop you. So for me, if everybody can type in the chat, yes, if you decided to go pro today, just go pro, even if you're not sure, even if you are not because the thing is, believe me, there's a very important thing for you is a lot of people say, I have imposter syndrome. Tin Man, I don't know what to do. I'm not, who am I to do that, right? I want to tell you this one thing. Remember, this is not about us. This is not about you. This is about what is inside of you. And this is about them. This is about the birds and animals we love. And once you realize that, there's nothing about me, you just do it. And that will reduce all the imposter syndrome, and also believe that the world needs you. The world needs to see your art. And how many of you think that you have a life that is a lot of obstacles that you overcome? There's a lot of life stories. And if you have that in you, you can turn that into through the photography to express your feeling and then change the world and help the animals and the birds. So I want you to have that kind of feeling, that kind of conviction. So what I mean by conviction, so this is, oh my God, really important, changes my game on that. When you say that, yes, I see a lot of yes in saying that I'm going to go pro, but words is not important. Conviction is important. Do you guys know that there used to be a tribe in Africa that the tribe was able to walk among lions? Forgot, I think it's called Nutu tribe. So very famous, this tribe, over the hundreds of years, they could walk among the lions. They would be okay. But the other tribes, they walk among the lions, they got eaten. Do you know why? Because they have that conviction. When they walk full of confidence. This is my area. Nobody is gonna attack me. No, we are okay living together. And they say it like they really mean it. So over the hundreds of years, they never been attacked. And I got it from Bo Eason, one of the very good speaker, coach. And he said that there's only a few occasions that these humans were this tribe was being attacked. And the only reason is because those people were drunk at the time. So when you have this clear conviction, so at the time for me, is I have this conviction. I want to become the best. I have to become the best, and I have something that only me can express to people. So 1 year, I have herniated disc. Like I couldn't get out of my bed. Anybody who knows the pain, right? I have one herniated disc and one bulging disc in my lower back. And it took me 4 hours to get out of bed to drive myself to the emergency room. So every step I walk, I have tears coming down. It's a knife pinching into me. But at that time, I think Protik here could relate to it. Like he told me about oh Tim, and let's meet for Fox photography. And I knew that this is such a good opportunity, but the pain. So I can tell you that I was pushing the luggage through the airport in LAX, and I have 4 wheels on the luggage. And the moment the luggage passed through this little hole and then it bounces, you give me a lightning strike on my back. It was that painful. But then I still decided to go to that trip because I believe that I have this vacation already set. I have to go. So that morning, it was so painful to me. I just couldn't even get out of the bed. Holding the lens is just killing me. And so in the field, people saw that I parked my car, and every step, like tears come down. I have to rest for like 5 seconds because the pain was so much. And I couldn't give up. I couldn't give up. So people were already there. And then every step I stop, every step I stop, every step I stop. But then I know exactly what I wanted to communicate. I know that these foxes were there, and I already see a moment with a reddish background. And once the fox showed up, I positioned myself. I basically was rolling on the ground because I just couldn't walk anymore. I roll on the ground. I wait for that moment. I know how to communicate that thing in. And then I took a photo. And the photo, let's see if I can find it here. And the photo won the wildlife category in Nature's Best. And if I didn't go out, if I didn't force myself to go like that, then it would have never happened. So I just wanted to share with you about how important it is to have this kind of conviction, so that you know, like if I can do it, if I have that back pain and I can do it, then anybody can do it. So yeah. So Donald, you have anything to add before I look for the images? So that's the photo. So nobody knows about the background story about how painful I was. I was literally crying with the back pain, leaning on the ground. But I know that by getting a backlit with this golden reddish background with the heads up, I know that I can communicate. And then, so this photo was like a 5 feet print in the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. So you just never know. If you don't have that conviction and say, okay, like pain, whatever, is just temporary. But if I give up, then it will never happen again. So that is something that I want to say. So Donald, you want to lead somebody for some aha moment before I go into the next section?
You want me to share one of my hard moments?
Yes.
In the field taking photography, so I had to do a bio break real quick. So I just, for me, I think, one of the things that was the biggest struggle was getting the time away from family to do photography. Is that I was gone for a few seconds there when you called on me.
No worries. Yes.
Does anyone in the audience want to share a story real quick? Raise a hand. Oh, Kathy Chin.
Okay, mine is more of a question than a story, because I understand what you're saying about bringing your inner creativity, and you're talking, you've mentioned emotion a lot. I can understand emotion between the two foxes. I can understand it between the two bear cubs. I can understand that. But when you see, how do you ingest your creativity into a single animal who's, unless they're standing in a weird or proud position, how can you put the emotion of what they're feeling, and maybe they're not feeling anything? So how do you just not take the photo? But how do you know at the time that maybe that's the wrong issue? Do you understand what I'm saying? I want to get the emotion into the image, and I can understand it in certain areas and not in other areas because they're animals or birds or whatever.
Yes. Yes, I totally get what you mean. Let's give a round of applause to Kathy for this great question. I have a section for specifically for that, but I just wanted to share a little bit of things to answer your questions immediately. So, so for birds, for this one, so like how do you really evoke that emotion? So we don't want to assume that birds and animals have the human character, right? But what we want is to have to find the subtext. This is what we call the subtext. So everything has a internal and an external thing. So what I mean by that is externally, this is a bird, right? But internally, there are some universal language. For example, when the bird is looking on this side and then suddenly turn on to this side. And Leonardo da Vinci talked about motion causes emotion. So when you look at his painting, which I study a lot, he always look for the moment when the limbs or the wings or whatever is extended and then the neck is turning into one side. Because, for example, if I show you that I'm like looking into this one, but then there's nothing like that I'm showing, there's nothing that is showing on here on this part of the image, then you immediately think like what is Tin Man looking at over there, right? And so like these are all the small thing. Like for example, when the bird, like I was photographing some owls recently, and these chicks, whenever there's eagles flying by or something, they look up, right? Look up like that. And if you capture a moment like that, what you are capturing is no longer our looking up. What you're capturing is the universal language of curiosity. So, so when I had that problem before, like when I was photographing, I just keep on blasting the photos when the animals looking, and say, oh, nailed it, right? But right now, what I'm looking for is I know exactly when people will react to it, and even though we are gonna say it again, because I wanted to kind of create a setup, like why the 4 photos I show you really went viral, but not a lot of the other photos. And like one of them is the bison, like with the tongue out with the bird. And in order to tell a strong story, we all want to tell stories, right? Stories is you have to create conflict and also create this anticipation. So this is super important, like human nature again. So everything we talk about today is to share with you how to harness that human nature. So like when we were dating, I kept on doing that. When we were dating, do you want to meet a guy or girl that is really mysterious, or you want to have someone who is desperate and show you everything? Like I make $5 million a year. I'm driving this Lamborghini. Like, can you meet up with me, right? Or someone who is say, oh, like, a lot of mystery and stuff, right? So you want to create some kind of mystery in your photos. So for example, we'll talk about how to create foreground blur. How do you so those for people who understand videos, this is called the dirty frame for a lot of the movies, right? Like they have like this pot of flowers blocking something, and then they see it from there. So a lot of the photographer gurus in the beginning was telling me that, oh, f7.1 so that you can have the whole bird sharp and stuff like that. It's a beautiful photo, but nobody cares because there's no mystery in it. So mystery is one of the subtext. And then Kathy, I just mentioned to you, when they're looking up, then they're looking down, when they are doing the head turn, when they are kicking up snow and they are splashing the water and those things, we can relate to it. So everything is about the how to relate. So that's why a lot of the photographers love to take photos in the Arctic and the Antarctica and winter Yellowstone, because when we have a photo, for example, of a fox with the snow on the snout, we all have that experience, right, with the snow falling on our face, right? And also, like sometimes birds are more difficult. A lot of you may agree, like type yes if you think that birds, they have no emotion. Come on, Tin Man. So how do you create that kind of emotion in the birds? Is of course one of the good idea which Protik would show up is when they're nesting. There could be some of those moments. And while we are talking about that, like Protik, do you want to say a few words on how to create that emotion in the birds? See if you're unmuted, because I have your photos here. Well,
Were you talking about to me or to Donald?
Oh, I'm talking to Protik, but no worries. He's gonna talk about some of those ideas. So everything is about the subtext, and we have to be very clear about the four things that is really important for the emotion. So for example, even if the bird is not doing anything, but people relate to it when you remember all these moments with our loved ones in the sunset or sunrise. So if you get a photo with like this golden background or backlit of the birds, people already can relate to it. So everything is like how Leonardo da Vinci is creating like this whole background of Mona Lisa. It's like Shakespeare creating this whole stage and then set up the mood and everything to create that. So what I can tell you is, Kathy, thank you very much for that question. It's very important. And I struggled so many years because I got the perfect photos of the birds in the portrait and stuff like that. And so number one is to capture those subtext of the birds when they are doing the feeding or the looking up, looking down. The second thing is to use creative composition to do it. So that's why I talk about the internal and external. The external is about the bird doing things. Internal is like the subtext of it, and also like what is the color, what is the composition, what is the pattern, what are the leading lines and those things. And everything has to be combined to create a photo. But anyway, so yeah, so I hope that answers your question. Yeah, give another applause to Kathy.
I think Protik is here now, if you wanted to.
Protik, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, so let me pull up the photos that you have, and then let me here. Okay, so you want to say a few words about the emotion of birds? Okay, now I'm sharing your screen. I mean the screen for your photos. Which one do you want me to click it out?
Actually, can you refresh?
Oh, you can see it? Can you guys see my screen? No?
I can see, but can you refresh the page, please?
I can see.
Okay.
No, refresh the web page.
Oh, you have some good stuff. Okay.
Okay. So the topic is like, emotion.
Yes, for the bird. So for example, let me show you that. So Protik posted a photo, and that photo, where's the link here? So this photo right here, I'm gonna click on bigger. So this photo got like 13,000 likes in here. 14,000 likes in here. So for me, I always stress my friends and those to submit to multiple places, because if there's one place that your photo has a lot of likes or something, it doesn't really mean anything. It might be just because people just love that species or something. If you post a photo of some dedicated special group, they all like it. But if you post on different groups and if it has very similar kind of reaction, that's when you can test that the photos have that. So for example, can you say a few things about how you get that photo and why do you think that photo really evoke emotion? This one. Can you see that?
Did we lose
Nope.
Protik?
I think Protik just his camera just froze. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is always disruption always follows intention. That's what we learn in photography too. So anyway, so I can say a few words before Protik come back. So this photo, so Kathy, if you look into this photo, right, you see the birds feeding, but what you see is like this one is with the bill open, this one is feeding, this one is looking up, this one is like squeezing the head. So this has 4 levels of emotion already, and people can totally relate. And that's why we love bird photography and wildlife photography that much, right? Because we can totally feel that it's pretty amazing that this bird can stand vertical on a tree branch and then feed the 4 hungry babies and then just bring this sweet smile. The problem is things that people don't realize is when you see this tree trunk, right, this is darker color and also a lot of texture in it. And then these birds are all like fluffy and colorful. So that also create another layer of the emotion, which is the rough versus fluffy, and then lively versus kind of that, like this. And then the attention of is it the mother flicker feeding them. And then you see like looking up, right? That's what I talk about in those ones. So Protik was able to convey this one, and then peeking out from a little room is what I call the frame in frame, which I'm going to share with you guys in a bit about the creative composition. Every time when it's coming back, every time when people see a picture with a frame in a frame, they just react to it very interestingly. I don't know why. Like this one is something I never find out. But if you have some photos, that is almost like if you have an animal's body with another frame in it. So in Wildlife Photographer of the Year, in the 1980s and in the 1990s, and also in the last few years, multiple photos have won, and it's all the elephants in another frame of the elephants. Anybody knows which photos I'm talking about? So they took about the underbelly of an elephant, and then through the opening, they saw another elephant there. And that photo kept on winning. So I did a lot of research onto this. I can memorize everything. And then I said, oh, that is very interesting. Let me try it. So, and then I went out and then I tried it on a bear photo. And what I do, so for some of you like Kathy and some other people asking me, so Tin Man, when I see the animals, I got so confused. Like, what do I do? But when you understand, so like if I were with Protik at that moment, I'll tell Protik, frame in frame, 4 versus 1, small versus big, and then open bill with closed bill, feeding versus looking up, rough versus tough, darker color versus bright color. So I can see 6 different emotion stacking here. So once you do that, then you know that the photo is gonna work. Protik, are you back?
Yes, I am back. Sorry, my computer was giving me
Totally
problem.
now.
I changed my
Yeah.
computer. No.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, you want to say a few more words about why, like, any insights about the emotion, like birds? You are expert in birds, right? So how do you evoke more emotion?
Mhm. Yeah, you watch it like, unusual behavior and human-like behavior, behaviors that human can relate with. For example, here, you have babies, right? And a mom, right? Human can easily relate with that. But if some bird is like, just, sitting in a post doing nothing, that's an example where we don't have much to relate with. So just like Tin Man is saying, this kind of scenes, like we can relate with much more easily because it's, I mean, we can, translate it to what humans do. So usually those things, work. Um, More example would be like this one, or things that have stories. So things that has stories always work. Here the story is a dad osprey is bringing a fish for its chick, and then the mother osprey is on the right. So basically you can see the difference by the color of the eyes. So the orange eye on the left, that is actually the small bird, baby bird that just grown up a little bit more, almost looks like the mother, but that's the baby. And you can see the mother. So they have been waiting all day for the dad to, bring the food for them. So here is the moment where, dad is bringing the food. So decisive moment, that those kind of things always work. People or human beings like those, rare moments where things come together. That's why, we like landscape shots that are sunrise or sunsets or some things that is fleeting. So those usually evoke emotions.
Yes, thank you very much, Protik. All right. So, like for example, this photo is 17,000. So that is exactly what I meant by being an amateur or going pro. So for like I have taken so many photos of ospreys, right, waiting for a telephone pole for them to take up or stuff like that. But all you need, is just some creativity. So for example, Protik, like, can you explain a little bit about that composition? How do you come up with that? And why do you think this is what makes it work?
Yeah. So the composition here is like, I blocked it this way so that it's more graphic composition. So basically, it's a kind of centralized composition, which usually doesn't work. But here, you can see that, from the corners, your eyes, the wings, is bringing your eyes down, to the middle, and you can see the fish. And then from the bottom two corners also, we are seeing the leading lines in terms of the birds themselves, to the fish. So basically everything is converging to one point kind of, and making this, thing, image like, more stronger,
Yes.
balanced.
Yes. All right. So yeah. So so what we are looking for, like for example, this one is what I'm talking about. If the bird is just singing, it's not gonna be like, you probably can get like 100 reactions and stuff. But when it is like a golden background, right, Pratik, then you get 7,000. So what I mean is that, Tim, man, I don't care about the lights. But can you imagine if you are trying to do a business, like trying to start a career? If the photo can reach 10 people with a response versus 7,000, or like what Pratik was doing in like one of the other photos, where's the gray grays, for example, this one, right? 1,000 comments and 80,000 likes, right? So that is what really make the difference in terms of the reach and the reaction, is that you have to look into the whole frame and really be super brutally honest for yourself about every element. Does it help with that story to do it? So for example, this one is like this is it like golfer holding his dear life or her dear life onto this little branch and then do it. So these are the little things that add to the photo, and also this glow in the surrounding makes the huge difference. And that's what I told the VIP in the beginning. Is all about these small details. How I wish I can share with you the difference, but it's very difficult to explain unless people who can share their photos, and you can immediately see the difference. And right, for particular, you also went through the process before, right? When you post a photo, there's no response, and something that is catches on. Like, can you share with us some more about like what do you think is that difference?
Well, I'm still learning that, first of all. Yeah, I think the difference is, like distraction, like it has to be distraction free, or, the background has to be conducive to the story. Basically, it has to add to the story. Like, for example, the flicker shot, the background is not distraction free, right? It has all the, it has the, like the bark of the tree, but still, it adds to it. It doesn't take, the distraction is not strong enough to take our mind off those, four little chicks and the mom. So yeah, the mood has to be there. And like Tim Man said, implementation, that is the first step. Then we have to have the right background, and then we have to have the emotion. So whenever we have the emotion, then people usually react. If we don't get the emotion, then we just can't go to that third level. And once we are in the third level, things starts working, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it can go pretty crazy. I tell you, like when you get 80,000 likes and thousands of comments and people say, "Can I buy a print?" and stuff like that, then it is really, that is the ingredients of that. And so the key thing here, the things to remember, everybody type in the chat, is the subtext. Write down the subtext. Like every time when you post a photo, you have to ask yourself this question, like, what is the subtext, the universal language that I'm trying to convey? And if there is none there, then like if it's not too obvious, then it will be difficult, right? So so that thank you very much, Protik, onto this one. So so Donald would help me to collect the questions, but since we have another 30 minutes before Mr. Steve Freligh is gonna talk about nature's best photography, so I just wanted to um, wave at you guys and then share a few more things. So right now, so you have the decision to go pro. I want everybody to write down on the paper that you said, I'm going pro and I'm going to be the best in the world. And then what I want you to do is have that conviction. Really say it like you mean it. Like when I was in with the fox, is that I'm not painful. I have to go because I want to save this animal. I want to express my feeling. I want people to see this amazing thing. So this is the drive. So the conviction, and then write down a date. Like just look at your calendar, maybe in a month or two. Just say that by this date, I will master all the techniques to become legendary photographer. Just say it out loud, and then it will happen. So trust me on that. Because like when I signed up for this $100,000, like all these tours and stuff, I don't have the money. But then I was able to come up with the money, here and there, stuff like that. So once you set this conviction, that changes everything, so that you don't allow yourself to have mediocre photo. Everybody type mediocre, amateur. So you don't want that. You are going pro. You are going to have the top level photos like that. Okay, everybody? Okay, good. All right. So let me go on to the next one. So this one.
Tin Man,
Yes.
were we going to take a break at the hour-and-a-half mark?
Okay. Yes. Let's take a 5 minutes break, and then I'm going to share with you the overarching system of this new system which allows me, Pratik, Donald, everybody to take amazing photos. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right.
Right.
Okay. checking on some comments. Very good. You guys are doing great. You guys are really writing down the feeling and everything. So thank you very much for participation. So again, like before we talk about the overarching system, there's nothing more important than now to really take action, to go pro, and decided that the world definitely needs to hear your voice. And I heard a quote like, if you can't, you must. So I remember when I met a client of mine a few years ago. Her name is Lana, and she at the time she was spent a few years. She told me that she wanted to get a publication in Nat Geo. I don't know if she's in the audience. Maybe if you have, say wave at us. So she tried to get into Nat Geo for a few years, but then she decided to go pro. She decided to take action, and what happened next was she immediately tried to up her game in photography, and then she learned about how to evoke emotion and those, and then she got an 8-page publication in Nat Geo Germany. And so that's the slide is Lana, and I'm super proud of her accomplishment. And I just had a call with her a few days ago just to catch up. And not only did she get a publication in Nat Geo, but what really amazes me was she became a Nat Geo explorer. So she had a grant to do her research for conservation, and she was ambassador for multiple brands and also Girls Who Click, which is a conservation organization. And also she is now a judge for Nature TTL Photographer of the Year. So like, I just want you guys to know, like, if you were like me, like spending 10 years in Barnes and Noble, not doing anything versus somebody, like, she doesn't know, but then you just take action, have that conviction. And then can you imagine, like this few years, I just met her 4 years ago or something, and now she's full-time doing Nat Geo. So that is something that I just want to share with you guys, to have that expectation from you and believe on yourself. That really makes a difference. So with that said, I just want to share with you the overarching system of what I call the legendary photographer's framework, blueprint. So what I mean is, so in the beginning, we talk about that we have spent a lot of money on trips and, a lot of money on the gear. And the problem is photographer leaders, they have unlimited time in the field. Much longer than us, at least, so they can go year after year. And then we have that the illusion that we feel that the only way to get to that level is by keep going into these trips. And if like 30 years later, then we'll become like that. But what I learned is that there is some ways to do it much quicker. So like, a lot of people, when you buy a class, when you buy a mentorship, and I kept telling my students as well, people would be asking me or some other people like how many hours are there in the tutorial? If it's doesn't have like 100 hours of tutorials, 500 PDFs and stuff, I think that it's not worth it. But like, if I can switch that thinking, like, what if I tell you that there is a way that if instead of watching 500 hours of videos, instead of reading 500 PDFs, each one have 100 pages, if all the secrets is in one page, would you rather take that? So that's why I wanted to create that transformation for my students. Is sometimes they might not even know that when they are winning a lot of awards and those, they already reached that level. And then all the rest of the work is how to get their work known by the world, right? So that is what I believe in. But anyway, so let me write down what I mean by the 4 systems. So, okay, that shows. So this is point A, this is point Z. So how do we want to shorten the path to become legendary? Really has a system. So the number 1 step. So there's really 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Don't you like that? Type in a yes if you think this is easy and you like it. So the first step is decide. So that's what we talk about in the first hour. Is super important. Let me just put my face closer to here. Decide. And then the second one is called previsualize. So what I mean by pre-visualize is before I did that, I just go out, see the bird, take a lot of photos, but it's all went into a waste. Nobody react to it. Then, we can't really make any change, make any difference in people's, right? But once I learn about pre-visualization, meaning there are a few components of that pre-visualization, which is number one, I understand that a lot of the tools, a lot of the places would not be able to help me to create photos that convey emotion. But it's okay. It's totally fine with that, because what I want you to know is that to be aware of that. Like, oh, this place is gonna be very difficult to get amazing photos. For example, Pantano. To me, I still couldn't figure out a way to get great photos from Pantano. I mean, some of you get some good photos, but that the chances you get a good photos, or the mountain gorillas, the place is full of distractions and all this. So if you plan on going for 10 trips there, of course, you definitely would get a good photo. But if what we want, people who have full-time job, people who wanted to do this photography part-time, but want to create photos that really create emotion and make a difference, is we want to have the shortest time to be well regarded as one of the top photographers. And then we have a lot of followers. We can, support our living, or we can create a lot of influence. And then also you'll be well respected by the peers, right? If you want to do that first, so once we reach that level, then you can do your own creation. You can go to Pantano, you can do all these things. But I want you to have the shortest time to go that route. So you have to think about something different, which is why you have to really understand, if I'm going to a place, is that place going to allow me for a lot of these amazing photos? And for example, like I went to Lake Clark National Park for many years, but the place is actually very difficult to get good photos. Believe it or not, you're right there with the bears, you're right there with the landscape. The bears are very close to you in Alaska. But it took me 10 years to realize how to solve the problem. So nature is always like a puzzle. And if you don't know how to solve the problem of those photos, like what I just showed you before, right? Like every single one of those photos have disastrous distraction that would not allow people to react to it. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I mean by this pre-visualization. So Kathy and some others asked me that question. So I'm going to share with you. Pre-visualization is think about the location. Is it gonna be good for anything that has photo that evoke emotion, and what are the components of that? So everybody type in the chat, what is the most important thing I taught you about today? Human nature, right? So human nature, in order to understand what human nature is, so for a photo to work, right, there are a few components. So the number one component is you have to grab the attention immediately. So, so what I mean by that is people are browsing for your photos, editors and judges. They look, what they're looking at is a small thumbnail, like this tiny little thumbnail here. So if your thumbnail doesn't get their attention, is full of distractions and stuff, it's not gonna work. So what I suggest you to do is to zoom out of your image and then look at the small thumbnail and see if there is anything. Just be brutally honest to yourself. Anything that is unusual, anything that is unexpected that may make people to click on the photo. So for example, like a darker background, a golden background, or some composition. For example, like if I'm here, this is all white, and then this is like a dark silhouette. So those, from a thumbnail level, you get people to say, oh, I want to click open to see what it is, right? So that is the number one thing. So if your photo doesn't even have that, then you'll be like, oh, I have this amazing bear. So that's gonna be the number one thing. So it's the unexpectedness in the thumbnail level, okay? So this, everybody with me type in yes, the thumbnail level. And then the second thing, because I'm going to test you in a bit, because what I'm planning to do is at about in about an hour or so, we are going to go to a marathon run on the editing. I'm going to give critique instead of teaching. I'm going to go with you on that. So this is number one. Number two thing is human nature. They want you to get rid of discomfort and lead them into pleasure. Everybody with me on that? Type a yes. discomfort and pleasure is really what drives the photos. So what I mean by discomfort, I was in Zimbabwe. I flew 40 hours to go to Zimbabwe to take photos a few months ago. The first day I arrived, I was so tired. I want to go to sleep. And guess what? There was a mosquito who kept on flying on my left ear to my right ear. It's like, the whole night I couldn't sleep. So it ruined my first few days of photography too, because I was so sleepy. So that's discomfort, distraction. So any kind of distractions in the photos, just be brutally honest with you. You guys want me to be real? Look around your photos. If there is any distraction, the photo is done. So for me, that is what happened to me, that once I realized that it is so critical to make sure that, so I'm not saying that all you do is just to have foreground blur and background blur and then the animal. That will be like doing an assignment. I hate homework, right? So you don't want to do that. So you have to ask yourself if the background helps the story. For example, Protik just pointed out about that photo, right? The tree trunk actually helps the photo because of the rough texture and those kind of things. So you have to make sure that you compose the photo, you move around to make sure that there is no distraction. So several distractions that I can point to you. Number one is, tall grass and all these distractions. And number two is harsh lights. When the harsh, so in the middle of the day, you go out, you don't look good in your photo because the light casts a shadow on your eyes, eye bags and those. And for animals, if they have fur, if they have feathers, it's much worse, believe me. So in those harsh shadow moments, the photo is gonna be super distracting. Why? Human nature, we are always looking for the little distraction because we want to survive. Like this is the survival mechanism. Anything that is unusual, like weird and stuff, we just look at them and then we forgot to look at the real story of the photo, right? And we as humans are super sensitive. Like you wouldn't even believe it. Like once you point out about that or they see it, they'll never look at your photo again. It's done deal. So distraction is very important, like the shadow, the tall grass and all these things. And once you make sure that you don't have that, and a lot of people will say, but it was so weird. Like Kathy and some other was asking me, like I was sure that in the moment I didn't see those grass and stuff, but then in the photo it seems to be there. It's because what we are doing is human. We have like two eyes looking at the thing. So anytime when we move a little bit or the animal move a little bit, our two eyes would create a stereo image, like actually two images from different perspectives. Sorry about the technical thing because I actually studied that in my graduate school. Once we have these two images in our brain, the visual cortex will mess stuff up again, just like the checkerboard thing. It will create a 3D thing that separates all these tall grasses from the animals. So when we are taking photos, we would not be able to distinguish the distractions from the animals. And it took me a lot of time to divorce myself from that moment because our brain is wired to do that. This is some crazy stuff. So like that's why when you look at a video, sometimes with all these distractions, we don't pay attention to it because in a video, we automatically create this three-dimensional feeling. So we separate the thing. But when you have an animal, like an animal right here, like this is a bobcat. Well, this is a mountain lion cub. and then again, there's some shapes too. So if there's a branch that come out right here, you will not be able to see it in the field, but when you go back, when you show people, people only see a two-dimensional image. Then they will only look at this one. They will not look at the cub. Anybody with me on that one? So I spend 80% of the time in every trip to make sure that there's a chance that the background would be good. And if we have time, we will talk more about how to create this background. So it's not like, oh, Tim, man, the place is full of grass, then this is a non-photo place, I'm not going to go. No, we always have to, which is actually the step 3 that I'm going to talk about, is called the improvise. So how many of you type in the yes? that agree with me that nature is never perfect, right? Every time you expect something to happen, it doesn't happen. Every time you expect that the habitat is perfect, it doesn't happen. Whether everything, so we always have to improvise, which is like when the background is full of grass, we try to get lower, we try to get higher, we try to use the light and the shadow and all these things to create something that would be good. So for example, if the background is really messy, and then if the animal is right there, one idea that I can share with you is you wait for the sunrise and sunset when the light is only shining on the animal, but then the background will be in the shadow. And because for our cameras, the cameras have limited dynamic range, and human nature doesn't. So human nature, when we look at a dark place, automatically will brighten it. Right? So we go to a dark room, after a few minutes, right, your dilation pupil, and then you can see the dark thing. But for cameras, if it is exposed for the bright animals on the light area, the limited dynamic range will create a really dark background, losing all the details in the shadow. So that is one way to handle that kind of background. So there are so many methods that I wrote down in my notebook that when I go into the field, I automatically knows, okay, this is impossible. But if the animal moves to this side, I have a way to create something that doesn't have any discomfort, right? So that is the discomfort thing. And then afterwards, you have to lead people to pleasure. So what do I mean by, so the keyword is lead people to the pleasure. So everybody when they look at your photo, they're lazy, and the first thing they want to tell you is that, oh, I just want an excuse to look at the other photos. I just want an excuse to go to YouTube, right? So they're always looking for this. So you have to give them some guidance. So what I mean by that guidance is, if you look at the four corners of your photos, see if you have a chance to have some leading lines or some textures that kind of like an arrow pointing to the animal. So if people see that, like I was in a Smithsonian exhibit for Nature's Best, and I see that like 40 out of 50 photos have that leading line from the lower left. And for landscape photography, it is very popular use, but for wildlife, it's more difficult because we're using long lens. So you still have to pay attention to do that. So that is the pleasure thing. So once you have the way to, in order to lead them to the pleasure thing, so I have to point to you that, so for example, you have to use the brightness and darkness, and then the color temperature, and then also the contrast or something. So just always look around the animal and see if you can move yourself around to find out those ingredients to help the image to lead it to the eyes of the animal, or maybe to the behavior of the animal. And then afterwards, the final thing is the climax, right? What we mean by really the story. So yes,
it's hard to see what you've written there if somebody's trying to take notes real quick. If you could get in close there.
Yeah, I think, it's the key to, move the mic a little bit, to the side like this, so that I can focus.
All right. Yeah, God. I was using f8 already, and then the 50 millimeter is still not getting it. But so you see, so number one is unexpected thumbnail, and then the away from discomfort and towards the pleasure. And then afterwards is the story of the thing. That's what we have been talking about, the universal language. What is the things behind what we see, like curiosity, mystery, scary, shock, playful, love, caring, all these things we can convey in the animals, like the playful cubs and those kind of things really, because the thing is, I think ultimately we humans on this earth wanted to have some companion and friends who are also stuck on earth, and if we can find that connection, that's how we create that wonder in our heart. And when the viewers see that, that's why they say, oh my God, like this, I can totally relate to them. Like that is why it is so important to have that internal and external thing. So the internal is the subtext, right? The external is what I say about like how the color is leading and all these things. And I don't know if I have enough time to talk about something. So like the slides, but also another thing that I also want to point out to you is there's something that is super, super important also on human nature. And it is what I call, so for example, if I create a photo, so for example, like a photo, like, how do I say it? So for example, you see that this is like the photo, right? And I'm the animal. And if I don't show the whole body, but I'm coming into the frame like this, and see me like that, do you know what humans are gonna do? So the photo only has like part of me in here, but then I'm coming into the frame. Us human would not be able to stop imagining what is outside the frame. So if they imagine that, oh, there's a Tin Man Lee, part of it is outside the frame, you complete me outside the frame. And guess what? What is that effect? That effect will make me look bigger than the frame. Can you imagine? You can actually harness the imagination of the viewers into something that is bigger than the image. So it's basically larger than life. You say, oh my God, I don't understand why this image creates such a powerful thing. So I study a lot of the photos and I never understand, because most of the gurus would taught me like the whole animal in the frame, like all the feathers sharp, the tail sharp, everything like that. But then when I post it, like people doesn't react to it. But the more I hide away the animal, the more mystery I create. People gone crazy. He was like, oh, how do you create that? So that is something that I call the co-creation. So because once you are able, so I'm going to look back into the camera here because I am just writing for the sake of writing, but you guys get the idea. If you can create a photo that has that co-creation in it. So for example, if you have some composition, for example, like Protik's photo right there, when people look at it, at first they say, oh, what are we looking at? Like, how come there's two things coming in and then one thing close up? What you do is you create a little bit of confusion. When people look at it, they don't even know what they're looking at, and they have to use a little bit of brain power to process what they're looking at. And that's why, like, I remember I went for a trip in the Arctic, and some of the participants was trying to put together a puzzle, and we are in photography, right? But when there's a game of puzzle, but they didn't sleep the whole night trying to finish it. Why? Why is that? Because once you started the puzzle, you can't stop it. The drive is like that. So it's exactly when you can create a little bit of puzzle, but don't make it too complicated. Like if you have a completely abstract photo, people are not gonna put in the brain power. But if you have that little simple puzzle for people to solve, like Protik's photo and some photos where like the animal is walking into the frame, that co-creation, like the photo is no longer yours, it's ours. Anybody get that? So the human nature, co-creation, away from the from the distraction, and then bringing them in, and then the internal power. So that is sorry about that. And then let's go back into here. So okay, so that is the previsualization. So you have to understand that, and then you look for those in the field, and then the improvise is is red. Is exactly like, so the nature is never the way it is. So you have to quickly be on your field. Like when you go into the field, you immediately look around and say, oh my God, all my pre-visualization might not work. But how do I improve on that? So I've only seen a few photographers who move very quickly. They look for these opportunities, immediately adapt to it. And I think Federico Veronici gave me a good way to say that. On 2 seconds of hesitation, you think about the photo before you press the shutter makes all the difference. And that is what improvision is. The improvise is like, okay, there's a tall branch here. It's not going to work. The photo is not going to work. You move a little bit and then avoid that. Instead of saying that, okay, I'm going to take 1,000 photos of the same thing, because it's not going to work, right? So you have to understand what is the underlying thing, and then you do the improvise. And then find
the question.
Yeah, go ahead. What's that? Protik, you're mute.
Oh, sorry. Gary has a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to read that for you?
Yeah.
Gary's question is, what were the 5 process things brightness, darkness, temperature. What were the other two?
So it's really the the yin and yang of the nature really. So it's a very good question, Gary. Thank you. So brightness and darkness, and then the color temperature, warm color versus cold color, and the contrast, like contrast versus like blurry. That's another one. And also, sharpness as well, like the more sharpness towards the eyes, less sharpness outside, and also the surrounding of the eyes, like the left and the right side. Like if I show you that, like this part, for example, this part here, you don't sharpen this because of the whole thing about Leonardo da Vinci. So that is it. Did I miss anything, Donna and Protik?
No, I think that is my.
Yeah. Yeah, so those things are what you're looking for, and so like if you have a darker background and then the light glowing on the animals, the evolution of the humans couldn't look away from them. There's like an energy that pulls them in, and if you notice that, and when you are in the field and you see that, okay, this is that photo, you know that this is the photo that like right now, I have been doing so many critiques and stuff and judging. So I can't like immediately know like what are the photos that will work. And when you post it, then you can see that kind of reaction. So so I hope that helps. So basically the four things that brightness, darkness, color, warmth and cold, the texture, like the contrast, and then also the sharpness. I think those are some of the things, right? Of course, there are some other things. For example, so those are just the exterior thing. So there are also something that is more different, which is like, for example, if you have an animal like a mother fox with the small versus big is another pair of contrast. And then if like if one animal is on top, one animal is like kind of bottom, like, you know what I mean now, right? So always look for this kind of contrast. For example, if one animal, like there are 3 owls and one of them is yawning, then you know that that's it, because people can always relate to, like there's always one of them, that is the subtext. And then when you post it, like you're almost sure that people are gonna go crazy. And yeah, so those are the stuff that we're talking about. So so finally, we are gonna talk about the last part. So this last part, this part is called, very simply called post. So post right here. So what I mean by post is not just like, post everywhere, post everything. What we are taking in the camera is a raw file, right? So raw file has 10 or 14 bits. What I mean, I'm not really like the technical person, even actually I am, but I'm not going to talk about the technical stuff. What it means is that the typical monitors, if you look at it, they cannot display all the data in a raw file. So you actually got more data than you can see, and the computer doesn't know what you actually want to see. So when you click on a photo, it doesn't look like what I saw in the field. It's because the computer, there are so many colors hidden in the file, so many details in it, that the computer just was guesstimating what you want. So you actually have to know how to do post-processing to first bring out all the potential in the photo while making it still natural. Number two is, in all the like social media contest, which contest, for example, some European contests, they may like backlit more than frontlit, and then for the national US contest, they like more frontlit with behavior. So it's also human nature. So you can study the judges, you can study all the things to understand what it is before you even process the photo, or before you even pick the photos into those, because what you want is instead of just winning an award or something, what we want is we think further away. So for example, if there is a photo contest that is number one, prestigious, and number two, if it has an exhibit after the contest, then if you win the award, you actually get to go to the exhibit, and then you suddenly have a photo that you exhibited. And then when you do the exhibit, you can meet people, like, sometimes like Nat Geo photographers would come, and then you make that network. And then the photos will be broadcasted in all the news media, and then publication. And often you can get tons of publication. And in a bit, maybe in an hour or so, I'll actually invite Torie, one of our superstar photographer clients. And so she was able to, in a very short time, garner like lots of awards and lots of publication and those. So that's why I totally believe that if you know how to play that game, make the best use of photography contests to help you, because it can take you years to get a publication in a magazine. But if you win an award instantly, because sometimes it's broadcasted into many publications. And when you have that, with that credentials, I like some of my clients told me that, Tin Man, this is what we call the, not the recognition, is the credentials. Because if we want to create a difference, we want to have some credentials, right? And those would give us that credentials in the shortest time, with publication, with awards, and with the reach, right? So, and also there's one very important thing, which is, please pay attention to it now. Like, for example, how many of you know the grand prize winners for like the major awards last year, the last two years? For example, Wildlife Photographer of the Year, Nature's Best, GDT, Nature Photographer of the Year, all these photo contests. Do you all know which one really won? Like, type in the yes if you don't know, if you're not very sure. Okay, that is good. So that is very weird. Anybody, because we were doing photography, and back in the days, I would be paying so much attention to photo contests. I would be studying them like crazy. I'll buy the magazines and stuff like that, and I memorize all the settings, all the places and stuff. But then in the last 5 or 10 years, things have changed. And what have changed? Do you guys know? Anybody knows? You may not know, but let me tell you what I realized. Is that now there's nothing to hide. When there's social media, what happens is, when you're good, people will find you. If you're not that good, if you're just lucky, people will also realize it. And then you expose yourself. So what I mean by that is human nature. If you won a big prize in photography contest, what people are going to do is they look at your photo and say, oh, my amazing photo. They will click on the link to your social media, to your website. And what happens? There's only one good photo. The other photos, I don't feel anything. Distractions, pain, amateur. Everybody type amateur. So you know that this is an amateur. So what do? You don't follow them. You forget about them. This is as real as crazy nowadays. So this is something that I would just realize. Before that, once you won just one award, you're done. You're done for your career. Like, oh, I'm the winner of this award and stuff. But now, which is actually super awesome. Do you guys get what I mean? Type in yes, this is very important. So now is actually perfect, because sometimes, like when somebody won an award, is not fair or whatever, right? But now everything is fair. People can go into your portfolio and look at that. So how do we harness that? Do we not submit to photo contests? No. Photo contest is super awesome because humans are just drawn. Human pay attention to authority. When you win an award, it is very good. So we still have to try to find out all the prestigious awards, which have a lot of publication, which is why I want to invite Mr. Steve Freligh in a bit to give a talk. But before we talk about that, I want to also share with you is that when you master this model right here, having a consistent portfolio of photos that evoke the emotion, what happens is when you win an award, then that is the quantum leap. When people click on it, I shouldn't brag, but like when people suddenly saw my YouTube video and they say, oh, this Chinese dude, like what is he talking about? Like, it's a strong accent and stuff, but like look at the photo and say, oh, and then they binge watch it, and then they follow me, and then and so, which is also, so what you do is you harness that by going into the photo contest, try to understand what they're looking for. Of course, you submit the best photos as well, but also kind of understand what are the ingredients of what they're looking for. For example, like Nature's Best Photography, I'll let Steve look at it, but they like to pick on the photos that have like perfect background, and then that dreamy purity kind of thing. I don't know. You guys can ask him a little bit. But once you won that, for example, I won the award in about 10 years ago, got into Smithsonian, and I bring all my friends and peoples in, and like at the time, I didn't have social media, so it took many years to build it. But right now, if you have a strong portfolio, so actually don't post your crappy photos online because like you say, oh, look at this amazing behavior that I want to share with you. And the problem is like that. So this is another thing that is super, super important for you is, so I was doing some coaching call, like some phone call before, and I was talking to, not to say any bad things about this photographer, but so he sent me his portfolio, like his Instagram page for me to look at, and I look at so for Instagram there are like the pin photo right on the top. Right? Anybody know what I'm talking about? So you can pin the photo to the top, and then I look at the photos of the first few, and I look at it. And I have nothing to advise you. You're good. so I don't usually say that, but I would not pick something to like if they are good, right? They are good. So I said, this is perfect. You don't even need to call me. Like you're doing fine. Like congratulations. And then so I started to go down and see if I have anything to see to give you advice. And then once I go down, the photo was absolutely terrible. Like the background was really bad, and then the lighting was all messed up. And I was like, how did that happen? And then he suddenly like, in a way said like, Tim, I just want to ask you, like, is it okay to like change the background? I said, no. And I said, did you change the background for these photos? And I said, oh yeah, I didn't know that it's not allowed. And so I darkened the background completely, and then I removed the tall grass and stuff. And so it's so when you do that, of course, nobody is going to find out. Like if you do everything on your photos like that. But the problem is that anything up there we know too, right? So, and then also eventually, one time if you forget, then people will find out. So that is why in the portfolio, number one, you don't post photos that doesn't evoke emotion and stuff. You have to have a high quality. The second thing is you have to be very careful. Don't take the shortcut, because I'm not trying to stop you from taking the shortcut. I just want to tell you that the consequence can be really bad. Because once people realize that you have that kind of photos, guess what? I'm not going to trust any of your photos. I think like no matter how hard you work for your photos next time, I look at your photo and say, yeah, you changed the background. Yeah. And then I talk to my friends. Yeah, this guy, this girl, you changed the background. And then, social media is like this crazy thing. And actually, I have a lot of haters too. but this is actually super, super important for you to know. But what I want to say is if you harness the awards and the portfolio together, that's when you have super fans who would buy your prints, who would follow you, who would help you to make a difference in the world. So so that's that. And I don't know if Donald, can you look for see if Mr. Freligh is in the call?
I believe he was here a minute ago.
Okay, fantastic. So let me make him a co-host. So you guys are ready. So just a few words before we begin, Mr. Freligh. So what I heard is that he actually has a cold, and but then he is so happy, excited to share with us some of his experience. So he's still coming. So just thank you so much, Steve. So my life was completely changed because of Nature's Best. I started photography because I read a magazine in Barnes and Noble when I was an amateur, when I was still hiding. I saw this magazine. I said, this is insane. This photos I'll never be able to do that. I look at every photo, say, reciting the settings, the tactics. So sorry, reciting the tactics every day. Reciting the tactics every day. Yeah, and then eventually I decided to go pro, and then I won the Smithsonian, and And that's what really happens. So I want you guys to all give a warm welcome to Mr. Steve Freligh, who is the co-founder of Nature's Best. And then Steve, are you on?
I am.
Okay, let me look for you here. Where are you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We're getting some
Can you hear me?
background noises
Can you
somehow.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Should I yeah?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. My internet doesn't seem that stable right now, but can you hear me and see me?
Yes. I mean, it's a little bit kind of intermittent, but yeah, we can hear you.
Um, should I go off audio? I mean, not audio, but video.
Yeah, you can try it. You can stop the video and see if it helps. Okay, so I can see that the video is stopped. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Yeah, I don't know if it helped, but yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, and maybe a little bit better.
Can you
Yes.
hear me? Great.
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, shall I just jump in and say a few words, or just
Yes.
take it from here?
Yes. Just
Okay.
yeah.
Well, Tin Man, thank you for your kind introduction there. I'm so happy to be here with everybody today. Even though I'm not on video with you right now, I'm smiling from ear to ear. Tin Man, you've always been an inspiration for all of us, for so many years. And I don't know if any of you saw earlier when I did have video, but Tin Man's photograph is hanging in the back of our or at least by the windows of my office. So we think of you every day, Tin Man, and we so appreciate you not only sharing your vast experience in the field and your technical expertise too, but also your kindness, Tin Man. You've always been there, and sharing your emotions toward nature photography, toward other photographers, and for the beauty that these incredible images from all of you, bring to the public. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm fighting a cold right now, so if I
Did we just lose Steve?
No, sorry, I just
Yeah.
muted everybody. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can maybe you can help.
Okay. All right. Well then, what I was saying was I'm fighting a little bit of a cold right now. So if I start coughing or sneezing, please accept my apologies in advance. Like many of you here today, and I recognize so many of the names here on your screen, I've been interested in nature and photography, most of my life. Growing up, on land not far from the Potomac River, I was surrounded by wildlife as a young man, and my parents didn't have to kick me out of the house to go outside and enjoy. I was woken up by barred owls and red-shouldered hawks and other wildlife luring me outdoors. It was a wonderful experience growing up, and I'm still living on the outskirts of that property now. But my very first camera was a Nickermat,
Yeah,
and I
so
took
I'm
that and I
sorry,
used
Steve.
it.
Hello. Hello, Steve. So sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. So it seems like people are having some difficulty in hearing. So what I'm thinking about is that possible that maybe you can use your phone to call in the Zoom call, and then because the phone will probably use
Sure.
the phone signals,
Sure.
and then we can try. And do you know that this you can use the same number if your phone has the Zoom app? Hopefully, then you can try to use
Yeah.
that
Sure.
to call in. Maybe that will be
Let's
see if that helps, and yeah, we can wait a little bit, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think right now there are a lot of echoes and a lot of intermittent thing in here. So what people have been doing, yeah. So what people have been doing for me, like that happens a lot, is that you can turn on your camera in the computer, and then you use your phone as the voice, and that may help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a break while I
Oh yeah, I mean,
while I
you
get
can.
this set up?
Yeah, yeah, you can try, and then maybe we can have answer some questions for now. If Donald has collected any of the questions, sorry to pick you out, Donald.
Oh, no, yeah. So, a couple of questions we had up here. Let's see. Do you ever use camouflage to get close to your subjects and not disturb them so you can see their natural behavior?
Okay, that's a very good question. So I don't. I do believe that there are a few species of animals that the camouflage will be good for that. But to me, a lot of the time for my photography, the animals already knows we are there. So what I use is more about observing their behavior and see if they are comfortable with me. Like how I can see is if they're doing their own things and like really not reacting to me or not looking at me or something, and that's how I do the my photography. But I think that also depends on a lot on what you are photographing. If so, what I learned in my experience is if the animals have not seen a lot of humans before, they're usually really skittish. And and my advice is that's gonna be an uphill battle if you're photographing those. So of course you can first build up the way to have a strong portfolio first, and then work on that. But if you really wanted to photograph them, then yeah. So because I know a lot of photographers who photograph some foxes, is to like go in the tents before sunrise, and then they don't go out, even bathroom break, nothing, and then stay there until dark, and then photographing them. The thing is, I did spend some time like that before, but not I mean not about the tennis thing. But what I realized is that there are a lot of photography opportunities for me that has a much higher ratio of me for creativity. So for you, like what you are trying to focus on maybe is to capture that special moment when they see you, like that, you know, that like that moment of the behavior. But there's quite a lot of what I learned is if you can get to a place where there are lots of animals there interacting, that will allow you to create more photos than going into that. And I know Donald has a lot of experience in camouflage, so maybe you can say a few words about that.
Yeah, sometimes I do use camouflage, or I just make sure that I go out in the field in muted colors. Nothing that's really bright, you know, nothing white that's going to draw the animal's eyes away from being or scared or things. Sometimes I'll use a throw over blind when I'm there, you know, just to make sure. I always carry that versus a tent because sometimes it's nice.
Yeah.
For the most part, you just don't want to be wearing anything that's going to scare the animal away or distract them. So I think a lot of times wearing green, browns, things like that, that's really good enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, that is very good question. But while we are waiting for Steve, I just think of a good idea, Donald,
Oh,
because
okay.
Donald has won an award in Nature's Best in the backyard photography. So I got a lot of questions from you guys about that. One of the challenges for photography is that you don't have time to travel. right? Or you know, these trips are costing more and more money. Like $20,000 is like the norm these days for some of the trips, and you go for 2 or 3, that is 60, 70,000 plus the flight. So is that even possible to get great photos like near where you live, right? So that's why we want to invite Mr. Donald Quintana to give us talk about that. Okay, here you go. No, I just share your photo.
Oh, thank you. So this photo I took within 20, I think it was like 21 miles. My home was the rules as you for nature's best backyard photos. And if you look around your area, there's plenty of things to photograph. Even in urban settings, you can do urban coyotes, you can do squirrels, birds, you have a park. I think there's always some place that around you that allows you the opportunity to photograph things close by, even in your backyard. I think the first photo contest I ever won was a picture of dandelions with dewdrops on them. I literally laid down on the ground and took in my backyard.
Mhm. So do you have any advice on people how to find local wildlife that are like can create award-winning photos?
Animals are a lot like people. They have habits and behaviors. So if you can spot a place where animals, they have their tracks or their scat, then you know that those animals frequent that area, like coyote scat. So if you can get there at the edges of the day, most animals are active right at first light or right when the sun sets. So those are the times to go out and see the animals, because they're not going to be out when people are out active during the day. So look at your parks, look for signs that animals are around, look for tracks and signs. That's what I do. And listen to see what people are saying around you. Talk to other photographers in your area. Ask them, hey, what are you seeing?
Mhm. Yeah, and so I have a few words about this photo, right? So for example, if you see this photo, do you like type a yes if you feel that this photo you can almost relate to the photo that Protik was taking with the flicker. You know, it's like this little little subtle movement and subtle things that really get this photo to, you know, go into that professional level. And also, you know, there's a leading, this is what I call the leading line on the lower left part. So when people are looking around, right, and then you see like, oh, this is leading line leading into these actions, and then they are big versus small, and then this one, everybody can feel this one, right? And then you may say like, oh, but Tin Man, there are like some grasses and like you know like this and stuff like that. So this is actually a very good example of what Donald is showing. So what I'm telling everybody is that it's not about every super perfect. Everything is about the subconscious. So if you get to a point where people know that, okay, there's something here, but then it's not like, this is so like the contrasty and stuff like that, then, you know, then that doesn't affect the movement of the eyes into this part. And then, you know, like this whole pattern of 3 versus 1, these colors complementing with the foxes and all this is what makes this photo winning an award, right? So you already knew it at the moment when that happens, right, Donald?
Yeah, it's one of those things, once you kind of start training your eye, you know when the moment's happening and you push the shutter button, you're like, that's the photo. I captured the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, a lot of things that I was taught when I first started was you had to have the animal's eyes looking directly at you for emotional impact.
Mm-hmm.
And I started going towards my photography where I wasn't actually getting the animals looking at me, because I wanted to capture their natural behavior, because I didn't want to bother them. I didn't want to disturb them. So when I sat with these foxes, I sat there hidden behind grass with my lens, waiting for that moment when I wasn't disturbing them. Because a lot of times when you get those animals eye contact, you can actually, you know, the animals are stressed. They know you're there. You're affecting their behavior. So with this one, it's like, you know, that was kind of what I was after, is natural behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also one thing I want to add about how to find animals, right? So I was gonna share with you something that happened between me and Donald, which is very important, and it is like you guys probably can relate to it. Like when you are new to photography, when you want to talk to somebody about like the sightings or send them some emails or questions and stuff, what do you get? Like when I was first started, when I show some people my photos and talk to them, they ignore me like I'm an outsider. Like you guys can relate to that, right? This is a problem about the photography world too. Like a lot of the photographers, like probably me too, like have a lot of egos. And then when you try to approach them, they're like assholes. Like they're like, who are you? Like look at your photos and it's like not good and they don't want to talk to you. They don't want to share anything. But what I learned is so that's why it's actually very important about this model right here is if you can first start it with a few photos, even with simple animals, like even like a coot, like some of the very good photographers like Andy Parkinson's, right? He has famous photo of the coots of a lot of won a lot of awards. So simple animals, but then if you know how to use the lighting, the emotion and those to get some of those photos, and then you have a strong portfolio and you win some awards. Guess what? Many, many years ago, I cold called Donald. I saw that he has some really good photos of bobcats, and I just cold call him. And people said, "You're crazy. Like this is gonna be egoistic. He's gonna ignore you." Right? But what happens was Donald replied me saying that, "Oh, Tin Man, I've seen your work. You won the cover of North American Nature Photography Association magazine. Right? You have that magazine with you." And said, "You are more than welcome to come up, and then I can show you around, and then take photos and stuff." So that is crazy. And then now I actually heard like one of my all-time favorite idol, Mr. Tom Mangelson, right? He's like one of the best polar bear photos ever that I always talk about. People have been telling me that this is so famous, so well regarded, protecting the animals. People will share info with him for $3.99, right? I don't know about you if Mr. Tom Mangelson is there. Sorry if I make it up. But the thing is, people respect authority. So if you have that credentials here, people will share info with you. So there's so many animal sightings and stuff like that. So number one is you have to have a very strong portfolio. Number two is you have to always stress about the ethics. Like you're not stressing the animal and stuff, so that when Donald saw me, like, can you tell people, like, shit, we haven't scripted this one. Like, what was your response when I approached you?
Oh crap, who's this guy? No, just kidding. It was warm. It was, welcoming. I checked out your photography. I knew that you were ethical. I knew that I didn't have to worry about sharing a location with you because I already knew your background, that, any information I shared with you, you were going to be very respectful towards the animals and the subjects and everything that we were doing. So I didn't worry about that. And I think that's very important when you look at somebody's portfolio to see that, they are concerned about the animals. They're not baiting them. They're not calling them in. They're not using all the little tricks and bells and whistles, and that makes it safe.
Yes, and then also I want to share another story about me that really shows the importance of photo contests and those. I don't know if Thang is in the call. So he's a good friend of mine. So I have a friend in California, and turned out that he won the bird category of Nature's Best Winner Smith Prize years ago, with the grips incoming with the golden background. Steve, I don't know if you remember that one. So one time I went into the field, and then he immediately walked to me and said, "Tin Man, you're the grand prize winner." And then he introduced me and said, "Oh my God, I like that grips photo of yours." We became good friends. And because of Nature's Best, he's always telling me about good info, good sighting. And then we go there, and then we're talking about how to create great photos and stuff. So like, this is amazing. So anyway, Steve, I don't know if you want to unmute and see if this time it works better.
Sure. Can you hear me better?
Oh, much better.
Yay. All right.
That is fantastic.
Good. I need to put the laptop away and work with my mobile device for sure.
See, so that's what improvise means. Everybody, we are talking about photography. Like
There we
everything
go.
goes wrong. Yes. And
There we
now,
go.
look at
Well,
that. Yes.
Well, I want to make a quick comment on what you were just last talking about, and that was the relationships that you build with one another. And I feel like I have one of the largest families in the world because here at Nature's Best, we try to get to know everybody on a personal level. as time allows. And what that does is it opens the door to learning more about photography, learning more about individual strategies. But most of all, what I've enjoyed is the introduction of one photographer to the next, because I think this community is so tight, but also so important to the future of conservation. And so I feel, I mean, I remember photographers coming to my home here in Virginia and sitting down at the table and enjoying a dinner together with my children. And the stories that they would tell and share, my kids' mouths were dropped wide open, and they were just so amazed by these celebrities that they had met. And it really it means a lot to us personally to connect one another through Nature's Best Photography or the vast number of photo competitions that are out there. We keep our eye on every contest, and we truly enjoy meeting new photographers, revisiting our times with seasoned photographers and all. So I just wanted to add that in.
Awesome. So a few questions before you go on is I want to know how did you get started with Nature's Best, and what was the landscape at the time? And I've seen a lot of magazines in Nature's Best where like you even know Dr. Jane Goodall.
Well, yeah.
and like, like, can you tell us more about that? And like, what is the vision of the contest, and how new photographers can make the best use of photo contests, for example, for conservation or for networking, anything? Yeah, please share.
Sure. Well, my journey in photography started years and years and years, too many to count. But I grew up on some land not far from the Potomac River, and so I was always exposed to wildlife and the nature around me. And a camera was the best way to travel around and capture it so I could bring it home. But back then, you had to process it. You had to wait for the slides to come back from the developer. I'm really dating myself, but nowadays you can get immediate response. But what was instilled years ago was this love for the outdoors and love for people who also enjoyed that activity, being outside, watching wildlife and such. And so that sort of carried through my teenage years into school, and then in traveling around after. And I basically, after school, I got a job with the National Wildlife Federation as one of their, I mean, I was really young at that point. I was an editorial assistant, and I always wanted to work on the photography side because National Wildlife is just such a wonderful publication. And in doing that, that was during a time when many of the editorial approaches to the outdoors were presented in more of an environmental manner, more environmental reporting and things like that. Whereas my goal, what I enjoyed most, were the beautiful images inspiring me to do more, inspiring me to support conservation and such. And so feel free to interrupt me anytime, Tim, man, but it really motivated myself and my wife, Deborah, to create a publication that would celebrate the beauty and diversity of nature through the art of photography and film. And so we launched Nature's Best Photography in 1995, and we never looked back. It was exciting, but in the process, we got to know the people like you were mentioning, Tom Mengelson, Jane Goodall, and other Art Wolf and Franz Lonting, and we were honored to have them participate in some of our programs. So it grew quickly. The success of our approach was clear and evident through newsstand sales, through online activity, and through events at the Smithsonian. So we kind of jumped into it and have never looked back.
Wow, that is fantastic. Thank you so much for that brief introduction of the contest. So what is the so we got quite a few questions on
Sure.
on the chat, and so maybe we can just talk from there. So that so Katie asked, thanks so much for being here, Steve. Quick question about the photo contest. How much processing editing is acceptable? That's always the question people ask.
Well, it went from years ago, of course, when you had a transparency, an original transparency that you were looking at, through the digital age. And now, we have all sorts of things to consider, right? And what we want to do is represent how the photographer saw that image in the field. That moment, that special moment, we want to see it as you saw it, and without the multitude of other post-production. However, we understand post-production and the need in some cases for it, but we don't want you, like what Tin Man was talking about, replacing a background or moving a bird into a landscape photo. We want to minimize the post-production and stay with the purity of the image capture itself. And that's one of the reasons why we asked for the raw files, if available, so that we can turn that over to our image specialists to be able to determine how much post-production was made. Of course, we trust everybody there in informing us on how much you've done on the image itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good answer. Thank you very much, and I hope that Katie answers you. So basically, the raw shouldn't be too much difference from the raw file. That's really the key concept. And then Garnett asked a good question as well. What is the number one mistake that people make when submitting images to Nature's Best competitions?
Not following the directions, in entering.
Really?
So
Okay.
yeah, because I gotta say, Tin Man, and everybody's listening, I feel that there's a story to be told in every image, and the only mistakes that we've seen, because we look through every image, and we're talking about our recent competition, over 25,000 image entries. And growing. And so we feel that even though there may be some technical issues in the entry process, that if the composition of the image and the content of the image is there, that it deserves us reaching out and saying, hey, you had a problem in submitting this file. Let's look at that again. Let's try to enter that again through our process. So if you were to focus on that, but the mistakes made are really in not reviewing your composition carefully, not doing your research on the kind of photographs Nature's Best is known for, and for perhaps not pushing the envelope a little bit and experimenting with new perspectives.
I see. So that is excellent.
Does that help?
Yes, that
Yeah.
that is really helpful, because I mean, even for me judging photo contests as well, there are I think that is actually a good point. I was sharing with Donna and Protik before. So I was judging a contest, international contest last year, and one of the photos was being chosen as the potential winner of a bird category, and the thing is that the two other judges say that, oh, but there's a problem, and the problem was that there is some bright area in the upper left part of the image, and it's really distracting. And the thing is, so I was asking the other two judges, because I kind of know the answer already, but I just wanted to, this is one of the reasons why I become a judge, because I actually want to learn more, which is awesome, because I exactly know what they're thinking about. And so I said, so is that true that if the photographer who submitted the photo knows that he can just subtly, subtle decrease the brightness of that area, that photo would have won the bird category. And they said, oh yeah, but yeah, now it cannot. Can you imagine that, how that photographer felt, because he didn't even not winning the contest, but not even the highly commanded or the top 5, but he just got kicked out just because of these little things. And that's why I wanted to use this talk to really share about like the contest, because what you are facing is like 20,000 submissions, right? And and a lot of the times, like for example, when you have like similar photos, right? Like how would you judge on those?
Well, it's interesting, Tim Man, because very often we get submissions from photographers who may be on the same trip. They may be on a safari, on some adventure together, and as you're going through the judging platform, you go, "Gosh, didn't I see that image earlier?" or whatever, and then you compare the two, and overall, my experience, that you have to look carefully at them, very carefully. And in most cases, they're not identical because you're sitting either side by side or shooting from a different perspective. And there's one that just happens to stand out with the panel of judges more than the others. I mean, our system works where the judges go to an electronic platform individually and then rank the photos in there, and then those ranks are tabulated, and then all of the high-ranking photos are gathered into another group and reviewed again and again. But how do you tell the difference between them? There's always something, and maybe that's just the years, the 30 plus years that I've been doing this. There's always a little something, and we spend the time and energy to explore that and really try to identify what makes that stand out, even if it's just a little bit over the other.
Yes, I see. That's fantastic. Okay, so the next one, Simon, do contests favor specific species year by year based on trying to tell a specific conservation message? Because Charlie said, seems like a lot of recent contests have rewarded portfolios of foxes in urban environment.
The flavor of the month, right? No, I mean it's interesting. I mean, we're open to any species of wildlife. We're not locked into a group. If I'm hearing your question correctly, we encourage diversity in the storytelling that we share. But it's really, we're open to anything and everything, and your perspective of telling that story may be different than another photographer who visited the same area and is trying to tell that story. So the story is a very important part of that, and an extension of the image.
I see. Okay. That's good. And then John has a question. What is the number one thing that grabbed the attention of judges when evaluating an image submitted to a contest? That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a great question. What we look for is almost through the eyes of what visitors to our exhibit would experience. I mean, in some of our exhibits, we would set them up and I would watch people come in and watch where they were directed. Where were they first engaged? What commanded their attention right off as they walked in? And it's the same for judges. They're looking for that immediate engagement. And then the next step is the composition, the color, the clarity, all of the important parts of a winning image. But it's that immediate engagement that's going to tell the story.
So would that be a good idea for them to reread all the previous photography winners to get an idea?
Oh yeah, very, very much so. I mean, I think, it's good to look at what Nature's Best has selected over the past years and such, but also Wildlife Photographer of the Year and any number of photo competitions that are out there. I mean, each judging is going to be different because you have a different panel of judges and everybody has their own likes and dislikes. And that's even why we encourage photographers that didn't win the year before, but made it to the finals to resubmit, because there may be a new group of judges taking a look at it.
Yeah, that is good. So the next two questions are very good too. I actually got a lot of people asking me too. So these years they are the denoising and the sharpening, like the blurring, like Topax denoise, Topax sharpening are so good.
Right.
Like what editing procedures are allowed and not allowed? Like are these allowed?
Well, it's an ever-changing landscape. I mean, I was just looking at not related to the photo contest, but some other images that have been submitted to us for a feature, and clearly they were sharpened, but in many cases, when we go through post-production and preparing for pre-press for the magazine or an image to go into an exhibition, there is some post-production in that because you have to make your way through variables as you grow the size of the image and as you look at the way in which an image is presented in a book or a magazine and the profiles that it goes through. You have to use some Photoshop in there simply to match the profiles of your printer and such. I prefer that people don't enhance the image dramatically. I really don't. But when Ansel Adams was making prints on sheets of paper, he was working with variables that would enhance his photos. So, but I really, I can't emphasize enough that I would like to see what the photographers saw and captured at the moment in the field. So try to limit that.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically more like subtle, like everything is
Yes, more
improvement.
subtle. Right.
Yeah. Okay. And Suraj has a very good questions too. Is actually I wanted to ask that question too, because so many people ask me, is it a bad idea to post on social media images just sent to the photo contest?
Is it wrong to?
So is it a bad idea? Like for example, like I just got some great photo from this trip. I post it and then I also submit it. Does it affect the chance to win? I think that's what.
Oh no. It's something we've been asked this question a lot. If a photo has won another competition or been displayed in a certain area, does that take it out of the running for Nature's Best, let's say? And my answer to that is no, because one, I don't feel that it's fair to the photographer who's out there working his or her tail off trying to get these images to disqualify them from our judging this particular competition because they've won somewhere else. I applaud them. I think it's great. And in sharing that image, that has never altered my thoughts on judging an image just simply because it was a winner in Wildlife Photographer of the Year or it was whatever. I feel that photographer deserves the opportunity to win another photo competition, and we only judge from within that year's submissions. So we don't think we try to turn it off. I mean, Tin Man, I've looked at millions of images over the years, right? And we try to turn that off and focus primarily just on the images that are submitted for that year's competition.
I see. Okay. Yeah, because like the polar bears in that Russian, old housing, everybody have seen that. And the photographer have posted online already and went
Yeah.
viral in all these news media and still won all these awards. So yeah. But that was by drones, I suppose, right? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's the nature of social media as
Mhm.
well. But I try not to let that influence our decisions here and give everybody a fair shot.
Yeah. Okay. And then, so Katie replied about the response about is that sometimes the raw file doesn't really depict what we generally see in the field. So there's always this fine line. So Katie, I can always talk to you more in details about that later. But yeah. So that, and Donna said, "Hi Steve, how much of a factor is the species in selecting a winner? For example, I do not think I have seen a squirrel photo win a major contest. How much is it the rarity of the species?"
Well, we identify with that, and we even have a backyard photo competition as well. But if there's a squirrel shot that is better, let's say, than another more popular wildlife animal like a bear or whatever, and if that's an outstanding image, it'll stand on its own. We don't value the image on its reputation or its popularity among the public. We simply focus on the image itself and the story that it tells, whether it's a squirrel or a polar bear. I mean, those images are in some cases very dramatic because we're unfamiliar with that particular species, but I find as much pleasure in a great squirrel shot as I do in some of the others too. But don't forget about the Nature's Best Backyards and National Parks competition.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yes. Yeah, we're just talking about Donald's win in the Nature's Best Backyard, which is really awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I was actually today's talk, I was focusing a lot on a good sighting does not equal to a good photo. It's all about the story, the creativity, and the emotion. And there's universal language behind every single moment. If we can capture it and transfer to it, we can make people laugh and cry. So yeah. So and Mark say, oh, it's good that that it doesn't affect the contest if they saw it in the social media. And I remember when I was judging too, what we do is if, like for example, Nature's Best, one of the requirements is that the photos should not have won another major award within the same year or something, right? So.
Well, I think we're more open to
you're more
if it is one. I mean, because to my point earlier, it's important that it's a separate competition. We feel that we may reproduce it better than anybody else, but that's just me talking. But we prefer to keep an open mind on everything that we judge.
I see. Okay, we have some amazing group. Every questions are like one of the best questions. So Christopher asked, I'm awful at captioning writing for competition. Does it really diminish the status of the image? Like if it's not a once a lifetime, I spent 3 years waiting for that thing to happen and I broke my legs to get it. Like, do we need to dramatize it? Or if the story sent with the image is weak, I like to think photo could speak for themselves. So he think the photo could speak for themselves, and maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I understand that, and we actually go to great length to connect with finalists as well to see if there's anything more to add to their caption and such. We all know that you're busy, you're running around taking these great pictures, and the caption writing may not be fun for you, or may not be of interest, or you just don't have time to do it. It's important that we understand, where the image is taken, the subject, and maybe a little bit about it. But if we need more, we'll reach out. We'll contact you. We will say that it's not, you giving us that information will not guarantee its final selection. But if we need more information, please let us know. I mean, some people forget to put in the location where they photographed it, or the species, or things like that, and we really, or even forget to put a category with
Mhm.
the submission as well. So, but we
Yeah.
work with everybody.
Yeah. Mhm.
We embrace everybody with open arms.
Yeah, that is wonderful. Yeah, because yeah, that I got a lot of people ask me that questions too. Like, do we need to write a super strong story? And then these days you have chat GPT, so people can say, can you write a story for me? And those are like really good language, but somehow you can see the pattern. Like they always use
Right.
these fancy words, and then you see it. And
Yeah.
yeah. So Lisa asked,
No,
like, yeah.
we're a team. We're a
Mhm.
team,
Yeah.
Tim Man.
Yeah.
The photographer entering and the team here at Nature's Best and the
Yeah.
writers and editors that we use.
Yeah.
The main thing is that, tell a simple story and share a beautiful moment that you've had in the field.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's very good. And then yeah, so Lisa was asking, like, getting feedback from photo contact would be really terrific. Maybe we can plan about this thing, like getting it like a like just a glimpse of what is really behind the scene, right? Because sometimes people can get stuff for years. Really, I've seen people giving up photography, but they are so close, and
Yeah.
this is very, very challenging. And so maybe, yeah, we can talk more about this part. Mhm.
Well, it is challenging, and photography has gotten more and more competitive as more people have access to travel and more access to incredible equipment. And we feel for that, and that's one of the reasons why we try to be as open to people reaching out to us and contacting us with either complaints or advice or whatever, and we'll deal directly with that and help you through it.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah. Well, there's so many good questions. I think we maybe go for
Yeah.
finish. I don't need to talk anymore. That's awesome. So Simon asked, do contact, like, we have like 20,000, 30,000 photo submission. So he
Yeah.
was asking, like, if it's like judging based on chronological order, is it advisable to submit the photos early on or go like wait until the last minute?
Well, it's never a good idea to wait until the last minute, but inevitably, including me too, if there's a deadline, we're all going to push it to the last minute. But if you enter early, I mean, we don't judge when you enter. We have to wait until everybody is entered into the contest, and then it's ready to go to the next step. But it's certainly images that are entered early, if there are any problems or any questions or things like that, they can be answered earlier before the deadline rather than after the deadline, when we tend to close the door and move on. But it's always a good idea to, when a contest opens, to get in there and have your images ready. And with our competition, you can also edit. Like, let's say you enter 20 images, but then 2 weeks down the road, you take another great photo and you want to replace one of your entries with this new shot you got. You're able to do that in our system. So once you establish an account and all that, so it's good to have them in there. It's good to review them again and again, maybe before the final closing of the door, and then have everything ready. The moment it goes.
That's good. Good to know. And then Richard, so many good questions. Thank you, everybody. Really, really awesome. So Richard asked, so I also have seen Nature's Best photography, the magazines and the exhibit. Like, the photos are usually top notch in not only the story, but the quality, the sharpness, the no noise and everything. So Richard was asking, how much do sharpness and noise weigh in the evaluation scoring? In other words, if a photo is very good but has high noise and not 100% sharp, we would have a lower chance to win.
Well, sometimes in I don't know which printer you use, Tim Man, but sometimes in the printing of this, and we have a color specialist that could do a much better job answering this than myself. But when you print with an inkjet printer, which is what we make all of our exhibits with, it tends to help take care of some of that noise and sharpness. So that would, you know, sometime what we should do is bring in my my printer, my tech guy there, and have him answer some of those questions. Or you can send me those questions directly and I can have him get right back to you. But we just want to present a beautiful, stunning image in the manner in which the photographer in the field shot it and want it represented. There's so often that we've been asked for the files that we printed for the photographer to take and use for making prints for others.
I see. Okay, so maybe we'll take two more questions, Donald, because I know Steve has a cold, and then we are
That
but
sounds
then
good.
everybody are getting a lot of values, right? So Donald, why don't you pick two questions you think is good to ask? I'll let you choose.
Okay, one is a simple question. How much of a crop is allowed?
How much of a
Can you hear me?
crop? Yeah. How
Yeah.
much, you're breaking up a little bit. How much of a crop is allowed?
Original image. So is it like 40%, 20%?
Yeah. We usually do not like a big crop for various reasons. One being that the quality of the cropped area gets diminished, you know, and so you're really not doing yourself a favor by cropping in tightly on a portion of the image. And in many cases, I prefer, I mean, like if you've got a beautiful shot of, you know, fox in a field or something like that, and you want to come in and, you know, zero in on that, as close as you can get to a portrait of that fox, I actually prefer seeing it stepped back a little bit, and it's that discovery side of it. I love it, you know, when I watch people go through our exhibits, and in some cases the main subject of the image is sort of buried in the midst of the overall image in grass or whatever, and then all of a sudden they go, oh wow, I didn't see that before, or, you know, so that I actually prefer not cropping in and showing us that you know, the environment that photo was taken in.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah,
we do allow cropping, but just you're not doing yourself a great favor, you know, in doing that.
so that leads to another question I have, which is images of the animals in the environment and how those are. Do you have a separate category for something like that, or is it preferred?
We do not, you know, and because when you think about it, every photo that you're taking of an animal is in its environment. And you know, what you're referring to really is basically what I was just mentioning about, we love seeing the surroundings, you know, that are in there as well, and feel that we want to leave that up to the photographer submitting to add their creative touch in the presentation of that image. So that you know, it is I see that category in a number of different photo contests, and it's a good one. But we feel that, you know, most photos and what we look for in our judging are animals in their environment. And you know, we do show some portraits, you know, that are fairly close in. But it actually, if you look through the years, you probably notice that we step back a little bit more and more each year.
Yes.
And include you know, various other aspects of that photo. You know, one of the things that we do, and I want to mention this before we close too, is one of the best things about our exhibits. We have displays at children's hospitals around the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area that are incredible. I mean, they go in. I mean, these kids are coming in nervous and scared. Their families are nervous and scared. And I've got to tell each and every photographer here that these images that you're taking are really making a difference. It's sort of conservation of the mind and spirit as these kids transition from fear to fantasy. And so it's that creative perspective that you bring, you know, whether it's in its environment or whether it's a close-up portrait or whatever, it's sharing that piece of the wild that these kids in the hospitals just may not have the opportunity to enjoy. But I don't know, that's sort of a sidetrack from what your question was, but
Oh,
I
no,
wanted to.
that's pretty cool. And now I'm getting questions, and I shouldn't be asking my own questions. I should be asking the participants. Where
Yeah.
can people see some of the exhibits? And then I'm going to find one more question.
Yeah. Well, we are, gosh, this past year we exhibited in 3 different museums across the country. In the Natural Museum in LA, in Palm Beach, Florida, in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, at the National Museum of Wildlife Art, and of course at the Wonders of Wildlife Museum in Springfield, Missouri, that is a gallery of 10,000 square feet. It
Oh my
is
goodness.
perhaps the largest nature photo exhibition across America, but it's beautiful. But you know, go to our website and you'll see the various places where we've exhibited. We like to shake it up a little bit and not always be at one location and share in a local community these images. But we have, you know, hundreds of thousands of people viewing these images every year. And then you, as you were referring to earlier about social media, these galleries that are put on social media, some of our participants, particularly in our new ambassador, Nature's Best Ambassador group, have followings of 750,000
Oh my.
people. You know, 700,000 here, 900,000 there, and so forth and so on. And so, you know, I think both the exhibits and the social media and website promotion is the best way to go for us. So we will inform, to get directly to your point, we will inform. We've got a couple of museums that are asking us now, and we don't want to spill the beans yet, and because we're adding more space to some other museums, quite significant, 4,000 square feet here and there and such. So we're working on those, and as soon as those come to life, then we'll be spreading the word with everybody by this fall for sure.
Well, very cool. Okay, and then one question from the group, and then when Tin Man comes back. I know things like baiting, calling in, and things like that is not. What about paid hides? If somebody goes and sits in a paid hide?
Well, I think a hide is fine because, I mean, we all have used blinds, you know, one time or another. Now, if this hide is baiting them in with like a fresh kill or pulling something in that's not natural, we really don't want to promote that at all.
Okay.
So
Great.
I would try to, yeah. But we understand people are making a living at those hides, and it offers an incredible opportunity to view wildlife like never before.
That's super fantastic. So, Steve, do you have any final tips that you want to give to all the aspiring photographer who want to win international awards like Nature's Best Photography?
Yeah. Take a careful look at your preparations, you know, the selection that you're going to be sending in to any competition, right? Take a careful look at that. Certainly you're probably biased towards some images over others, but I recommend asking a friend or a neighbor or somebody that doesn't know your photography at all to take a look at your images and go, wow, I like that one. that's really, that caught my eye right away. And that way you get general feedback right away before you even put it in front of the judges. But the main thing is to enter your best quality, your favorite shots, and ones that you feel deserve, a spot in the on the wall.
That is super fantastic. Yeah, let's give a round of applause to Steve. Thank you so much for this. Yes.
Well, I hope that I've been helpful, and I haven't sniffled through most of it, but I hope I've been helpful. And please, if anybody has any further questions, feel comfortable in asking Tin Man to ask me, or reach out to us directly. My email is always open, and my staff makes sure that I see every one of them. And I'm it's just, it's part of my heart and soul, and I identify with all of you photographers out there.
Yes. So what we would do is we will collect some emails, and then some of them have questions, some of them have suggestions, ideas, and stuff.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
that would be good too, because I think right now is really a critical time when the social media, like what you said, some people have 900,000 followers, and then also the exhibition and all this. If we can combine them, we can all work together to really help the birds and animals, and also help people too.
Absolutely. Well, we're all looking at comparisons between print media and social media, and exhibitions, and even events. Where you're reaching maybe 300 or so at an event, 400 or so at an event, but whereas social media reaches out beyond that. So there's so many different variables, Tin Man, that I think that we have to keep our eyes and ears on all of them.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and hope that you recover as soon as possible, Steve. Thank you so much.
Oh,
I'll catch up with you later. Yeah.
You
All
bet.
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, please. Yeah, say thank you, Steve. Awesome. Okay, so let me put my face back. God, I just realized that I can use my webcam, and then you guys can all see it clearly instead of my fancy 51.2. So that's why when you don't need those cameras. So at first I thought we would do a break, but because there, it's just so much info, so much nonstop things, and then I've been telling too much stories as usual. So why don't we just skip the break? If you want to go to the bathroom, go ahead. But then we will just keep on talking about the whole thing. So what we are gonna do is next we are going to so now we talk to Steve, we talk about the system today, and what I'm gonna show you in a bit is a few special techniques to really give you the best chance to win awards. Okay, everybody good with that? If you want to, sometimes you talk about principle, we want some tactics and stuff. So I'm going to share a few tips that are really powerful recently. And then I'm also going to invite a few of my previous clients who have a lot of insight to share with you. They were able to win a lot of awards in a very short time, and then they can share with you what are that insights to do that. And I really am glad about the questions you asked about Steve, because like one of the things I think most of us want to do is to know what exactly am I missing in that photo. Right? How many of you type yes if you still remember our game? If I can only have little bit of help to tell me what exactly do I need to get that final 5% to sweep across the photo contest and win all this thing, right? So guess what? I'm going to do it in a bit. So I'm in the last maybe 20-30 minutes, we may go over a little bit, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it like a marathon photo editing section. So I'm going to look at some of the photos you guys submitted. And then what I'm going to do is not just to give critique. I'm just actually going to show you what can be done, what cannot be done. How many of you want to see that? So that you know, because after judging for so many contests and stuff, somehow, just like Steve, right? You know, when we see a photo, we know exactly what is really missing. So instead of just say, sharpen this 200%, crop this like to a rule of third, right? No, you need some real example, right? So that's why I invited a few of my star students to show their work and tell you why they come up with that. And then I'm going to show you the demo, okay? But before I do that, like if you're excited about that, right? I want to show you one clip that I recently took about, because that encounter really showed me what it takes in terms of, in the beginning, I talk about the do it now and why we should take action when we decided to go all in. So recently I had the luck to watch a family of white-tail kites, and I really like white-tail kites. I don't know if any of you know what white-tail kite is. Type in the chat. Yes, they're beautiful, pure white, body red eye, and then the babies have this light coloring on the chest. It's really beautiful. So what I was looking at is sometimes I like to see if nature can teach me anything. And when I was watching the behavior of, they have 4 chicks, right, 4 babies, and then the parent were catching the golfer, the mice, and bring it to them. So let me tell you the story before I show you the video very quickly. So these 4 chicks, right, they were still learning how to fly, right? You remember you were standing on the top of the tree, and if you were me, like you look down, it's a vertical drop, right? And I'm not good at flying. But then these parents, they would have this prize, like the catch, dangling in midair to ask them to learn how to fly, train them how to fly. So they learn them to fly up a little bit. The problem is, if you imagine, if you have 3 other siblings, right? There's only one mouse, one golfer there. If you don't fly out, you have nothing to eat, you starve. But then if you, by accident, you drop, then you die or you get injured, right? So in this case, that's exactly what I want to share with you guys is like, you know what? Even if you have fear, even if you have anything, just give it a try. So this video shows that these 4 chicks were waiting for the parents. And then when the parent came back with the mouse, they tried to fly up, but they couldn't catch it. They give up. And then the parent decided not to give it to them. But then finally, one of them decided to try it again, and then it worked. So let me share this with you here. Hopefully I can. Well, it's very short. It's only a few seconds. But I just wanted to see, like, this is just absolutely... I mean, Donald, can you tell me if you can see it, like the screen?
Yeah, I can see the
Okay.
screen.
So this is the screen, and then this is the video. So these are the 4 chicks. They're waiting for parents. So the parents brought back, you see the big food, and then these little birds were trying to catch it. They couldn't get it. They couldn't get it. And then finally, you know, one took a leap. Yeah, boom. That's it, right? So, I mean, this is, when I was looking at it, I was like, I never put myself into the shoes of this person, which I shouldn't be, but, you know, it's exactly like us, right? When we make that decision, we jump on in, then it will be good. So so that's it. So so next I want to invite Torie to share with. So Torie is one of the like in a few minutes I'm going to bring her in. So she is probably one of the most awarded photographer in 2023. I kept on saying that you may be the world's most awarded photographer. So she want to share with you some insights and stuff like that. But if you are excited about, in a few minutes, we're going to bring in Torie and a few people, and also doing the real-time editing and then all these things. You guys are all excited, right? So if you can type yes, so that I can make sure that we can go for a few more minutes, and then we will just keep talking about it. So if you are excited and then you are liking, I see some of the comments that you are liking what we went through so far, like Steve shared some advice, and then, you know, the system and all these things, and you guys are liking it so far, type yes as well. So in the beginning, I mentioned that I have a program that it may not be perfect for everybody. It might not work for most of the people actually, but it may be actually super perfect for some of you. So if it is okay, I would like to like just type a yes if you can give me like a minute to just share with you how, if you want to work closer with me on this. And I just came up with, oh, thank you. Wow. Okay, that is fantastic. So I just came up with this new idea. And the idea is that, you know, we sometimes spend like years going into these trips and stuff like that. And you might have already have some trips booked, right? And then, you know, like, crap, now that Tin Man told me about this emotion and stuff, like if I don't do that, and then this $20,000 trip, I may end up not getting those photos. Right? And in a bit, you'll see from Charlie, Simon, and Torie about how they were able to get awards in just one trip. So, so that's exactly why I created this thing called the Legendary Photographers Workshop. So it's actually a real workshop. It's not online. And then some of my mentoring students are like, Tim, I want to be in that. So what I'm thinking about is we'll have a 3 days event in June. So if you have written down the dates that I want to become a legendary photographer. So what you do is you fly to Los Angeles. We meet in a hotel conference room. And the date is going to be, let me just double check it. It's going to be June 14, 15, and 16th. So it's about 6 weeks from now. So what you do is you fly in, and in those 3 days, what I do is if you have hundreds of thousands of photos in your archive, you don't know if they have any chance. My team and I are going to look into it, like my team, including maybe Donald. We'll see if I can get him in.
Yeah, I got to get the ticket.
Look into that and basically share my experience of judging and help you to come up with the photos that you can start to work on. Like how many people have no idea? I don't even know which one was award worthy. Is it a waste of time to work, spending hours working on the photos? It didn't get anywhere, right? But for me, it's because I have been working, I realized that I have been coaching students for over 3,000 hours now on those Q&A. So I'll help you to come up with this portfolio photos. And once you realize that, what we are going to do is in those 2 or 3 days, work on a lot of those photos so that you can come up with like a whole approach. You know exactly what are we looking for. And you come up with this amazing photos that you're ready to share on internet, and you see the difference, submit to different contests. And we'll also have a calendar. Everybody type calendar. So you're lost about which contest to submit to, which one is good, which one is bad, which one has the best public publicity, which one is looking for this kind of photos and stuff. We have everything analyzed in a notebook and with a calendar. So we will tell you like which photo contest these photos are good for, which one is you shouldn't waste your time on those things. So you have a strategy to submit the photo contest. So within a few months, you may be winning a lot of awards, and some of the students are already winning tons of awards in a very short time. And then they can really share their conservation strategy and stuff. So this is good. Sounds good to you so far. And guess what? Now social media is so important. So in that event, not only our team is going to work with you on that, we also will help you to create a strategic plan for the next few months for all the trips that you are planning to go. We'll come up with some ideas for you, like what kind of photos over there, what are the challenges you may be facing, how do you have the gear perfect for that trip, so that when you go, you have an idea, all the pre-visualization is done. During the trip, you can interact with our group and say, Tin Man, I have these problems. What should I do? We will get to you and say, try this, try that. So basically, we are hand-holding you to teach you how to get these photos and stuff like that. So within a year, what you're going to do is so after these 3 days, you already have the portfolio, you have the strategy for the year. But then in the next few months, in the next 6 months, we will have 2 group coaching call with you to look at your progress and make sure that you're winning awards and doing this social media posting. How do you do that? How do you print sales and stuff like that? And it's not finished yet. What I feel like is every time when I post a photo, when I want to tell my stories, I don't know, I don't really look good in camera. You know what I mean? So I will hire a professional portrait photographer in the event. So what you do is you bring your lenses, you bring your clothing and stuff. We will take photos for you, for your profile. So in case you win an award in Nature's Best, Mr. Steve Freligh is going to ask you to send them the profile photo and say, do I take a selfie like this, like with like Donald with boxes in the background? So just kidding. Or you have a professional who knows exactly how to show your, like your message. And then you have also, sometimes we'll probably go and take some photos when you're holding the cameras, shooting and stuff. And then also a shots, like short videos of that, like, like raising the lenses and those stuff. Like you have seen those photos and videos go viral, right? But you don't have, like, if I ask my friend to, can you take a video of me? Like they always get the wrong angle, right? You need a professional. So in those few days, during the off time, we had the portrait photographer to take a bunch of photos and videos of you in business attire and also professional clothing, so that when you share your stories, you can talk about, you can like show the camera and stuff. Like this sounds fun, right? It sounds really fun on that. So we'll have that. We'll have the portfolio review. We'll help you to do all these photos. So basically, and we'll also share with you like how to build a website. And some of you may question about, Tinman, is it possible to have a business in photography? And for me, I actually make a lot more money than my previous job, like lots more. And as you know, some people are paying me $28,000 for that, but I'm not going to charge you for that. So what you need to do here is, I'm not going to get any money from you. I'm not going to get all these things, because I actually want to make sure that I can work with you, that we are a good fit. Like you tell me your problem, you told me your questions, and if we really don't match, then there's no point, right? If I think I can't help you with that thing, then it's no go. So what I want you to do is just only one thing. You fill in an application and book a call, and then we'll talk more about if this is work for you. Then I'll pick, because this is a on location event, right? We are going to be in California, and I can only handle that many people, even with a team. So I can only take 30 people. So after I see your application, I talk to you and stuff, and then I'll see like, because I want to make sure that everybody have the same mindset, right? Protecting the animals, credentials, business, whatever. Like there may be like very different levels, and I want to make sure about that. And so you guys are excited, right? You guys are excited. So, and then I also have a lot of different options for you too, because some of you may want to come in here, but some of them may have other questions too. So that's why I want to I want you to book a call, and then me or my team, which is no and Protik, check you in. But depending on that, we'll talk to you and see if you qualify to work with us, because I am pretty confident. I'm very confident that once you understand what is the secret of evoking emotion, it's gonna change the whole game for you, and making all your $100,000 investment in your tours much more worthwhile. So how do you do that? So the link is so let me just sorry about that. Just okay. Okay, this one not here. Where's my thing? Did I just close it by accident? Hold on, let me just open this one. So I just want to give you a quick look at the legendary photographer workshop. So it's just a quick look, right, before you decide. So just a quick summary. So this is gonna be a let me just zoom in a little bit more. How do you zoom in a little bit more? So it's a 3 days event in Los Angeles, June 14th to 16th. So in one workshop, we basically help you mindset, skill set, tool set, work on all your old photos, and then prepare for your new photos. And then we'll also invite some people who are expert in conservation, storytelling, to help you with as well, in addition to the photography thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you my notebook on all the tips of evoking emotion. Like how do you have all the ideas, like the little tin man sitting on your shoulder when you go into the field. So all the steps that you no longer need to be worried when you go into the trip. How do you do that? And then we'll do post-processing coaching. We'll help you to create this portfolio, because when you win an award, you have to be ready, right? So in the bit, you'll see like how Torie and some other of my students said they have a very strong portfolio. So once they have that and they won an award, then it's game over. So so only 30 seats available. So the evoking emotion, and like calendar, so that you know exactly what to submit to contests, submit to magazines, submit to all these things, and then the coaching course and stuff like that. And yeah, and then you know, also the portrait photography thing. So the link is got the link. So hold on, let me see. So the link I think is called tinmanlee.com apply. So is that it? Yes, that's it. So what you do is you go in here. So I'm almost like, you know, just like do it now. You know, it may not be a good fit for you really, but if you have the chance to book a call with me, and then I can take a quick look at your photos and then share with you something. And then if you really are committed, you know, have that conviction to change your photography, I truly believe that this can really change it. So what you do is, for example, tomorrow you click on this, you see the time slot, and then you just click on that and then answer a few questions, and that's it. And then I'll talk to you. I only have like that limited number of slots. So so that's all. So tinmanlee.com/apply. So that's it. So if you have any questions and stuff, I'll answer you. But with that said, Miss Torie, are you?
Can we, sorry, can we put the link in the chat?
Okay. Is that so? tinmanlee.com apply. Yeah, I literally just come up with this idea because I think nothing better than just 3 days. You just commit to 3 days and then you're done. Oh God, this is good. So in terms of the price, right? It's really about before I answer you about that question, right? It's about the cost of not knowing, Subi. Like if you're investing $20,000, $30,000 for a trip, and if you don't know about this thing, you come back with thousands of photos that is mostly unusable, or you don't know what to do with it. Then in 5 years, you're accumulating all these photos. How do you do with that? So what I want to tell you is when you are on the call, we will really listen to your questions and stuff. And then if we can really truly help you, and then you can see the values, then we can talk more about the pricing and stuff. But then if you are thinking about pricing now without going into this one, then you know you may not even take up that opportunity. So yeah, so some of you may have like questions like Tom, who said, sorry, this is like sometimes I really want to take up your offer. Thank you very much, Tom. This is it. This is the action. But then the dates doesn't work, right? So we'll talk about, oh, if this dates doesn't work, like what else can we offer for you, right? Maybe I have a trip coming up, and then I'm looking for some people to go with me, you know, or maybe I have another date for that too, and then we can always talk. When the key is really just an opportunity. So for you, really, book or not book, it doesn't really matter to me, because right now, every coaching program I'm fully booked. So like if you don't take the chance, there's always someone to take. But just like we just want to share with you about how this is an opportunity for you. So yeah. So all right.
And
so yeah.
do you think maybe at some point in time, because I know I'm looking at the list of people, some people don't live in Los Angeles or California or United States. They live, you know, I think Subi lives, I don't know where Subi lives, but
Yeah.
you know, something like an online opportunity.
Oh yes.
maybe in the
So
future.
there is definitely an online opportunity. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to mention, of course. I mean, if you live far away, what I feel is that if you are in here with me, a lot of the time is so powerful, because I think a lot of the students too, like when they are with me, and then you know sometimes a few words change the game. Like instead of 100 hours watching this and that, sometimes just talking, seeing this thing, it really can change. So that's why that immersive experience is so critical. So if you can be there, you know, if you feel that this is it, this is the if you trust what I've been saying, that this is gonna be the way you learn how to truly communicate with the viewers of your art, and that you can really change the world with your photography, then you know, just a 3-day thing to Los Angeles. And also the reason I mentioned about that is it's actually timed perfectly for some of the Peregrine Falcon action. So I'm not gonna go with you on those trips because I have to prepare a lot of materials. But like that's the time when, like in the evenings, in the mornings, you can actually go out to the place closer by and try a few photos. And then you come, but that's why coming here is a good option. But if not, like, yeah, everything is in Zoom as well. So so that's that. Okay. Charlie is thank you, Charlie. Okay, Charlie is one of my previous clients, very successful. But anyways, with that said, so Donald, keep hold on your questions first. I want to see if Miss Torie Healy is
Okay.
in the house. We see.
Hello.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let me remove my pen. Okay, thank you so much, Torie, for joining, because I believe you are truly an inspiration. So just give a quick introduction to Torie. So Torie is actually a researcher for wildlife. She has a master's degree in wildlife. And is it called wildlife research?
Animal behavior, but
Animal
yeah.
behavior, yes. And she is also an accomplished oil painter, artist, and now she is a full-time wildlife photographer. So maybe Torie can say a few words about her decision of jumping full on into wildlife photography, and how these last 2 years have changed, and some insights to share with people if they are on the fence of, well, like, what should I do, right?
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you for having me, Tin Man. I'm happy to be here. Hello, everyone. Nice to see all of you. And yeah, so like Tin Man said, I was a predator researcher in Southern Africa for a few years, in Zimbabwe and Zambia, Botswana, and South Africa. I was studying lions, leopard, the African wild dog, and cheetah. And for me, photography, came hand in hand with research, right? So, but in research, you want an ID shot, so my photos, most of them were like square in the center and side and nothing fantastic about it. But I did have occasional fun photos, with interesting behavior, because I just find behavior so fascinating. But honestly, when I was taking data out in the field, I was always reaching for my camera first, because I always wanted to capture that animal's behavior more than anything else, rather than write it down, right? So it was actually in 2020 when the pandemic came, and it was like a big turning point for me. I had a really bad experience in Botswana. Tin Man knows a lot of stories. But they were pretty life-threatening and all that. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm done for now. But then I was like, you know what? It would be really great, because I've noticed too, during especially my master's degree, when I was studying the African wild dog or the African painted dog, that most people didn't know what they were. They actually thought I was studying feral dogs or stray dogs. And I was like, what? They're like the second most endangered carnivore in Africa. How do you, what? So I started taking as many photos as possible, and just educating my friends and family about the African wild dog or painted dog. And then that's how I saw the power of photography. And I was like, you know what? With research, in order to be published in a scientific journal and to be taken seriously, you need at least 10 years worth of data, and to get to address an issue, that's a really long time before something eventually happens, like policy change or whatever. And so with this, with taking photos, in a matter of I don't know, a couple of weeks, I educated my friends and family what the species was. And then they started educating their friends and family what the species was. And I was like, that was just in a matter of weeks, And so now I have a little group, it's very little on Facebook, but I'm even educating those people now. And now they love them, and now they purchase prints from me as well from the African wild dog. But like I said, my photography was, I don't know, I was entering and it wasn't getting anywhere. And I was like, why? Because they were ID shots. So, and then I see Tin Man, and I was following him for quite a while on Instagram. And I was like, wow, those are really good, And then I think it was a webinar like this where he's like, I studied with the master painters, because I paint as well. So a lot of my photos, my non-photos, turn into my paintings. And what he was saying, with color theory and also, the drama, of the image and all that, and how they evoke emotion too. He's like, he applies that to photography. And I was like, that makes so much sense. How come I didn't realize that? So just that, applying that, and when Tin Man was like, oh, hey, I got an opportunity for you, it was kind of a no-brainer, because now what I want to do is basically do visual storytelling, conservation visual storytelling, actually. So I'm going to be working on a story here locally in the Channel Islands National Park. If you guys are from California, you may know that they have the island fox. And as these foxes are found nowhere else in the world, it's just on these islands, and like each island has their own subspecies too. So and then also without human intervention, this species would be completely extinct. So, and I found that without these type of awareness, that people, they don't even know about these particular species, for example, it really reflects on the amount of funding a conservation organization gets. So that is now my direction. But for me, I was like, okay, I got to get my photography leveled up so that people can, so like particular editors, photo editors, and journal editors can take me more seriously. That was my thinking. And now I have conservation organizations approaching me saying, hey, whenever you're ready, we would love to have you out. So I thought that was pretty awesome. But it was really all thanks to Tin Man, because he showed me how to level up my photography. So yeah.
And I didn't pay Torie to say that, but let me share some of your photos, Torie. But
Oh, sure.
when we do that, like, do you even remember how many awards you won? The category in National Wildlife Federation, you won highly commended in Nature Photographer of the Year, and then your photo in Big Picture was being used in their website. Let me just show you like how crazy it can be when you're good. Alright. So this is
Oh, thanks, guys.
yeah, like look at that. So this is what I call like a perfection. So like I can just share with you. So the cold color of the reflection and the surrounding leads to the warmer color of the bear, and then all the repetition of the paw is just perfect. And big versus small, and everyone have a little bit of different expression, and the paw all two of them are up, and then all this reflection and those just give a feeling. And the most important thing is the separation of the feet of all the cubs, right? Well separated, so you don't have any distractions. So how do you come up with that moments, Torie, for example, like the creativity, right? This is like the I'll let you say.
Well, I really just remembered what you say. So too, it was really Tin Man that got me thinking too about how to be proactive, in the field. And I never really thought of it that way. Sometimes it's easier said than done. But here, we had such a unique opportunity, out in this mud flat in Lake Clark. And, when I was just, I don't know, I had a picture in my head. I'm like, well, wow, it'd be so cool to get these 3 bear cubs. This was the first time I've seen bears too. So it was really amazing. It would be so cool
so
to
this
get
is important. First time. So a lot of people believe that, okay, I have to go 30 years to get a good photo. Torie, with her expertise in animal behavior, ability to know how to create emotional photos, the first trip, so
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
Right.
yeah, basically, but I learned from Tin Man just like not only the post-processing, but being proactive in the field. That's what really leveled up my photography. And then I knew, when I like saw an interesting behavior or whatever, like, oh, that's so cool, but let me move, to get a cleaner shot, for example. So this particular bear cub, oh my gosh, she was just so spirited and really unusual. And I was talking to the bear guys, they're like, we've never seen this before. And I'm like firing off my camera, and everybody else that was there too, and so this was, in Comedy Wildlife, was a finalist. And that was just shortly after that trip,
Oh,
so
yeah. So talking about comedy, so one of the contests that I recommend people to join is comedy, because they have so much publications, like reach. So maybe Torie can talk about, like, after you won I don't know how many awards you won last year, probably 10, and like in terms of publication, did you count how many photos were published in different publication?
Well, for this one in particular, like, just think of it this way, what Tin Man was saying, just to get your photo out there, you don't necessarily need to win. As long as like if you're a finalist, like if a competition shows the finalists, like for example, Comedy Wildlife and Big Picture, they show the finalists, and that already is, you know, huge reach, because this particular image was in like, I don't know, like 10 articles online just because it was a finalist, you know, and it didn't win, but it was fine because it got my photo out there, and people started approaching me on Instagram, Facebook, and like, oh my God, we want a photo, and or want to print, you know. So just think of it that way too. You don't necessarily have to win, just think about getting your photo out there, you know, and that's how competitions, you know, really help too. So just think of the finalist part. It's like, okay, as long as I'm a finalist, that's awesome, you know, because just to get to that point, I didn't get that many opportunities, you know, until after Tin Man.
Yeah, and then they have an interview with you by Bored Panda, right, which is like millions of views, and there's an article maybe in a bit you can share on the chat. But I
Mhm.
want to tell you, like for example, this photo was
Yeah.
Torie's first photo of her first trip to Kenya, and it won what did it win?
So it's called this Explorers Against Extinction. So again, this was a finalist, but now it's in their calendar. So they pick their top 12 finalists, and that goes into their calendar. And this is now the cover of their calendar of Explorers Against Extinction. So again, you know, and Tin Man's like, full background. You know? So I remember that, you know, unusual colors too is something that I've noticed that win a lot, you know, like something you don't normally see. Just think of it that way. So that really helped me pick my photos too for the future as well. So yeah, this was fun.
Yes.
Yeah, this was an old photo. So for example, this was an old photo from when I was doing my research work. And I remember showing Tin Man this, and because I just love the behavior. It's so unusual. You don't see this anywhere else usually. And so they're actually necking these giraffes. And so it was just their version of fighting. But these two giraffes were young males, and they were just kind of like slowly going about it. You know, they really weren't aggressive, you know, because they were practicing, right? They were young. And so I was photographing. I'm like, oh my God, when they made this really amazing arc, you know, I was like, oh, this is just so cool. I want to put it in black and white right away. Sometimes you just know, right? And I entered it into competitions and it never got anywhere. And so I showed Tin Man, and I'm like, well, why? It's such a cool behavior, you know? And he's like, oh, the bush was a little distracting. You know, it was too contrasty, you know? And I was like, oh, really? And so I dialed it down, and then now it got honorable mention in the Nature Conservancy. So,
Congratulations.
yeah, just like post-processing techniques that are a little bit, you know, tweaking it a little bit from your older photos can be such a huge difference.
Yeah, and it's very important that because I have been judging so many years and then also testing online so many times. So I am just on your side before, Torie, like just first starting, and then I also got into the side behind the judging. So I like a glance of the photo, I already know what the other judges are looking for, you know.
Yeah.
And then you just do that, and then it helps to propel. And then look at this one.
Oh yeah, this one was yeah, right place, right time.
Yes, yes, and you can see that what we just talked about, every single one of the photos, right? We haven't even gone through all of them. If you look at these photos, do you guys agree with me? Type in a yes. Every single photo has a subtext in it. It's not just a bear. It's not just a bear. It's not just a lion. Even a simple photo like that with the lion, but you can almost feel like what is he looking at? What is, you know, like this, and you know, like this deep emotion people can relate to, the curiosity, the mystery, and a little bit of like I don't know if people can relate a little bit about that emotion, but like you don't need to show everything, but that is where the power is, Torie, right? And this photo was the cover photo of the website in Big Picture, and then also in the exhibit, right?
Yeah. So this was a
Mhm.
finalist in Big Picture, and I was floored. So funnily, you know, interestingly enough, this is something to consider too. Yes, it's in the middle. So in terms of print wise, I find people actually like it this way for this particular image because you get more of the color, more of the sky. But for entering photos, I definitely cropped it through the, you know, the thirds, the rule of thirds, right?
Mhm.
And then I think that definitely helped in terms of competition wise, but then also if you're selling prints, you have to kind of think about your customer too. And because I asked them, I'm like, do you prefer this way or this way?
Mhm.
You know, cropped or not cropped? And most of them said, oh, I definitely like more color, you know, so
Mhm.
definitely play around with crops too, you know, because you never know.
Yeah, and I totally remember we talk about that's why, you know, having a community, small group to really brainstorm about the photos, because the first response is always right in the middle. So some of the judges not gonna like it, but then the thing is, what is making it unique not only is the color and the like the head posture, and the thing is like this trail line here. You actually want to show it, right? It's like this straight line complementing with this, it's like making orders in chaos kind of thing. So that's why the photo break the rules and it worked, right? So congrats, Torie, about that. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. And then so you know also this one you know, Torie really knows about the low angle, the background, the incoming. So you have to like in the like some of the people ask about like in the heat of the moment, right? How do I know the settings? You know, there's only one chance.
Exactly.
There's only one chance when that happens. So you not only have to know the subtext and stuff, your skill level has to be top notch. But there's only one shutter speed, one aperture that you can nail that shot perfectly, right, Torie?
Right. I mean, like practice makes perfect, right? So definitely before a big trip, I would go out and just practice, you know, just to make sure that I do have the settings right. Yeah. And this one, for example, too, that was also during my research days, you know, where I didn't really know too much about photography. But then again, you know, like there's this dark streak on top because of the grass was so tall, and then you saw the trees in the background. That was distracting, so I cropped it and I brought out the lines a little bit more and kind of, you know, basically what Tin Man just pointed out, and then it got the category for Sienna, so which was blew my mind. Just blew my mind.
And you got to talk to people like Mr. Steve Winter, right? The Nat Geo
Yeah.
people, and you know
Brian
the
Fury and Morgenheim. I mean, there are a lot of Nat Geo photographers there. I was like so starstruck. And I like when I got the email for this too, saying you got the category, I even emailed them back and I was like, are you sure?
You're that good.
I wasn't used to it. I'm like, no, this can't be right.
Yeah. And I'm actually deeply moved and happy for Torie, is because not only is that she is so accomplished, you know, winning these awards, but it also shows you that, you know, understanding that subtext and then really following that, you know, decide, pre-visualize, improvise, and pose really changes everything. And she was like, you know, like brushing shoulders with all the top people. And since she is a category winners, they, you know, they take you seriously, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Torie. Do you have any final advice to people who want to be like you?
No, but I mean, like, I guess for one thing, you know, that I found is don't give up. You know, if this is something you really love and you feel like you're not getting far competition wise, like I saw some people in the comments too, you know, you could just be like right there, you know, you were like in, so there's the top 5 and you might be number 6, you know, you never know. Just keep entering in a bunch of competitions if you want, you know, if that is important to you, you know, if it's not, then just keep doing what you love, to be honest. But honestly, if this is something that you really, really do have a huge passion for, then I feel like being your best possible self, you know, if you have this opportunity to learn, you know, from some of the best people and apply that, and then you'll see a huge transformation in your own photography, and you can be, you know, really proud, even more so, you know, it's like, yeah, I did that, you know, because that's how I typically feel. I'm like, wow, I did that, you know, that's crazy. Well, that wasn't me a few years ago, you know, so
Yes.
yeah.
So type in the chat and type yes if you love Torie. So I wish I have more time to talk to. I wish I have more time to talk to Torie, because she actually has some amazing story, a lot of failures that was mind blowing. For example, please type yes if you want me to bring on Torie in the future for a more longer interview. Oh, I see, Torie. Now you can.
Thanks, guys.
So for example, Torie, when she was doing the research, was it when your vehicle broke down? Where was that?
That was in Botswana. It broke down like every day.
So Torie was doing research there by herself. You know,
Yeah.
when you're driving out, you're usually with a guide and a driver and a group of people. Torie was by herself in a Land Rover that kept on breaking down. And so she was out there doing the research. One day, the vehicle, guess what? Broke down. Who knows about Land Rover? Broke down. And guess what? There's no help.
Oh.
For the whole night, she was in an open vehicle surrounded by lions.
Well, it wasn't quite surrounded by lions. I did hear them.
Yeah.
And they were getting closer, yeah. And that was
Yeah.
pretty scary.
Oh,
And
you're
then
surrounded by elephants, right?
elephants came by. Yeah.
But
So
still,
that
you know,
was
you see the attack.
pretty scary.
recently. Yeah. And you know, like the vehicle is broken, nobody's in help. Can you like we are so spoiled in here watching Netflix and drinking coffee. Torie was working hard, trying to help the animals. And then eventually, because of the harsh environment and like it's just very difficult to do research when the vehicle broke down, right? So she had to find a way to change, right? Just like me, I broke my back. I have to find a way to make it work, right? She come back, she didn't give up, and then she, you know, she have a trust in me. I don't know why, but just this Chinese dude. So, random. So at first, you know, the funny thing was at first I thought when Torie was talking to me online for a while, I thought she was retired. I thought she was in her 80s.
They didn't show my face.
she was she was in her 20s. So when I met her, it was really fascinating because her maturity in, you know, the thought process and questions, and she always asks good questions. And guess what? This is what happened. So yeah, so let's give a round of applause to Torie, and good luck on your conservation. I
Thanks,
can't
guys.
wait. I have a full trust in you in changing the world with your ability, and I'll try to help them as best as I can. So if you can share a link in the chat about how people can find out more about your work.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And people, please don't hesitate to reach out to Torie if you want to learn. She's just marvelous. All right. Okay.
Thanks, Tin Man.
All right. So that's fantastic. Thank you. So God, that's just so inspiring, right, guys? So now God, time is coming up short. Like Donald, are you okay if we go for another 20 minutes?
Sure.
Everybody, can you type a yes if you are okay with me going for another 20 minutes? Because I think
it doesn't end up that 12-hour session we did that one time.
Oh my God, yes. So yeah, so the thing is, I think like don't you guys like it? Because I never thought about it before when I give the teaching, but there is nobody better than people who actually was able to, you know, overcome their hardships. You know, like Torie is like, you guys just never know. Like this is just like 1% of the obstacles she was facing. And every time I talked to her, I was just so deeply moved. Now that you guys are curious, right? So we need to have curiosity for our storytelling, even though I ramble a lot. It's the same thing. But anyway, so anyways, Torie will probably, I'll make her to do another interview with me later. But next, I'm going to give you maybe a few tips on how to create photos, but really like what you guys have just seen, like type a yes if you already see how this thing is being applied in real life, right? So the power is that you can get the first shot of your first encounter in a place you've never been to, boom. You know, won a cover of a calendar, win a category and stuff like that. If you know what you're talking about, can you imagine? Like it took me years and $100,000 to figure this out, but now I'm so happy that Torie can get it. So I'm going to quickly also go through a few more tips of what we talk about, and then I'm going to bring in Simon, who is excellent in terms of the black and white, the angles and all these things, and how he applied this into his photography and won a lot of awards. And then I'm going to bring in Charlie, who actually won a landscape award in wildlife, and I'm going to share with you why on that, which is very good. And he has one of my all-time favorite photos too, one of the all-time favorite photos, and I'm going to share with you. And then I'm going into some photo critique and stuff. So sounds good? Okay. God, whew. I'm just trying to really like if there's one thing, I want you to learn today, type in the chat. Guess what I want to say? Human nature. So human nature is really what is separating everything. And once you know about what people are thinking about, then it is so much more powerful. So okay, so I find the slides. Oh, okay, share the screen. Okay, So here, so at first I talk about creativity, right? So I talk about how to create that co-creation. So when you have a photo that the animal is coming into the frame, so now you guys can see, like when the photo, there's some distractions right here, right? So the key thing is you're able to see and you're aware of that, and then see how you can improve next time. And sometimes you don't need to be perfect. It's all about the subconscious, excuse me. So I just want to share with you this one. And then when you have nothing to share, there's just like a big hornship in front of me. I'm looking for, like, there's some distant mountain that is that blue color, and then I light myself and then to create some photos, and then you can see the circle and the line and the eyes and stuff. And this photo won an award, I think, in Nature's Best National Park or Yellowstone Forever. This is just a simple photo of a bighorn sheep. That you can always turn something, like turn a lemon into lemonade. That's my mantra. Like this is exactly what in life and in photography is never as what you expected, but you can always turn it in. And when you can turn something into that, that's the satisfaction on you, and that can also help the animals and the world. Okay, so this one I use a rock in the foreground to blur it, and so now it seems like the outlet is appearing in like this dreamy surrounding, and your mind couldn't help but finish the whole picture. Be like, how does it look like? How does she or he look like behind the rock, right? So once you invest into this relationship with me, you're not going to quit it that quickly, right? Because we are in it together. So that's the power of the co-creation, if you don't know about that. So two things that I want you guys to try after today, after you read all these books, and the assignment is try to go in the sunrise and sunset time using those dramatic lights. So this time the background is the shadow, so the light shining on the fox, and I took a photo like that. But I didn't know this photo was hidden in my hard drive for a few years. Can you believe that? Because nobody taught me. Because this is against all what the guru taught you about. You have to show the whole fox. You have to have like direct light onto that, no harsh shadow and stuff. And then until I read all this oil painting, like I should have learned from Torie about the oil painting and stuff, this photo really caught my heart. Like, and then when I posted the first time, I got a guy who came and said, "Tinman, I want to buy your prints." And I said, I don't even know how to sell a print. And then I said, like, it's gonna be like $1,500. I said, done. Some photo from my archive, picking it up, and then that's it, because that's how evoke emotion. And two things I want you to try. Number one is backlit. Instead of thinking about frontlit, like the light aligning, when you go into the field, think of the backlit first, because that is separating you from 99% of the people. And then another thing is, for backlit photos, the editing, like I know some of you are asking about, like, how much editing I can be like, right? So for backlit, it's very interesting. That is different from frontlit. For frontlit, if the photo is a little bit underexposed, then the judge will say, "Oh, this is underexposed, no go." For backlit, look at these two photos. One is brighter than the other one, but when you show it to people, both of the photos seems to be okay. Can you believe that? So this is, again, what is that? Type in the chat, human nature. So for humans, they don't really accept frontlit photos that are a little bit too dark. But for backlit, you can really think about, do I want to convey the emotion of the whim lights? Or do I want people to see also the eyes and this one? So you have a lot of different choices to really play with the photo. So that's why a backlit photo create a whole new world of creativity. Like, this is dark and mystery, right? This one is, oh my God, like warm light and stuff like that. So this is something that I want you to try. Another thing is black and white. A lot of people say, I don't know, nobody talk about black and white in wildlife. The thing is, we talk about distracting backgrounds a lot, like Protik was talking about it. Everybody agrees that nature is full of grasses and stuff, right? But, sometimes when the background is like green and stuff like that, when you turn into a black and white, you have two expressions. One, what you do is you play with the color filter in black and white. That eventually I talk to you more, but search color theory. You can have different expression of the fox and the like you can have lighter color fox, darker color fox, lighter background, darker background, all using black and white. And what happens? People also think that this is okay. So the perception allows you to have a lot more freedom to do creativity. So everything is about creativity, right? So that's why so these photos would create so much power in that. So while we talk about that, Mr. Simon, are you in town?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Okay. So I'll give the mic to Simon to share with us some of his insights about creating great photos in his first trip. Again, this is our mantra. So let me remove myself, and then I'm going to share the link of your photo.
And if you're sharing the link, just refresh the page. I just added some ideas to talk about. But
Okay.
yeah, thanks for the invite and opportunity to speak. Hey, everyone. I'm Simon. I'm from Vancouver, and I went on my first ever kind of out of country wildlife photography trip, actually, luckily enough, with Tin Man in January of last year to Kenya, and we've kind of kept in touch ever since, and we're just always he's always been available to kind of take suggestions or take ideas or like give me feedback. And this is just kind of my thoughts of the experience so far. What I've found to be very effective in my own practice is just thinking about the thrill of wildlife photography, especially kind of the Tin Man style, which is no tripods, hand holding, like fast action. You got to be there for the moment. I compare it a lot with, it's almost like you're in the moment playing a sport, where in a sport you only have that one moment to either capture it or fail. And I think when it comes to wildlife, because we can't control the animals, it's very similar. And with that mindset, I think something that's really helped me is when I'm at home, and I know a lot of speakers today have talked about the value of just going out into your backyard and taking photos of things in your backyard. The way I see it is quite often photographers will feel like every shot they're taking needs to be that big conservation message. It needs to you need to hit the home run with every shot or every time you go out. But what I've found to be effective for me is every time I go to take, let's say, a picture of a duck in the park, it's not just to create a great image that will get lots of likes on Instagram. It's all just skill development. It's if I can't take a good photo of a duck in the park, the chances of me messing up the moment if I see a lion in Kenya will be really high. So just really kind of always developing the skills. And that's something I really got from Tin Man. Even just the other day, you were telling me about how you were, I think it was in your newsletter as well. You just came back from shooting an owl, and you're telling me that you were shooting it like long exposure, 2 seconds, super high ISO. And it's not just, I know for someone like Tin Man, it's not just about that photo of an owl, which is great. It's now that someone even at his level is still developing, getting to know this technology better. Now he knows that he can shoot a 2 second long exposure with 20,000 ISO, so that if one day he sees, let's say, like a polar bear underneath the northern lights, it won't be like, am I trying this new like super low light technique for the first time? It's like, I've done this before in my backyard 100 times, so now I know exactly what to do when there's this once in a lifetime moment.
That is such a great insight, Simon. I haven't thought about that, but thank you for saying that. Let me share the screen of your photos, and maybe you can talk a little bit about this. So we just talked about the black and white, right? So Simon, maybe you can share a few things.
Yeah, so this is just, and again, a big part of what I appreciate about kind of working with Tin Man, and when we're in Kenya, we're also with Federica, who's also an incredible photographer as well, is just this like really forcing me to expand my boundaries. Before I went to Kenya last year, I had no idea. In my mind, it's like, oh, I don't shoot backlit. Like, I don't know what that means. I don't do black and white. Like, I don't know what that means. Then coming out, just being like, okay, even though I'm terrible, I don't really understand what this is. Let me just like be in that discomfort of not knowing. Let me just trust what they're teaching us and try to make the most of it. This was just out of that one trip in Kenya, these two shots were both selected as finalists for the Greatest Masai Mara contest, which to my understanding, is it's the main photography contest out of Kenya, which was pretty cool. And it's all like based on a skill in black and white photography that I like, to be honest, going into Kenya, that wasn't even on my list of things to potentially learn. But it was just being there and just being willing to accept, like, oh, this is some strange new skill. Let's just try to figure it out and make the most of it. That really kind of creates more future opportunities.
Yeah, so I think that's a very good point about. So when Simon submitted the photos to Greatest Masai Mara, which actually Torie's Leopard Cup also got that recognition, which is pretty amazing when you think about the overall thing is people will spend, weeks or months in Masai Mara over the years, and suddenly you're going on a first trip and you are competing with a lot of the very experienced photographers. And before, as I mentioned to you, like the amateur mindset would be like, oh, I need to come there for 30 more years, right? But with this new mindset, right, like you think about the human nature, the subtext, right? So this one, for example, the baboon, like what is the subtext, right? You can see that the sub, like if you guys, like if you type in the yes, if you see something new that you haven't seen in your eyes before. I just wanted to make sure that you guys can see that, right? You see what Simon is trying to do, what Torie is trying to do. This one is like parents, right? Like even though maybe it's just scratching, but if you can turn people into have that like feeling, and then people once they feel something, that's how you cause them to make a difference, do something, right? And then for this one, the curiosity, right, the paw, the movement, and like the leading line from the left, and the curious like little bit of mouth opening and things like that, right, Simon?
Yeah, for sure. And I think if we go to the next slide, that will kind of talk about, this is kind of the overall point I want to make. And this is a photo taken like a 10-minute drive from my park, this golden-eyed duck, and this is the city of Vancouver in the background. And it's something that Tin Man's talked about in this call, which is just thinking about, you're not just there to like capture, like click a button and capture a photo. Every opportunity is its own little like photography puzzle that you have to solve. And that's where, just by going out, like, I just feel this is an example of just when I went out on this day, this was almost after sunset. I was in my traditional view of things. It was just like in my brain, it's like, here are the default ingredients to every good photo. Just go super low, shoot wide open, et cetera, et cetera. But for this, just kind of after going through Tin Man's teaching, it's not just about doing the same thing each time. It's how do you do a lot of the same things that you do to create the photos, but every situation might need its own unique little improvisation or twist. And for example, in this case, when I was shooting at 400 2.8, the city in the background was too blurry it was like way blurrier than this, and it just looked like blobs of nothingness. So I actually had to, even though it was low light, stop down to like, I think it was like 4.5 to get a recognizable city in the background to kind of make this image. So just doing that and doing it in the comfort of your backyard, I think is just so important, because I know that I live here. The city of Vancouver is always going to be there. These ducks are always going to be swimming in the water, so there's no pressure to mess up. Whereas I think quite often, if you wait until just when you go on a $10,000-$20,000 trip to kind of figure it out, then you're like, there's so much pressure because you can't go back the next week to fix your mistakes. And that's why you need to like really practice and fix all your mistakes at home so that you're ready and prepared for when you actually get out there.
That's good.
And just another example, this was in Victoria, BC. The challenge that I encountered here was there's this beautiful like sliver of sun, I believe it is sunrise, not sunset, in the background. And I was shooting this black bird. So how do I expose for this black animal and still get the details out of the black while not overexposing for the background? And the solution was I would have to really kind of bring it to the edge of the histogram, edge of almost being overexposed, but shooting at ISO 100. Because if I shot this at ISO 1000 and I brought the detail out of the shadows, which is the animal, now it's going to be a grainy mess. So like just understanding, because I was practicing this essentially in my backyard, then when we go to Patagonia, which is the next slide, very similar situation where you have this bright, beautiful sky background and a black or dark animal. Knowing from that experience of shooting the bird earlier, now I know, okay, this is a dark animal, so I need to, in the heat of the moment, this is exciting. I'm out in Chile in a faraway exotic land, but I need to kind of stay calm and be like, what do I need to do here to create the image, which is figure out how to lower my shutter speed so that I can get that ISO 100, knowing that I need to pull out these details in the dark animal in post.
That is fantastic.
So this is just more examples of just when going to Kenya, I found shots like this came easy to me, where it's just getting all this foreground blur and black background blur for this monkey, because my experience prior to this is just like shooting ducks in the park. So when you have that experience and you go and you see another animal that's roughly the same size as a duck, then it's like, this is not a strange new thing I've never done before. It's like, I know how to take a photo of something roughly this big. Like the practice always pays off.
Yes.
Then this is just another example, just going low angle. And I think this will just really quickly, I'll just share this story I have with working with Tin Man in Africa, which is my bread and butter, my kind of like the secret sauce for what I did in my photography in the past is just like, in my mind, go low, get as low as possible, shoot low, and that's always going to like lead to the best pictures. So that's kind of the approach that got me to the point before I started working with Tin Man. And then what happened, and this was like literally the first thing we saw in Kenya. Actually, the next slide is the same lion that we saw earlier in Torie's photo. So I remember this was like, we got up, I think it was like 6 a.m. in the morning, super early. First thing we saw was this beautiful male lion at sunrise. And it was just walking. I've never done backlit before. So I was like, okay, my natural instinct was, okay, go as low as possible. That's how you get good shots, right? So I was super low. And as I was so low, I just hear like this like murmur in the Tin Man was in the other vehicle. And it was this guy yelling at me to stand up. And at first it was like, it was in the morning, I was kind of in the zone, so I just ignored it. And then he yelled it again and again. And then I just I kind of snapped out of it, looked at the photo I saw, and realized that now, as you can see here, there's all this brightness that is overlapping with the lion head. So as soon as I started to stand up and kind of the opposite of my instinct, get to a position where I was actually higher, that means the entire horizon would actually go down in the context of the image, or kind of get lifted. And I ended up with a shot like this, which is exact same scenario, basically the same location, but just having someone yell at me that early in the morning got me this. So then, of course, from here, cropping out the distracting bit in the top, and now you have this backlit shot of the lion with that perfect rim lighting. So it's just things like that I love, where just to have someone that's constantly challenging your perceptions. Just because you have one recipe to success doesn't mean that that recipe is going to work every time, and just constantly being able to reevaluate and think, is this recipe, is this secret sauce the right ingredient for this current thing I'm cooking? And sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. So this, I won't talk too much, but this is another example. So this was a trip I went in past September, Great Bear Rainforest, and this was like literally the dream for me. If you guys have been there before, there are two basically viewing options for the spirit bears as they walk down the stream catching salmon. The first one is just right along the riverbank, which is how I took this shot here. And then the other one was just kind of like a viewing platform. Most would say this is more just for like people who are viewing wildlife. It's not really for serious photographers. And I was like, okay, like always go low. I'm going to go right to the riverbank. I'm going to like get my super low angle shots. And this was like my camera was maybe like a foot off the river. I was just sitting, but in the back of my head, I was just kind of like thinking about Tin Man saying, what is a good photo? What are distractions? What's a non-photo? And then I realized, like, if you look at the background, even at 402.8, it's just high contrast. It was super messy. You have these bright spots of water as it reflected the light. And so it was very harsh side lit light. So even though so in my mind is like, even though like I know like up there in that viewing platform, it's probably not going to be much better. Just looking at this scene here, I feel like there's no possible way that I get a good photo out of this moment. So might as well just like try that other place and see what happens. So lucky enough, when I go to that other location, everything changed, and now shooting down, so I'm about like maybe like imagine like 20-25 feet above the river. Now shooting down, there was no more reflection. The light was only hitting the bear and the water was completely dark, creating these images. So, and I know, I think online you see a lot of shots where everything is kind of overly darkened in post. So I just included a few frames in the next slide just to show the like unique lighting of the day. You can see like this is the raw shot, and this is the, I barely had to do anything in post-processing to create these images. And it was all because initially I saw that the kind of optimal location that most photographers would go to, it just wouldn't result in any good photos. So might as well try something else and see what happened. And it ended up shot with shots like this. And then the next one is another example of the raw. So as you can see, the water's just totally black, super unique. And then this was just a big log. So after this happened, the bear, she started walking up the log and started shaking it, which ended up, the next one is my favorite photo from the day, which is the shot of, it's basically a bird on stick photo, but with a bear.
Yes.
So this uniquely clean background, shaking bears. Yeah, so that's kind of my short story. And then one last thing I'll leave you guys with, and almost like similar to Torie, where I, before getting into photography, I also come from somewhat of a creative background, not as creative as oil painting, but my kind of career is in branding and graphic design. And that's just something to really, I urge you guys to consider when thinking about your photos, which is, where is this photo going to go? If I'm shooting a photo for Instagram, then maybe it makes sense. Like there's the 5x4 composition. If I'm shooting this photo for a magazine, maybe going wide. But I know like an example is Tin Man, you had that shot that what was it, a fashion company that paid a lot of money for with the goats in the mountain.
Yeah.
And you said that that shot ended up being in like a billboard or something, or a store display.
Yeah, things like that. Yeah.
And that's a shot where, from as someone who's in graphic design, as my other career is like, I'm always sourcing images. I'm trying to find the right image for the design goal. A shot like that, I know it was chosen because it was a wider shot, right? And so it's like, if I need a store display, I need something to cover this wide shot. So maybe that's why Tin Man's shot, along with it being great, got selected over all the other options.
Wow. Okay.
So this is just an example of something like I'm currently trying to pitch some work for the local government of Newfoundland. So it's just like, imagine your shot. If you want to get into the commercial world, where can if I wanted to put this photo on a website, where would the text go? Where would the logo go? If there's no space for that, then someone might choose someone else's photo that has space for these things. So just something to think about, like where your photo goes will kind of change the way you approach editing and cropping the photo.
Yeah, that's a fantastic presentation, Simon. I'm so glad that you came up with this idea to illustrate, right? How you practice with the local animals so that you have like so many practice, you know exactly what to do. And then you nail the shot. But then you also talk about how it turns from a kind of a non-photo. I mean, for a lot of people, those are already good photo for the spirit bear. But then you keep thinking and then use all the experience to slowly, step by step, work on that, and then you create a masterpiece. And that is exactly why I always stress about nature is like a puzzle, like a creator's puzzle. And what is fun is how to solve it with our capability in camera and lenses. And when you can solve it and it moves people, this is the best experience, right? That's so. Thank you, Simon, for that. Let's give an applause to Simon. Wish you all the success for the graphic design combined with photography career. That's awesome. So all right, so we're even going on to but Donald, you already know it. So what I want to end is I really want to Charlie, are you on? Let me see if
yes, can you hear me?
oh, okay, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, but like Charlie has one of my all-time favorite photos. That's why I'm like selfish to want to show you. But yeah, so after Charlie, we're gonna do a few editing and stuff to share with you. But Charlie also has a very good story, so I'll let you go, Charlie.
Well, I'm not quite sure which picture you're referring to, but
Yeah.
so
Can you say, yeah, maybe you can say a few words about who you are.
yeah, so I different from Torie and Simon. I had a long career. I'm retired now as a scientist, but I did study animal behavior, and part of the art of science is putting together all the facts and figures and data that you know into a good story, because that's what people relate to. They don't relate to numbers, they relate to your story. And so I had a lot of experience in the sense trying to put together different elements together into a story, but never photographically. Like Torie, my photographs were just ID photos, mugshots of animals so that I could recognize them in the future. I studied primates, and so I did learn to sort of get the stories of individuals. My stories were all about the differences between individuals and you know why that matters. And so they were, in a sense, very human stories, but I never illustrated them with photos. So when I was retired and able to actually concentrate on photography more full time than I was when I was working, I decided, well, I want to try and create photos that tell stories. I want the photo itself to tell the story. I don't want to have a long explanation for each photo. And I just was frustrated because I couldn't figure out how to do that. And then I saw some of Tin Man Lee's free videos. Thank you, Tin Man. And got intrigued and took one of his photo editing courses, which taught me a lot about how to sort of make the viewer see what you want to see in the picture. And then finally, I got this opportunity, my first opportunity, to go with Tin Man up to Alaska to shoot the bears at Lake Clark. And one of the first things that I remember his telling everybody, and it just made such an impact to me, is that the difference between most photographers and really good photographers is that most photographers take pictures. Really good photographers make pictures. They use the scene and then figure out how to use that scene to tell the story. And to me, that's the key to everything, because once you know that you're making the picture, you have to come up with, well, what is the story? And once you know what the story is, you have to say, how do I want to tell the story? What are the important elements? What do I want to leave out of the story? It's all sort of this idea of creating a story out of the picture. And Tin Man was so instrumental in helping me figure out how to do that. And it's completely changed my approach to photography.
Oh, thank you so much. That is so powerful, Charlie, mentioning about we are not there to take pictures. We are here to make pictures. We are really here to create art from the deepest of our hearts to express it through that. And I still remember we had so many little fights, Charlie, in the beginning. You remember those days, right? I'm trying to persuade you about that thing, but then with your very strong background and accomplished career, we have a lot of very like deep insights and discussion. But I'm so glad that like you guys are probably curious about what Charlie is getting. So I'm gonna just share and let it speak for itself.
Well, this was a photograph born of necessity. I think Tin Man mentioned that there was a trip that I was on where I dropped and very seriously broke my almost brand new 400 millimeter f2.8 lens and a very nice Nikon camera. Luckily, as a good field biologist, I had backups for everything, but not for the 400. So I ended up taking all of my pictures the rest of the time with a 70 to 200 millimeter lens. And sometimes that turned into an advantage. Like in this case, we'd stopped because I and others wanted to take pictures of this just amazing mountainscape in this frozen fog environment on a very chilly morning. And, there we were setting up for a landscape photo. So I was using my 70 to 200 millimeter lens as a landscape lens. And then all of a sudden these llamas wandered into, not llamas, guanacos, wandered into the picture. And I was saying, guanacos, get out of there. You're not part of my landscape picture. And then, but they just kept on coming. And I finally said, well, okay, I guess they are part of my landscape picture. And so, then it was just a question of waiting for, a good moment when the llamas were doing, something that was photographically interesting, like all looking exactly in the same direction. So a lot of nice repetition in the picture. And so I submitted this as a landscape photo to the Sony Photo Awards, and they actually chose it as one of the top 10 pictures. And it was the only picture where there were any recognizable animals in the landscape. And I think they liked it maybe just because it was different. I think it's a fun picture, but really it was so different from the other landscapes. I think it stood out by its novelty.
Yes, let's give a quick congratulations. This is really like a new way of like expressing a landscape photo with animals in there. But I think Charlie omitted one very important thing in this encounter, which was when we saw the guanacos. It was not a good photo because the guanaco at our angle actually couldn't get the mountain behind. And so what we did was we see the opportunities, and then I think we sprinted on the road, of course not affecting them because they are really pretty far away in the mountain there. And then we had to align them. I think it's actually Simon who saw them first. And then we have to run and then align them very quietly, like almost low quality. And then hopefully there is if you pay attention, every single one of them has good separation of the neck so that there's no overlap of the head. And it kind of complement with the shape of the Torres del Paine mountains there. And then the fog. Remember what I mentioned, everybody? Fog conveys what? Mystery. So again, if you have seen some of these superstar clients of mine, and you can see that every single one of them has something that you can feel. It's not just a photo, right? So that is fantastic. And then also snow covering on the back and everything like that. That's what we talk about. People can relate to it. So congrats, Charlie, on that.
Thanks so much.
Yes. You want to say something?
Yeah, so this is a good example where I guess persistence maybe pays off because it was raining and Tim Enley and I were the only two photographers out there in the field. Everybody else was sitting cozy back at the cabin, staying dry. And it was one of the last days that we were there. And all of a sudden we were following this mom and cub that we'd gotten to know pretty well and were very used to us. And so we'd noticed for a while that the cub was very nervous around other bears. And that actually makes good sense because other bears can kill bear cubs. So, it sort of all made sense in terms of survival. And then, so we were with the mom and the baby. All of a sudden the baby stands up, looks over, sees an adult male bear in the next field over, runs over to mom, and basically hugs her for reassurance, also support. And so, we were there at the right place at the right time. We paid our dues. We were out there in the rain when nobody else was. Of course, getting down low and doing all those other things that helps to emphasize the subject rather than the background was important. And choosing a shutter speed where you could actually see that it was raining was also an important element of it. So there were some technical aspects of it, but really it was being out there in the field, paying your dues and being there at the right time.
Yes, thank you very much, Charlie. So for this photo, right, the rain is like a stage that you provide the mood. And then when you see this baby standing up, hugging the mother, and the mother really protecting him, the head really close to the jaw. When you see something like that, like, can you even imagine people wouldn't fall in love with them and try to save them, right? So that is why these photos are so powerful. And I'm so happy for you, Charlie, about this. And then finally, you have this print that you want to share with some of our audience, right?
Well, so we've spoken a lot, and Tin Man's emphasized a lot about photo contests. But for me, I'm trying to sell my pictures and see them placed in people's homes, because that's just a powerful rush to know that people actually own sort of a piece of you. And so for me, a lot of my most important judges are my customers. And so a picture that may or may not have ended up being, gotten accolades from the judges may end up being very popular with the people who see them online or in shows. And I will say that people often, in this day of social media, the sort of poo-poo in-person shows, but I can't tell you how much more powerful it is for people to see your photographs in the flesh than it is online. When people see like the bear picture on the right here, a 4-foot wide blow up of that bear with every single detail crisp, and these gorgeous colors, which don't come out nearly as well here in this photo, they're just blown away. And that's very difficult for them to appreciate in this little tiny screen on their phones. So it just, I don't discard the ability or desire to want to try and put your images out there in real life as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And then you told me about that your wife is a very big critic for your photography, but when she saw the guanacos, tell us the story.
Well, my wife is one of my favorite critics, and we were saying earlier that it's important to get feedback before you submit your photos to a photo contest. And I enjoy having my wife give me her opinion, which is she's not a photographer. She is a very accomplished biologist, and so brings that perspective. But it's interesting to hear her feedback, and I always take it seriously. So when I showed her the picture of the guanacos, she just immediately fell in love with it, because in part because she knows guanacos. We used to own llamas, so she could immediately relate to the behavior of the guanacos in there. It was like having our llamas having our llamas in the backyard. And they would do exactly the same thing. If a bear showed up at the edge of our property, all the llamas would turn their head and look absolutely straight, dead on at the bear. So you could always tell what the bear was by looking at where the llamas were looking, and the guanacos were exactly the same. So it's always fun to get people's reactions, friends, family, and the reactions of people on social media. I take them each one seriously. And I especially love it when I get sort of more detailed comments, because that helps me to understand what people are relating to, understanding human nature, as Tin Man would say.
Yes, that's fantastic, Charlie. Thank you so much for sharing the story. I think That's really like a amazing, like when in the rain, like people it's just tough, but then enduring that, and then we get the good photos. That is fantastic, and thank you, Gary. There, let's look at all the comments. So you let Charlie, Simon, and Torie, if you want to leave your link to the audience so that they can learn more about your photography, then that would be good. Thank you so much. And let's give a round of applause to Charlie, to Simon, to Torie. That is fantastic. All right. So what I'm gonna do, Donald, is you see, I'm also gonna make sure to drop the link to my booking, because I already got quite a lot of course booked. But if you are thinking about it, you see, where's the link again? No, it's tinmanly.com apply. So let me just type it in. So with a few minutes left, actually we're over time already, but what I'm going to do is, I think this is actually very useful. I type in the yes if you think that learning from Charlie, learning from Torie, learning from Simon, from Donald, from Protik, and those, it is so much better, right? To understand, I don't know, like Simon was practicing this subtext in the neighborhood, so that because I couldn't even answer that question because I've been doing it so many times, right? But like it's one of the questions we had from the audience is, how do you know all this in the moment? But then when you have done it 100 times, what is the setting so that you can recover all the details and stuff? That's it, right? That is why, like our team, like like these crazy photographers that you see, they're constantly taking photos that was like mind blowing, and in the first time they see the photo, and this is no surprise because they know the language to communicate, right? So so that's fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. So what I want to do now is actually take a look in some of the photos. Okay, how do I do that? Okay, let me just share the screen. Okay, so we're going to take a quick look at some of the photos that I received. Some of them are from the VIP. So let's take a quick look, and then I'll give you some ideas on how to work on that. So for example, when we look at this photo right here, so can you see my screen, Donald?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Okay, so first of all, a very nice photo. And if you're still on the audience, I'm quite surprised. Can you believe how many people still in the audience? I think we break a world record. We're still over 100 people in. Like you guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I hope that you learn a lot in this webinar. And definitely type in the yes if you there's something like an aha moment for you that you think, okay, this is awesome. So for this photo right here, right? If you don't mind me giving you some coaching on this photo, this is a very nice photo. The eyes like that, and then the typical thing, like there are some distractions in the background. So want you to aware. But what I can see is that the crop is a very interesting crop, right? Because first is cutting from here, so people will be wondering, like, how come this is the crop? Like, because a lot of the time we like human nature. There is something called the virtual feet. If you type in yes, if you know what I mean, people assume that there's feet right there, but when you cut it like in this angle, they will be like, I wonder if there is a mistake or something. So that is the one thing I'm thinking about. The second thing is, if you look at this photo right here, right? Eye contact very good. The ear facing you very good, and then like this hairdo is very cute, fantastic, and in the middle of the grass is good. The purple flower is nice, but the thing is, the purple flower is taking my attention away from the eyes of the animal, right? Like the expression of this and those things. So there is always, like what Simon was talking about, like you always have to think about what is the main goal of your photo. Is it to show the flower so that people can look at it, or like this animal here? And when you make a decision, what I would do is I would probably do a tighter crop like this. And then like this flower is okay, but still kind of a distraction. But I probably would just like, go a lot tighter on this one. and then just really shows that, oh, okay, there's some foreground blur in here, and then there's like, you just probably crop in here, just like a vertical, like this one, and that way, this photo I probably will, like, so now, the composition is really critical. So I would probably put it a little bit higher up, because the ear take on a lot of the empty space above, but then you want the attention to be seeing the eye. So this is what I would do. And then there is also one thing that a lot of the photographers may not know about in photo contest is we look into the contrast a lot. So for this photo, soft light and everything, so people will feel like, oh, this is too soft. So what I would do is I would create a new layer and then add in a little bit of punch into it. So maybe just like this, like some texture into it, and then maybe the curves, and then you just play a little bit about the curves so that it has a little bit more contrast in it, so that so that it will work a little bit more. And but then like this can be a little bit distracting. So overall, this is a cool photo, but this is the composition that I would get, and also let me see what else is going on. So I probably will like these all the things. So I have been judging one contest, and one of the judge always look around that, surrounding the side, and see if there are anything like this that can affect the photo. So if you have something like that, you just crop just a little bit. Sometimes it can win you an award, believe it or not. So it's all these little details that turn your, where's my thing? Turn your sushi that you can see me into the Michelin star thing. So this is what I would do. And also, I think this one can be a very good potential for black and white, because the color doesn't really add a lot into the is it a dick? I'm if I make the mistake of that. So this one right here, right? Let's take a look. And also, first of all, very good photo in terms of the color, almost like this cappuccino color. Is it what I say it is? So the color is very unique, and then also the bird has very cool marking, and then I like this pattern, right? This pattern is very good. So a few things that if you don't mind me giving some coaching, and please try to type in the chat as well whatever you think about, so that participation, see if what we talk about matches, and that's how we learn the most, right? So if you see a photo like that, what would you think, right? So what I think is number one is this is a good example. So if we zoom out a lot, so remember the first thing is look at the small thumbnail and see where it is driving your eyes. Is it interesting? So the color is quite interesting, right? But tell me, point to me, which part of the image is the brightest, right? Our eyes always try to go to the brightest part. So this part is the brightest part right here. If you see it's in my little plus sign. So this is problematic, right? Because you want the eyes to go into the head, right? So this one, what I would do is I would bring down the highlights a little bit. So how you would do is you don't need a lot. Like, remember Steve was talking about the subtlety. So you just kind of brush in like that. Just bring down a little bit of the highlights, a little bit of the shadow. I mean the overall brightness and something like that. At least then and then you brush away this part, and then it's a little bit better, right? But still, this is a problematic thing. The other thing is the crop in here. People look at the reflection and say, what happened here? How come this is crop in the head, right? So you either do a closer crop so that you don't even see this, or if you have more space, or in the field, make sure that you don't crop in this one, because that also can cause some losing the chances for the photos. So that is another one. The color overall is very good, actually. So I wonder if you have any other angle of that shot, because the marking of this bird is really cool. And then one thing is, again, you know what I'm talking about, human nature. So when you see an animal, when you're in the field, imagine, and if the bird is flying away, if the animal is running away, what is that? The feeling you feel when you see that? You feel disappointed, right? So when the animal is looking away, when you get a photo like that, I mean, some of the special case it can work, but most of the time that disappointment will be reminded to everybody is, I missed that. So you actually want the angle to be kind of like at least sideways or looking at you for this kind of species. So see if you have another angle where the head is more pointing towards you, and also the crop in here as well. When you crop an image like this, people will feel that you make a mistake, right? Human perception. But if you either crop it really tight like this, and then maybe like this, then people will feel like, oh, this is a intentional crop. Right? Unfortunately, you're still cropping the neck. But then here you feel that you just wanted to show this part. And then some people may ask, but Tinman, I thought you said we shouldn't crop, right? You remember that? Well, of course you shouldn't crop. But comparing whether like a crop photo versus a photo that the composition is not perfect, I would rather crop. And I think I learned it from Federico, which is my good friend and co-leader for some of the trips. And he said that the key is to, like what Simon said, to practice. After you know about the best composition, next time you go out, you realize that, oh, this is how I should do. If I couldn't get close enough, this photo is not going to work. Let me think about how to do this and stuff like that. So I hope that helps. And also the color is a little bit dull actually. So what I would do is I would see if I can bring more color, into that, and some of those colors. So you know, from here to here, right? And you're not really bringing anything. You are only bringing up the the vibrance and those, and the image will be very different. But it's good, the moments of that, and then the eye have the catch light, and then the droplet on the water. So this is what all the things that we look at as a judge. So sounds good. Everybody learned something. Okay, so we'll look at a few more images. Actually, to be honest, I haven't looked at those. So this is all first time when I look at the photo. So I'm like together with you guys. So okay, so this photo right here. Anybody have any feeling of this photo? So this photo is sorry, my neck is a frog, and frog is not my strong area. So I'm more in the bird and wildlife. But what I can tell you is background very nice. A little bit on the like again. So now I hope you guys can see something. So if I zoom it all right in there, where are the bright area? Where the question is where are the eyes moving? Where are the viewers' eyes moving? And that is the human nature, right? So of course we follow the line of the branch, but then this part is a little bit brighter than everything else. High contrast area always brings in the attention. Bright and dark always bring in the attention. Bright and dark always bring in the attention. So 1, 2, and 3, it's dragging away from the image. So this, you can kind of adjust them by like lowering the highlight, lowering a little bit of brightness and stuff, just to bring it like you don't want to clone it away. That's the key. You just want to bring it down just a little bit so that it doesn't bother people too much. But overall, I think this photo has some glaring. Do you guys know what I mean? It almost looks like there's like some like Gaussian blurring thing on here. I don't know what is going on. So yeah, like I think it's the editing maybe. Like all this doesn't look natural in this. And then also here, you can see a halo in here. You see it? You guys see this halo in here? And then also the brightening and stuff. So all these things can affect a already good photo. So this photo is good. But another thing is here. I can't see clearly what it is because it's out of focus, and then it almost looks like something under the jaw. So if a judge or any editor sees something that is a little bit like confusion, then the confusion would cause like the negative, right? We always want to bring the pleasantness. So anything that, like, of course, like our focus background is good, but when it is so close to the eyes, you don't want to see, oh, okay, so this is like a bent like feet on here. And at first I thought, oh, there's some flowers and stuff, right? But because of that, our focus, that is the problem. But overall, I mean, nice background, very nice diagonal line and stuff like that. So what I would do is I probably will change the composition even more by like just going like this. And then guess what? You remove this distraction on the lower right, and then some of the distraction on here. And then also the image looks like you are perfectly branched, and that would be good. Okay, got it. Anybody learn something? Okay. Yeah, Donald, everything is okay.
Everything's okay. I think for me, when I looked at that photo, my eyes went straight to that leg as the highlight and spot, especially when you reduce it down to thumbnail. I could really see the contrast between the leg and everything else. My eyes were just right there.
Yes.
I like that tip of going down to the thumbnail size.
Yeah, that is really like, because everybody are looking like that's why I make the mistake when I do the registration page. I forgot to look at the phone thing. Everybody these days are looking at the photos at the thumbnail, and so you just see what they want, and then share with them. So that is that. So thank you, Donald, about that. Everybody ready for go for the next one? Okay. Okay, so thumbnail. So this is our favorite person. Is it Donna's photo, right? So this photo right here, where's the brightest part? The brightest part is this here and this here, right? So what we want is, first of all, this is an excellent photo, by the way. Everybody look at it.
That's a beautiful photo. I love it.
Look, yeah. And this, every time when I see something like that, guess what it reminded me? The Matrix. And, you know, you know, that moment when it's like lifting up and then the 360 angle. So this is, and then look at the wing pose and everything. So this is really good. And I'm so glad that Donna, you are doing more of the backlit stuff. That is fantastic. And then the landing. These branches are okay, really not distracting me because it's like catching the light, and then there's some nice pattern here. The only thing is, of course, these branches in here, but you want you're aware of that. So that might, like, you know, sometimes when from the category win to, you know, the highly honor, sometimes it's like these little things here. So what I would do here in this really good photo is to just bring down a little bit on the rim lights here. So let me see if I can just do it. I may as well show you, right? So what you do is you just go in here and then just bring down the exposure a little bit, bring down the highlights a lot, bring down the whites a lot. And then what you do is you maybe just bring up a tiny little bit on here, just a tiny, like very subtle, you know, just a tiny bit, because the thing is subconsciously we follow where the little, because we are so good, humans are so good at the subconscious mind that you don't want to make it obvious, but that's what I want you to do. And Donald, anything to
This
add?
makes me think I need to go back and edit my photo.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the edits, because the highlights, you know, when they're too bright like that, they really distract from your eyes.
Yeah, but now I think
it's a
I
beautiful
overdid it.
photo.
So I overdid it. So the thing is, see,
Yeah, maybe
like,
a little.
all this subtle thing, like how do you not overdo it and overdo it? So we go in a lot of discussion, like Torie and you know, some of you in my mentorship would know, like this is like how do you do it to I have seen so many times that when you change just these tiny little things, then it will go from like a top 10 photo into a category winners, or like can you imagine that? So what I want to tell you, if there's two things you want to learn from this whole thing, is number one, human nature, you can't go against it. Number two is sometimes you didn't know how close you are to achieve your dream. Sometimes it's just these little push, little things, and you may spend a lot of time to wonder about it. But if you have a trust in me, you know, and you think what makes sense from the hearing from some of my star people, the people I love, then you know that you might as well. Like, can you imagine? Like sometimes like these little things may take you a lot of time to figure it out, but yeah, this one, you know, this is the uniqueness. And I don't even need to lower the light on this one because this is kind of like a really cool backlit showing that the sun is coming here to land. What I would do, I know Donna may want to include more habitat in here, but another option is to just do this, because right now, and once you do this vertical, you create a tension of where the bird is landing, because now you see these branches more clearly here, right? And so now what happens is instead of like a nice photo of like the bird going to fly, and some people might not see this, so you want to bring them closer to see this. And this is what, in terms of the human nature, this is the anticipation of the uncertainty. So in the story, right, Robert McKee and those talk about the anticipation is what's the most powerful in a photo, because in videos you always know what is going to happen next, right? But photos is killing me. Is the owl going to land on here, or is it fail and stuff like that? And then all this power is where the photo is. You don't want to be showing the final landing, then you know there's no anticipation on that. So excellent photos on that. And
Tin Man, Donna had a question about the grass that's in front of the owl on that one.
yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Have you tried the opacity and blur, the opacity thing? Maybe you can try that. What I would do is yeah, just bring down the shadow and stuff. Fortunately, it's not in the eyes, but then it's always like that. Yeah. Yeah, so I would probably bring down the highlights and all this. Fortunately, it's very close to the you know, to the marking of those. So maybe once you bring down the white and those, then it will help. But overall, I think this is one of the most unique photos I've seen in the thing. So a lot of the time, you know, it's not like a rule, like, oh, you must be no branches, no nothing. But if the photo is creative enough and the other things are very high up, then it balances out some of the distraction thing, and it require a lot of you know, experience, you know, what it is. I mean, right now, I mean, a little bit, but not too much, like, oh, this photo is ruined or something. So yeah, I think this is good. And I haven't seen a lot of backlit gray owl that is that good. So yeah, congrats. Okay, so quickly move faster, okay, so that we will finish in like maybe 5 minutes. Sorry about that, Donna. And I'm super hungry too. So this photo is a landscape photo, and yeah, I think this one. So for landscape, what I would do is I would think about where my eyes is leading. Are there any leading lines and stuff like that? And I would want to try to make it a little bit creative, like what Simon was saying, graphic design thing. So in this one, what I would do is, because there's not really much leading line in here. So what I would do is I would try to even put it a little bit closer in here. And so that it's just like, you know, almost, and then now you see that there's a little bit of like maybe 0.1 degree of like this leveling thing. So I would probably bring it just, oh, actually it's fine. Sorry about that. So this is what it is. And then what I'm gonna do is I probably will bring out more of the contrast for this kind of photo. And again, like, because this is backlit, so you know you can have a lot of creativity, you know, like this, and then you bring the contrast dark, and then, you know, something like this, and that will be another completely different kind of text on this, and then you bring down a little bit of the highlights, and this would be a very, you know, photos that can tell more of a story than this one, right? Anybody agree with me? Like a little bit more contrast into this one, right? So now your eyes is being drawn to here, and then like really four major thing with the tree and the thing. I probably will even crop a little bit closer so that there's a leading line coming down here. Yeah, and then probably will be a little bit closer to, even though the tree is kind of in the middle right now, but okay, let's stay in here so that, you know, there's some space, and then this I will probably darken this one a little bit too, but yeah, that is what I would say. surprisingly, what we talk about can easily be applied to landscapes. And I have a lot of students who want, like Charlie right here, he just won a Sony photographer award in landscapes. So for this one, very good action, shaking of the osprey. A lot of the people dream about getting those photos. And I spend a lot of time trying to get those photos as well. And if you don't mind me sharing a few things on this photo is, like Donald is very good at seeing the things, right? So in the thumbnail view, right, we see this black here, the bright here, and then all this dark and bright. You see that? So this is actually one of the reasons why I always stress about going into sunrise and sunset time to photograph. Because when the light is higher up, it actually would cast shadows off the branches and leaves underneath them. So that will create a dark shadow on the background. And when it casts a dark shadow against the bright area, what it is happening is it creates high contrast. You don't want anything in the background that is high contrast because it will draw the eyes away, human nature, right? So that's why when the light is softer, it doesn't cast this kind of harsh shadow in here. So now you see that all these things in here, and that's why you see the shadow, right? The shadow is really high up. So this part is all in the shadow. This part is all bright, almost on the edge of like too bright. And then the face is also dark. So when people see something like that, I hope you don't mind me talking about it. People will see like, the use of the light for that photographer hasn't been mastered yet. And you don't want people to have that, right? Because you want people to feel that you have this authority in the light. So what I would suggest is try to go in the time when the light is better, and then just be aware of all this light and shadow and stuff like that. But the action is very good. What I would do is I wouldn't put this right in the center though. I probably be putting it up a little bit high, maybe like high up like this. Crop the top. So one thing is all you need is just to crop this one part out, and then you avoided one distractions, right? And then maybe another one above here, then you remove another distractions, right? So that was already improving, but still, yeah, this is the thing that got to be aware. It took me 10 years to understand that. So no worries if you feel that what I'm saying is weird. Okay, so we have a few more photos and then we're going to end it. So again, just a quick reminder, if you want to work with me, just tinmanny.com/apply, and then we can talk more about that mentorship program. So for this one, what do you think? Everybody, you still see something that you want to talk about? Very good photo, right? I almost like the Lion King story, right? The lion walking against the dark background and those. So very good try. And you also get some rim light and stuff like that. And let's look at that. Is it clear? Everybody clear? What you see in the chat? Are you guys still playing my game? Okay. Oh, I missed 50 messages.
Yeah, it's the dark tree in the center in front of the
Yeah.
note.
So everybody, what you just said, what you just typed yes in is another level. It took me 10 years to notice about all these things. So once you are aware, it's almost like that scene in Matrix. Suddenly you say, oh, my eyes, I've never used my eyes, right? So once you see that is the time on your path to the mastery, because you become the best communicator for photography. So for this one, this one is affecting the photos. And also this line right here from bright to dark is like kind of cutting across the body. So that becomes like a two-tone, and you don't have like this separation on here. So that is the problem. But otherwise, the profile, the side profile and everything, and the light is absolutely gorgeous. And the reason I mentioned about that to you is not to say that I just wanted to disappoint you or something, but a lot of the time we get some epic photos and then we don't understand what is happening. And so, like for example, for this photo, but there is something that you can still do, right? Just like this, maybe like a vertical, I don't know, and then just crop even tighter into here. And it might be a little bit weird, but at least then the photo would be Yeah, something like that, right? Then people see the hair and the mane and those that would be good, but still this line is still there, right? So that is something, but very good try on this. I always talk about like how to find the golden background because that is where the emotion is evoking. So very good, everybody. Fantastic. Yeah, the leg pose is very good. So Protik, yeah, but she's too close. Yeah, the tree. So if you have any frames, so I can say, if I am in this situation, everybody, guess what I would do? Can anybody know what I'm gonna do? So,
Right.
yeah. So, I probably try to go even lower, but then sometimes you can't do it in the vehicle. So I will wait for this lion to walk in front of the tree so that the body is blocking this tree so that you lose that distraction, right? And then you may lean back to the left and see if that this one can block it. So this is what we do in a lot of the what do we improvise. That is the improvise thing. There's always these puzzles that you want to do to move left. Darren, hey, good to see you. So I wonder if there's a way to bring out more of the highlights in the rim light. Yes. So another way is to bring out more brightness onto this one so that it has more stand out. And indeed, one of the photos that won a lot of awards this year, anybody saw it? One of the photographers I met in Nature Photographer of the Year with the bird flying up with one side bright, one side dark. Do you know which one I'm talking about? So breaking the rule is fine, right? But that one is kind of completely symmetric. So symmetric works. And but this one may be a little bit difficult, but you can still kind of think in that way. Okay. So so good job on this one. So last four. Okay. So this one is a very unique photo. I actually looked at it before last night. Okay, so this one right here, right? You have the giraffe and the landscape and then all these things right here. So how do you guys think about this photo? Feels okay, right? Yeah. But then what happens was this the contrast. Again, right? This is very simple now that you know about it. When you go down here, you almost don't see the giraffe, right? Which is fine because you want to show that they're camouflage in the thing. But imagine if a judge is looking at the photo from 20,000 and say, okay, nice habitat, and they go on, right? So what I would do is I would probably go into, because I see the opportunity between the yellow and the green. So let's see if black and white can help to bring out something more. So if we do that, go in here. So there are two choices. One is to when you go into black and white, you can brighten this green and see if it can reduce the distraction against these whiter greens, or you can go in another way. So let's see how it goes. So if you go in here, and what you do is, so like this is what you do in black and white. You play with the yellow and green filter. So if I play in the green, so I can really, so for example, when I do this, then it will become more contrasty in the ground, right? So that's not good because high contrast, people are not going to look at the giraffe. But if I go in like this, even in the maximum, it's still there, right? So it's not working. So how do we do? Instead of brightening the background to make the giraffe stand out, how about we go to the other direction? So if we go into something like this, and go into something like this, and then for the giraffe, and then something like that. So so now what we can do is maybe we can like you know the idea. So I'm just gonna bring out just a tiny little bit of the white of the giraffe, and then maybe just a tiny little bit of the shadow onto here. Like not that much, like just like something like that. I'm just kind of giving you a rough idea of my thought process of the photo. And then if you change something to like something like that, and then the sky, you don't really need that much sky. So I'll just bring it down into here. And if you look into this photo, then you can at least see these two giraffe, and then maybe you can see something more like that. And I think that would work better than the black and white with the the contrast. But this is just some ideas that that's why the black and white is can be a powerful tool for African wildlife. I'm still thinking, but if you think in this direction, how do you make this stand out? That is the key of black and white, using the tonality, right? So so that is that, and then so this one. A very good shot. And for human perch, you know that human perch sometimes didn't work for the animals, but then this is hunting, no hunting and stuff, so you can kind of tell a message. So that is fine. And the background is good. So Glenn is an old student, so you know the stuff. But look at that. I catch it. And then look at this. This is a little bit too bright, and then this green. So what I would do is I will crop off this little thing on the left so that it will lead more to the owl. And also the photo seems to be the background just seem to be a little bit disconnected from the foreground. So I would actually tone down a little bit in terms of the darkening of the background, maybe, so that it doesn't look like, right now I feel like it doesn't connect with the two. So that's what I'm gonna talk to you about. Good job. The last two, okay. So this one, yeah, very good job. Nice flight. Yeah, the wing. So this is a little bit merged together. So that's why it's a little bit different to see. But the color is awesome. The head and everything is good. And I really like that you didn't blow out the white, and the background is unique. So what I would say is, but then you also see that. So this part is still a little bit contrasty, and the overall color is good. So what I would do is I would try to enhance a little bit to bring out more on the background. For example, if I choose this one and then I just pick the sky, is it the sky? Yeah. Oh, I didn't pick this one. So I probably would just bring down just a tiny little bit on the color of the image, and then maybe here I would just bring out just a little bit of the black, just a tiny little bit. Bring out a little bit of the shadow and stuff like that. And then the photo would have, and then you just go back into the opacity. You don't want to change too much, right? As Steve was saying, you just kind of bring it to less distracting. And then this one is very good. I would want to have more space to like right now is kind of like, I don't know if you want to emphasize on the top or the bottom. So you either choose one. You don't want to put it in kind of the equal distance onto the thing. And also like this is actually a good leading line, but I probably would maybe go for like more of like a, because this is already tight, right? So you don't want that much space on top of the low or the bottom. So I would probably go for like something like this. And that would be more dynamic. Right here, there is a lot of loss of the detail, so it's a little bit messy right here. So if we can handle some of this, it would be good. And also this, you don't want to be like pure black in the shadow, because that's what your eyes is joining. And I'll probably darken a little bit on the white side too. Okay. Whew. And the last one, this one is by Yoshiki. So excellent photo. This is absolutely great. Pen blur. With all this wing position, and then very abstract. So this is really what shows the creativity on this one. So and I believe that he was using a very slow shutter speed. So this is really great. And so what I would do is I would probably, so this part you see that very bright, right? And then this also the whole overall image. I think you can darken it a little bit to bring in more contrast. So a lot of the photographers, because we were taught that to bring in more shadow, bring down the highlights so that you can see all the details, but you don't really need to do that, So what I would do is probably I would just darken it a lot more, and then lower the highlights so that you can see more of that. I hope you didn't blow out the highlight. So, but then you try to bring down a little bit of this one, and then just try to do this one, and I think you blow a little bit of the highlights, actually quite a lot. So we will see maybe the raw file doesn't. So see what you can recover on this part, and So a lot of the like people who tried pen blur, actually it's very easy to blow the highlight of the pen blur, because when you're using 15 of a second, 20 of a second, you actually almost like double exposure of the thing. So you actually have to make sure to intentionally darken the image. I make that mistake before. So so that is that. But the background is awesome. Let me see. Yeah, but like if you bring down more of the black, so what we are doing is not really changing like the local stuff. We are just like it's almost like when you are underexpose the photo, then it will be like that, right? This actually will be pretty cool, right? And yeah, and for this kind of photo, when you are not just darkening the background, you are darkening the overall image, right? So that is totally cool, because basically it's like you're wearing sunglasses in the field. And so yeah, so the only thing is the bird is flying a little bit away, but then because of that, you actually created the pattern, which is pretty good. But then the thing is, the blown out highlights is sometimes a lot of the photographers was like the judges will be a little bit annoyed. But then the black and the red and all this and the thing is really excellent. So did you guys learn something? Type in a yes if you find something useful. Seeing it drop down a bit to the left, resetting off. All right, okay. God, you guys are pretty. We still have over 100 people in, Donald. Can you believe that?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. I mean, I think we were at I know, like maybe 124 or more when I last checked at our height.
Yeah, more.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that is really good. So again, I like, for example, if you have already booked a tour to go, I don't want to say anything to discourage you, because going more to the nature is healing, and it's fantastic to see the animals, and taking photos is good. But like, this is what I truly want to share with you. Truly want you to know, because I have gone through that before. And the thing is, like as I mentioned in the beginning, right? A lot of everybody have their own intention in you, right? And it's understandable. Everybody have to of course we want more clients. Even I want to work with you, of course, right? But the thing is, this seems to work for me. And if you agree, type in a yes, that it seems to be working also for some of my students. And seeing how they were able to pretty much dominate the industry, and really sharing the message to the world means the world to me. And I think this is something that we can all work together. So if you can remember, decide, previsualize, improvise, and post. So all four of them. God, I think I have a chain or something. So basically, if you master the editing, if you don't master the other three, it's still gonna be very difficult. It actually would exaggerate the problem. So it's very important to really learn about all this mastery. And yeah, so if you truly believe in yourself to do it now, then book a call with me, and then we can talk more. You can ask me any questions, and I can look at some of your portfolios and stuff, and then we can start that conversation. If it doesn't work, I'll point you into somebody who might be able to help you. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. So I want to have big thanks to Donald, to Protik, to Steve, to everybody, Simon, Charlie, Torie. Did I miss anybody? Fantastic. Again, I didn't. They really are doing this for me. I didn't have any script or something, but then I'm just so happy that they actually come up with like a very good story to tell you what they are going through. That is fantastic. And yeah, so any other questions and stuff I need to address, Donald?
Well, I think we're pretty good. I think there were some that just wanted to review on what the 4 things were again.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said practice a lot at home to prepare for the once in a lifetime moments, remove distractions, enter the same photo in multiple contests. Keep track of that.
What's that? Can you say that again?
Enter the same photo in multiple contests. It's okay. Keep track of the responses from different audiences.
Yeah. And the good thing is, again, everything is human nature. All the contests are looking for different stuff. Of course, so what we teach our students is you submit the best photos And then you also have some photos that are more suitable for what they're looking for. And then there are also some photos that is like completely crazy. We call the wild cards, because sometimes you just never know. But right now, our goal is to win as many photo awards as possible, so that, through their platform, we can reach more people through the publication and stuff, and eventually build up our authority in the shortest time, portfolio in the shortest time, so that when we win, we say, hey, I'm so happy, so excited to win this Nature's Best grand prize. And so this story is what happens. So when people see these winning photos through the media, they click on your portfolio on your Instagram. They say, oh my God, how can I miss this photographer before? And then they become your loyal followers. And after you collect some of those people, and I forgot one of the key thing about our mentorship program is, when you begin, it is very difficult to have a strong following, right? But really, that is actually not bad at all, because there are people who have the following. Like for me, I have the following, and what I can do is, if you are doing good, and then like Torie, who promised to do an interview with me, and the other, and then you bring them in, and then you share the work, and I'm more than happy to network for you, and then do the introduction and stuff, so that you can get to where you are much quicker, instead of just being by yourself. And I think there's nothing more important than having a close group of like-minded people who know exactly what they're talking about, and then they will become lifelong friends too. Like Charlie, Simon, Torie, and a lot of the people here, we are like families now. So right, I hope that's what you think, Simon, Torie, and then Donald. I've known him for over 10 years. Protik, and we just good friends, and then keep you sane when you're talking about this high level photography. So yeah. So hey, Beth. All right. Hey, Yuana. Awesome. Okay. All right. So thanks for submitting it. Yeah, Jerome. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so if you have any questions, email Donald Quintana.
Yeah, and then I will forward them to Tin Man Lee.
Yeah, and I mean, we are always there. Just reach out to us. I mean, we talk and brief photography, and also Donald have a lot of workshops and stuff too, and hopefully we will collaborate more. But yeah, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you in the course. So tinmanlee.com/apply. Okay, everybody. So and then also there's a deadline, because sales calls, phone calls, and those is just like I just can't focus too much on those. So I try to minimize them. So make your decision about booking a call by tomorrow, because I'm going to keep the recording until tomorrow night, midnight. And then so once I reach 30 people, then I don't even know if I'm gonna do it again this year. So I'm still deciding. So because I want to make sure to have the highest quality support for my students, and right now, sometimes I travel and stuff, and I already feel bad. But like so when I couldn't, like sometimes the group coaching doesn't work for some of the students, then they can even reach out to me personally, and then sometimes just a quick note. And I remember one of my students, he was saying, hey Tim, man, I have these 10 photos I want to submit to photo contest, and can you just take a quick look? And I look at it and say, oh, stop, don't submit it. And he said, why? And I said, like, the photos are good, but then you make some mistakes in the editing, in the final resizing, and it's gonna ruin all your photos. It's gonna disqualify everything. I said, oh, tell me what to do. And then I said, do this, 3 steps, and then did it. And I think he won like 3 awards in that photo contest. And it's just like that. You could have just without knowing that, you'd be like, oh, I missed all the shots. Maybe I should just give up photography. And this is we need you. Like, the world needs you alone to express your arts to save the birds and wild animals. So all right. So thank you so much. Thank you very much for staying with me for how many hours now? Don't know.
I think total we were 6.5 hours about.
Yeah, 6.5.
6.5. Thank you, Protik. Yeah, and everybody is still excited, right? All my McDonald's are getting cold. So maybe I shouldn't eat it. Okay. So once again, thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you guys later. All right.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank you,
team,
everyone.
and
Yeah,
great
thank you,
presentation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so there's a replay in Facebook that you can watch until tomorrow night. Are you sure, Isabella, you want to rewatch 6 hours? Thank you so much for that.
So long, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. Hey,
Right.
good to see so many familiar faces. Okay. All right. Yeah. See you guys. I hope my computer doesn't crash when doing the recording. All right. All
I had to
right.
replace
Okay.
the battery in my camera
Oh
4
God.
times.
Okay.